So close. Just a little more. Opening his eyes amidst the sharp pain and confusion, Ren Fei scanned the familiar surroundings before him. Didn't I already die? Died in the final test before reaching the divine position. Wait, is this the instance Shishan Villa? Isn't this where I was chosen by the haunted world, the place where the dream began? Ren Fei realized that he might have been reborn. At that moment, a prompt sound rang out. Fraudulence authority? Ren Fei froze for a moment, and a smile suddenly curled at the corner of his mouth, just like in my past life. In my previous life, the first talent I got was this one. I was so thrilled to accept it, but little did I know, the path to divinity of the god of fraud was a scam from start to finish. Now that I'm reborn, I won't be fooled by this talent again, because I know the real way to become a god. Without a second thought, Ren Fei turned around and began searching through the villa's room. Soon, he found a sheet of A4 paper and wrote a message on it. Requesting national support, please transfer 10 billion. Wow! In the real world, when Ren Fei made this move, the world was stunned. Netizens around the world watching the Haunted World livestream immediately erupted. Oh my god, this Chinese chosen one has gone mad, who asks for 10 billion from the country right after entering the Haunted World? Has he lost his mind? That's 10 billion, does he think it's worthless paper? Yo, the mentality of Chinese people is really messed up. I swear, he really dares to ask for 10 billion. If China believes him, I'll do a handstand and poop live. China. Without hesitation. Send the money. Immediately, send the money. No matter what, we unconditionally trust our chosen one. Ren Fei must have his reasons for doing this. Is 10 billion enough, or should we send him 100 billion? Don't act on your own, it might cause more trouble if you do. Haunted World. Holy shit. Upon hearing the talent prompt, Ren Fei was stunned. Wow, mom's quick action, as expected, it's the only hidden 5S level talent. The talent effect actually has two parts. Ren Fei was grateful to be born in China. Without his mom's trust, he could never have obtained this unique hidden talent. And without this opportunity, China would never have the chance to ascend to godhood again. The god of wealth is the only divine position in my world right now. Although in my past life, I did encounter other ascendants, they were obviously from other worlds. Su Xiao, Andre, Lucas, and Wenji were all trying to ascend the divine ladder, but I think Su Xiao is the most likely to succeed. Thinking of the friends he knew in his previous life, Ren Fei couldn't help but smile. However, now was not the time for idle thoughts. Ren Fei was in a villa called Shishan Villa. The villa had 3 floors. At this moment, Ren Fei was standing in the living room on the first floor. With his memory, he easily found the note left on the dining table on the first floor. Several years ago, a horrific family massacre occurred in Shishan Villa, where a family of 6, including the butler and maid, were all killed, and the murderer is still at large. 2 days ago, a reporter, obsessed with ghost stories, tried to enter the villa to investigate the truth of that massacre, but he never expected the eerie events here to far exceed his understanding. The reporter went crazy and is now missing. Chosen one, you must escape from Shishan Villa within 3 days. The first half of the note was an introduction to the villa, and the latter half was the rules. Chosen ones of Shishan Villa, please be aware of the following rules. Rule 1, Shishan Villa has 3 floors, and the higher you go, the more dangerous it becomes. Rule 2, in the fridge on the first floor, there are some strange meat chunks. They will satisfy your hunger, but do not delve into the origin of the meat. Rule 3, Shishan Villa exists independently, with no other buildings around. If you see other buildings outside Shishan Villa, please close the doors and windows immediately. If you hear any knocking, do not answer, and certainly do not go check. Rule 4, there may be journalists' belongings in the villa. Please do not be curious and open them. If you don't want to go crazy like them, don't. Rule 5, the villa will always remain in a state of night. Rule 6, in the living room, there is a floor-length mirror as tall as a person, always covered with a red cloth. Do not try to tear off the red cloth. Rule 7, the bathroom is usable, but do not turn on the light when using it. Rule 8, there is only one living person in the villa. If you accidentally see anyone else, you must ignore them no matter what. Rule 9, it is normal for occasional noises to occur in the villa, as stray cats often sneak in to spend the night. Rule 10, the first floor is your activity area. Do not try to go to the second or third floors, as it will cause you to lose your sanity. Rule 11, once daytime appears in the villa, don't hesitate, the opportunity to leave is right in front of you. Rule 12, the truth doesn't matter. A total of 12 rules. After reading the rules, Ren Fei habitually crumpled the paper into a ball and stuffed it into his mouth. Again with these boring rules. Although I know how to clear the game in this life, let me play something different. Ren Fei suddenly smiled wickedly. Let me bring a little shock to the world of creepy tales. At this moment, The Western Mountain Villa still looked as it did before it was abandoned. It was clearly splendid, golden, and magnificent. Without saying a word, Ren Fei stood in the middle of the living room. At that moment, a series of item names and their prices appeared in Ren Fei's sight. In front of Ren Fei, rows of item names and values appeared. However, Ren Fei was not in a hurry. With a calm expression, he walked over to the floor-length mirror covered by the red cloth. Rule 6, there is a floor-length mirror as tall as a person in the living room, always covered by a red cloth. Do not try to tear off the red cloth. The rule said not to tear off the red cloth. Ren Fei ignored it and directly tore it off. In an instant, Ren Fei's image appeared in the mirror. It was a young man, 1.8 meters tall, with a wolf-tail hairstyle, standard facial features, and sharp, well-defined angles. It wasn't just handsome. It was extremely handsome. It really is a fine piece of skin, but now, it belongs to me. Staring at the mirror, Ren Fei's image suddenly twisted rapidly, and instantly turned into a monster with no flesh, its body charred black. The monster crawled out of the mirror, extending half of its body, and reached out its charred hands to steal Ren Fei's body. However, at this moment, Ren Fei, who was standing in front of the mirror, gave an eerie smile. Selling floor-length mirrors. P.S. The highly anticipated Regulation Rebellion 2 is here. The worldview of this book is not Blue Star, but a parallel world of Blue Star. The main character and the protagonists of Regulation Rebellion are in different world planes. There will be interactions between the two main characters in the two books. A brand new dungeon, new talents, and new settings. The protagonist of this book is no longer satisfied with simple clearance, but will use the advantage of rebirth and the power of the whole country to ascend to godhood. Chapter 2, Human, what a cruel method you have. The perspective of the chosen one, Nose Hair Foam, from the island nation. After reading the rules on the paper, Nose Hair Foam casually crumpled the rules into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Nose Hair Foam walked around the first floor of the villa. He found that the windows and doors of the villa were tightly shut, and the windows were covered tightly with curtains. Baka! I was actually transported to such a dangerous creepy tail dungeon. Looks like the only way to survive is to be cautious. After surveying the environment on the first floor of the villa, Nose Hair Foam pretended to think. The rule says that as long as daytime appears, I can leave. But now, the curtains block all the sunlight. How can I confirm if it's daytime? Should I pull open the curtains and take a look? Even if I make a wrong judgment, I have the talent protection, so I won't be in danger. Nose Hair Foam didn't know what kind of luck he had. This was his first time participating in a creepy tail dungeon and he drew the S-level talent Ninja Turtle. The talent effect is, no matter what environment he's in, as long as he can keep a straight face, even the strange cannot harm him. He said he would do it, and he did. With the life-saving talent, he felt confident with his thick nose hairs. Without hesitation, he almost immediately stood by the window, but out of caution, he didn't dare fully open the curtains, only carefully pulling aside a corner. As the corner of the curtain was pulled back, he widened his eyes and looked outside the window. To his disappointment, all he saw was a patch of darkness. How can this be? Just as he was about to drop the curtain, he suddenly saw a woman with messy hair appear in the window's reflection. The woman's face was unclear. She was standing right behind him, with her back facing him. Baka. Did I break the rules and summon something strange? His heart raced in panic. Although he had his talent to protect him, standing so close to something strange felt 100 times more terrifying and suffocating than watching a horror movie. And the distance was so close. He could even smell the rotting scent on the woman. The smell mixed with a strange burnt odor. He didn't dare to turn around, keeping the curtain pulled back and standing still, not daring to move. He thought that if he stood still, the strange thing would leave. But he was wrong. He stayed motionless. The woman remained just as still. Damn it! Why won't it leave? His arms ached, his whole body was on the verge of going numb, yet even so, the woman had no intention of leaving. It was as if she was challenging him to see who had more endurance. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer, his stiff body moving slightly. But in that instant, the strange woman instantly teleported behind him. She was still facing away from him, but bizarrely, she reached out and wrapped her arms around his body. The woman let out a strange laugh, her voice chilling. He. I knew you could see me. Holy crap. The live stream of Nose Hair Foam from the island nation is so scary, that strange thing actually hugged him from behind, facing away. If it were me, I'd probably faint on the spot. Nose Hair Foam thought if he just stood still, nothing would happen. Who knew the strange thing had more patience than him? Why would you compare patience with something strange? What was he thinking? Looks like the curtain shouldn't have been pulled back. Oh no! Nose hair foam from the island nation is going to build his grave right there. In the real world. The netizens stared at Nose Hairfang's livestream, feeling a chill run down their spines. Just as the netizens thought Nose Hairfoam was about to be the first to log off, the livestream took a shocking turn. Look, the strange thing is choking Nose Hairfoam. Wait, why is Nose Hairfoam okay? Yoshi, our island nation's chosen one is the strongest, invincible. Ha ha ha. The ants of China admire us. According to the latest analysis from our country, our chosen one, Nose Hairfoam, most likely got an A-level or higher talent. A-level or higher talent? Seeing the arrogant attitude of the island nation netizens, the Chinese netizens directly mocked them. What are you so proud of? A few of your island's idiots, our chosen one started with a bomb, definitely got an S-level talent. Go check it out yourselves. Baka Yoru. How is this possible? From Ren Fei's perspective. After Ren Fei spoke, the blackened monster froze in place. Because it suddenly felt its lower half turn icy cold. Thud. It lost its support and fell to the ground. Confused, it looked behind it. Damn it! It instantly started crying. Where's my lower half? Why am I suddenly paralyzed from the waist down? The blackened monster felt tears welling up. Not only that, but it also realized that the full-length mirror it used to hide behind had disappeared strangely. The confused monster was thoroughly puzzled. What the hell is going on? It was fine when it arrived, but now it's impossible to go back. Whoa, is this even reasonable? The monster cried. Ren Fei, however, laughed. Ren Fei glanced at the monster on the ground, its body twisted and squirming, only half of it remaining, and tried hard to hold back his laughter, saying, "Old buddy, you're really good at performance art, huh? But do you really think this is going to scare me?" Hearing Ren Fei's words, the monster suddenly reacted. It jerked its head up, glaring at Ren Fei with a look of deep resentment. "It's you. It must be you, the human, who did this. I'm going to strangle you." The monster reached out both hands, trying to strangle Ren Fei. But it was only half of its body left, so it couldn't reach. Human! How cruel your methods are. The monster felt wronged and cried again. Who is the strange one here? How the hell did I become the weak one? Sigh, so pathetic, now you can only squirm around on the ground, so young but suddenly aged. Ren Fei looked at the scorched monster inside as if it had nothing to do with him. Then, he no longer paid attention to the scorched monster and continued selling the other items on the first floor. Seeing his calm demeanor, the monster went crazy, desperately crawling toward Ren Fei, repeatedly shouting things like "Abba Abba, I'm going to strangle you." Ha 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 ha. So funny, what happened? When the scorched monster appeared, I thought Ren Fei was done for, but then the plot took an unexpected turn. This was too sudden, ha ha ha. I can't hold it in anymore, I'm actually starting to feel a bit sorry for the monster. What kind of talent did Ren Fei get? How did he suddenly make the landing mirror disappear? Even the monster's half-body stuck in the mirror vanished. Gege. So funny, especially the monster's confused expression just now. Even though this is a haunted challenge, I really couldn't stop laughing. Although it's funny, doesn't this really violate the rules? When they saw Ren Fei performing, countless Chinese netizens couldn't hold back their laughter. Take a good look, you little islanders, compared to Ren Fei, your nose hair foam is just a stray dog on the side of the road. Did you see that? This is the right way to do the haunted challenge. You guys almost got scared to death, yet you're still bragging. Nose hair foam, what a dumb name, a pile of nonsense. Sell. 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 In the West Mountain Villa, Ren Fei switched to the crazy sell mode. As the items on the first floor were continuously sold, the sound of exploding gold coins rang out, and his personal account balance gradually grew. How is it that I've only sold 100 million? This amount of money is far from enough. To get the 5S level talent money-spreading child, the country had invested 100 billion, which meant he essentially spent 100 billion to buy a talent. That's a full 100 billion. His wallet hadn't even warmed up yet, and it was already empty. Just thinking about it makes it painful. If I sell everything in the villa, will I be able to get back 100 billion? Forget it, it's probably not possible. After all, it's the only hidden talent. No matter how you look at it, it's not a loss. Standing in front of the shoe cabinet. The information in the shoe cabinet was instantly clear at a glance. After selling all the shoes in the shoe cabinet along with the cabinet itself, Ren Fei left only the red high heels outside the cabinet. The red high heels are an important item in this instance. After thinking for a moment, Ren Fei decided to keep them. I'll leave them, it's not like 5,000 is a big deal. After all, I need to achieve the perfect instance rating. Ren Fei turned and placed the red high heels on the coffee table in the living room. A very noticeable spot. In front of the shoe cabinet. The scorched monster, dragging its half-body, finally crawled to the position of the shoe cabinet. Just as it was about to raise its hand to strangle Ren Fei, however, raised his foot and walked toward the coffee table. Helpless, the scorched monster had to turn around. But as the scorched monster crawled toward the coffee table, Ren Fei's eyes were already fixed on the crystal chandelier on the first floor. The scorched monster collapsed. Why could it never catch up to Ren Fei? Damn it! Ren Fei was clearly toying with it. He was bullying it, a half-paralyzed creature. Damn it! You damn human! The scorched monster shed tears of grievance. At this moment, Ren Fei, who had decided to keep the crystal chandelier, finally noticed it. Ren Fei casually glanced at it. Yo, you haven't given up yet? Ren Fei smiled, walking in front of the charred monster, looking down from above. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on, too bad there's no price tag on your head, or I'd sell you along with it. Charred monster? Charred monster, damn human, what exactly do you want to do? What do you think I want to do? Can't you tell? Ren Fei grinned evilly. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the charred monster realized the wool carpet beneath it had vanished. No! It wasn't just the carpet. Damn! Even the marble floor was gone? The charred monster's pupils constricted sharply, then it roared in anger. Human, what have you done? As you can see, I just sold a few things from the villa, you wouldn't mind, right? Ren Fei said with a grin. The charred monster exploded in fury. You didn't even spare the floor, you call this just selling a few things? Exactly. Ren Fei shamelessly nodded. He no longer paid attention to the charred monster, heading straight for the refrigerator. Rule 2, there are some strange pieces of meat in the fridge on the first floor. They can solve your hunger problem, but don't dig into where the meat came from. As soon as he opened the fridge's fresh-keeping compartment, a wave of dizziness hit Ren Fei deep within his mind. Ren Fei raised an eyebrow. Rule 6 is right, I've broken the rules, and now my cognition is starting to warp. Heh, cognitive distortion? Give away wealth. Ren Fei finished speaking. 1 million from his personal account disappeared, and along with it, the distortion in his mind vanished. Feeling the dizziness in his mind fade and his clarity return, Ren Fei smiled calmly. Heh. In front of my wealth-dispelling power, what can't money solve? I have to admit, the 5S level talent is incredibly useful. As long as there's money, 99% of problems in this instance can be solved with money. Inside the fridge's fresh-keeping compartment, there were some fruits and vegetables. Ren Fei grabbed 2 cucumbers and began munching on them. While chewing on the cucumbers, Ren Fei began rummaging through the frozen compartment for the chunks of meat. These pieces of meat were wrapped in black plastic bags, layered with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Ren Fei didn't open these bags because he knew what was inside. Sell. After taking all the meat out, Ren Fei turned around and sold the fridge. Just kidding, 30,000 is still money, okay? Without money, he'd be stuck in the ghost story instance, so more money is always better. Even a mosquito is still meat. Holding the pieces of meat, Ren Fei stepped towards the back door of the villa. Normally, the back door of the villa couldn't be opened, let alone enter the yard behind, but with the meat in hand, it was a different story. Sure enough, just as in his memory, Ren Fei easily walked out the back door and successfully arrived at the garden outside. What does this human actually want to do? In the living room, the charred monster looked confused as it watched Ren Fei carry a few bags of meat out the back door. It couldn't understand Ren Fei's actions. But at that moment, a long-haired woman with a charred face suddenly appeared in the living room. She casually picked up the high heels on the coffee table, pondered for a moment, then slipped them on her feet. What's going on? Why did some of the items in Ren Fei's villa suddenly disappear? Could this be Ren Fei's talent? It's already quite obvious, this must be his talent. What good is this talent? Can he sell the whole villa? I've never seen such a talent before. No chosen one has ever drawn this kind of talent, but why did Ren Fei make the country pay him from the start? In the real world, Chinese netizens were discussing endlessly. In the meeting room of China's high-level leadership. Staring at Ren Fei's live broadcast screen, the leaders didn't fully understand, but they showed their support. Based on our real-time monitoring of Ren Fei's personal account, 100 billion was just deposited, and the money was instantly transferred out. And the destination of the funds is unclear. Do you think this 100 billion is related to Ren Fei's talent? It's completely possible. We've carefully compared, and everything is normal with the other chosen ones, but only the things in Ren Fei's villa mysteriously disappear. It's hard not to wonder if it's related to Ren Fei's talent. If the disappearance of this money is really linked to talent, combined with the anomalies in Ren Fei's instance, can we be certain that Ren Fei's talent is related to money? Money? The leaders exchanged glances, suddenly locking eyes with each other. Prepare another 100 billion immediately, ready to transfer it into Ren Fei's personal account at any time. The reason they didn't choose to transfer the money to Ren Fei immediately was because all of the above was merely speculation from the leaders. Without confirming Ren Fei's talent, they didn't dare to rashly transfer money into his account, so they could only prepare the funds and be ready to send them at any time. Chapter 4: Requesting Benefits. In the strange world of stories. At this moment, the chosen ones from other countries were extremely cautious as they observed the rules. They didn't have the memories of rebirth. So, judging each rule made them walk on thin ice. The perspective of Choi Bunki, the chosen one from Kimchi Nation. Choi Bunki had just put away the rule paper, and the next second, the sound of a plate falling to the floor came from the kitchen on the first floor. The sound was incredibly clear in his ears. At that moment, the lights in the living room suddenly flickered. On the sofa, Choi Bunki's entire body stiffened as if he had been electrocuted, his body hair standing on end. This was his second instance in the strange world, so he knew very well that anything unusual must have something sinister behind it. Ah, damn it. I haven't violated any rules, right? Don't panic, maybe it's just a stray cat. Rule 9, it's normal for the villa to occasionally make noises because stray cats often sneak in to stay overnight. Choi Bunki swallowed hard, his eyes instinctively scanning the first floor of the villa. Immediately, his heart sank. Because he realized that the entire villa was sealed, and the curtains were drawn tightly. Not a single gust of wind could get in. How could there possibly be stray cats? Clearly, Rule 9 was wrong. Sitting on the sofa, fine beads of sweat had already appeared on Choi Bunki's forehead. Out of the corner of his eye, he involuntarily glanced toward the kitchen. He was terrified of what might be there, yet he was also desperate to know what exactly was in the kitchen. The kitchen was covered by 2 transparent glass doors. And just as Choi Bunki sat on pins and needles, staring at the glass doors, with a crack, all the lights on the first floor suddenly went out. When the lights went out, Choi Bunki was naturally startled. However, right now, he didn't dare to move at all. In the darkness, everything suddenly became eerily silent. Earlier, Choi Bunki could still hear the sounds of insects and birds outside the villa, but now, he couldn't hear anything at all. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. In a daze, Choi Bunki thought he heard the sound of the glass doors sliding open. It sounded like the kitchen door had opened automatically. At this moment, a series of tap-tap-tap footsteps grew louder as if someone was walking around the living room. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. A flash of fire appeared and disappeared in an instant. Then, Choi Bunki smelled a smoke that didn't belong in the villa. Damn it! Damn it! Choi Bunki's heart was in turmoil because he could feel that something in the darkness was sitting right next to him, smoking a cigarette, and maybe even glancing at him. Rule 8, there is only one living person in the villa. If you accidentally see someone else, you must ignore them no matter what. The rule said that I'm the only living person in the villa, and I also took a quick look just now. It's likely that this rule is correct. Then what's going on now? Is the thing sitting next to me not a person? As soon as this thought emerged, fear spread uncontrollably. Fear felt like cold rain being poured over him, slowly seeping through his clothes and into his body. It made his whole body tremble with cold, shaking uncontrollably. Damn it! Should I try using my talent to see if it can make it leave? Chui Fengji drew the S-class talent GNI Time A. The talent's effect is, Chui Fengji can attract the strange attention by singing, dancing, rapping, or playing basketball, and has a 50% chance of making the strange entity leave. Damn it! Isn't there any other way? Chui Fengji really didn't want to bet on the talent's probability. Although the success rate was 50%, the failure rate was also 50%. Once it failed, he couldn't even imagine the consequences. And just as Chui Fengji was drenched in cold sweat, agonizing over his dilemma, the lights on the first floor of the villa suddenly lit up again. The light illuminated every corner of the villa. It was only then that Chui Fengji realized that, at some point, the entity sitting beside him on the sofa had disappeared. The sofa was perfectly smooth, with no signs that anyone had sat on it. It was as though everything just now had been a hallucination. If it weren't for the ash in the ashtray on the coffee table. While Chui Fengji was experiencing the eerie event, at the same time, other chosen ones from other countries were also encountering the same situation. At this moment, Ren Fei had just finished dealing with the shredded meat in the backyard. He had just sat down on the sofa when, suddenly, he also encountered an eerie event. In the pitch-black darkness, Ren Fei felt someone sitting beside him, but before the person could light a cigarette, Ren Fei immediately snuffed it out. No smoking in public places. In the dark, a cold, eerie voice came, belonging to a man. Hey hey. You can see me? I can not only see you, but I also know you're that reporter. You, how would you know? The man suddenly became agitated, his voice turning sharp. Help me kill them. I came here to investigate the truth, but they killed me. And they killed many others too, their bodies are buried in the backyard. I know everything you said. You know? Of course. Ren Fei had just come back from the backyard, so he knew. Tell me, what do you want me to do? I left a notebook in the villa. Find it. It records the way to kill them. As long as you kill them, my soul will be freed. I can help you, but what's in it for me? What's in it for you? Right. I'm not doing this for nothing. There is. The man seemed to think for a long time before nodding heavily. I hid a safety talisman in the toilet's flush tank. As long as you help me deal with them, the talisman is yours. A safety talisman? Ren Fei suddenly started thinking. In his past life, although he knew the full truth of what happened in the villa, he hadn't gotten the safety talisman, which had caused his clearance rating to fall just short of perfect. Looks like there's still some detail I missed in this dungeon. Ren Fei thought for a moment. Deal. After saying that, the lights lit up, and the reporter disappeared. Ren Fei walked straight to the bathroom. Rule 7, the bathroom can be used, but don't turn on the light when using it. Standing at the bathroom door, Ren Fei just glanced inside, and instantly, countless threads of hair rushed toward him, as if trying to drag him into the bathroom. Bang! Ren Fei turned on the light in the bathroom. The hair quickly retreated into the dark corner. Bang! He turned the light off again. The hair attacked once more. Bang! He turned the light back on. Bang! He turned it off again. This back and forth happened dozens of times. Surprisingly, it was quite interesting. After playing for a while, Ren Fei got bored, then turned off the light and walked toward the bathroom. As soon as he stepped inside, the hair rushed toward him again. This time, Ren Fei didn't choose to turn on the light. Scatter! As the words fell, with 2 million deducted from his personal account, Ren Fei instantly gained a strange power. Ren Fei smirked, grabbed the hair, and punched the dark figure twice. Bang bang! The 2 punches made the opponent's eyes flash with stars, and only then did Ren Fei turn the light back on. Pity, things bought with money are always one-time use, they can't be kept. Sensing the strange force inside his body withdraw, Ren Fei let out a slight sigh. As expected. Things bought with money are hard to keep for long. Ren Fei no longer paid attention to the things in the darkness, and directly walked over to the toilet, reaching out to open the cover of the toilet's flush tank. P.S. Wishing everyone a peaceful and smooth new year, full of joy and good health. Happy New Year! Chapter 5, The Journalist's Diary. The real action depends on Ren Fei, not like that hairdryer from the pickle country, who gets scared half to death at the slightest noise. Ah, Shiba. To the netizen upstairs, let me correct you, our chosen one is named Chuifengji, not a hairdryer, Asimida. Don't worry about these details. By the way, how is Ren Fei so calm from beginning to end? And, he even fought off the weirdness in the toilet, is he always this brave? Clearly, it's just the weak and wimpy weirdness from this instance, any person could deal with it. Outside the livestream. Some netizens, seeing how easily Ren Fei dealt with the weirdness in the toilet, couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of the weirdness in this instance. But just as the seeds of doubt were planted, the next second, they were slapped right in the face. A cold voice echoed above the whole world, announcing the elimination of the chosen one. Hearing the cold voice of elimination above the whole world, the citizens of the sun never setting country couldn't help but scream and cry. Can anyone tell me what happened? I saw it. The chosen one from the sun never setting country walked into the toilet without turning on the light, and then was suffocated to death by the hair that entangled him in the darkness. What? Didn't they say anyone could deal with the weirdness in this instance? Why couldn't he even stand up? He did stand up, he tried for a long time, but it was completely useless. How could this happen? It's over. Completely over. I'm from the sun never setting country, and now the rule's weirdness has come to my city. The whole city has been completely isolated, we can't leave. Goodbye, this world. Woo woo. Mom, I want to go home. With the arrival of the rule's weirdness, the sun never setting country was instantly thrown into chaos. The sun never setting country urgently activated their think tank, but since they had too little information about the instance, they couldn't clear it in the short term. However, at this moment, none of this had anything to do with Ren Fei. At this moment, Ren Fei had successfully taken out the safety charm mentioned by the journalist from the toilet flush tank. The safety charm was wrapped in several layers of paper charms, folded into a triangle shape, and then strung together with a red string. It seemed that this safety charm was meant to be worn around the neck. Besides the safety charm, Ren Fei also found a diary. It seemed to be a diary written by the journalist. Ren Fei walked out of the toilet with the diary and safety charm. At this moment, the disabled and persistent charred monster crawled toward him again, reaching out to strangle his neck. But as soon as its hand got close to the safety charm, the charm suddenly burst into a flame. The flame flew straight toward the charred monster. The charred monster's right hand was instantly set ablaze, and then, its whole arm caught fire, and the monster screamed in agony like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Damn human, what did you do to me? The charred monster glared at Ren Fei with deep hatred. Ren Fei frowned slightly, then shrugged and said, "My chicken." Ren Fei paid no attention to the charred monster screaming beside him, and sat on the sofa, elegantly flipping open the diary left by the journalist. July 14th, heavy rain. I had heard about what happened in Shishan Villa a long time ago, and only today did I finally decide to come here personally. Damn ghost weather, it's never ending. I have prepared everything, although I don't really believe in so-called supernatural events, but I still brought 3 of those blessed safety charms. From the outside, Shishan Villa has already been abandoned for a long time, with weeds growing everywhere, green moss and ivy covering it. It stands there quietly, surrounded by the black rain curtain, with thunder and lightning above. Does this all indicate that I shouldn't have come here? For the truth, I think I should be brave. I can't explain why, but I still risked climbing over the wall in the heavy rain to enter the villa, as if there was a voice in the air, constantly drawing me in. At this point, Ren Fei's face showed no expression. He casually glanced at the other contents. Once inside the villa, everything changed. I widened my eyes because this isolated villa actually turned back to its original state. I wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but please believe me, everything I say is true. Such a bizarre scene made me want to leave, but thinking of the purpose of my visit, I had no choice but to stay. I searched the first floor for the truth of that year. Nothing. The villa became even stranger, and the scared me was really about to leave. Damn. It seems I can't leave. The diary's content abruptly stopped here. The following pages were as if ripped out by someone. Looking at the irregular tear in the diary, if it were an ordinary person seeing this, they would probably start scratching their head, but Ren Fei was different because he had a rebirth cheat. Ha! In my previous life, I always felt something was missing from this diary, but I didn't expect the first page to be hidden in the toilet tank. As for the other 2 pages, I know exactly where they are hidden. Ren Fei was clear. In fact, the remaining 2 pages of the diary were hidden on the first and second floors of the villa. Ren Fei grabbed a fruit knife from the kitchen, and without saying a word, directly used it to cut open the leather sofa in the living room. In the layers of the sofa, he found the second page of the diary. July 15th, heavy rain. The rain outside was even heavier. I wanted to leave, but I noticed that the sky outside was always gloomy, as if there was never daylight. Last night I spent the whole night on the sofa. When I woke up, one of the safety charms I was wearing had inexplicably broken. I was certain that there was something invisible and dirty in this villa. I captured it. My camera caught it. Damn. The villa's doors and windows won't open. What should I do? This must be their doing. Since I can't leave the first floor, I decided to go to the second floor of the villa to find an opportunity to leave. The content of the second page of the diary suddenly stopped here, with a large blank space. Then came the almost insane ramblings. I saw it. I saw it. I saw it. It. I can't get out. They are coming for me. I will die here. Help. 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 The second page of the diary ends here. Rule 4, there may be items left by the reporter in the villa. Do not be curious and open them, unless you want to end up like him, losing your mind. Closing the diary, nothing happened. The reporter's diary revealed a lot of information, but these details might not all be true. A sly look flashed in Ren Fei's eyes. If I didn't already know the truth, I would really think you were the victim. This trick, you played it smoothly. Chapter 6, Damn Beast. I've gotten all the clues I can from the first floor, no need to stay here any longer. It's better to finish this level quickly and go check out other Chosen One spaces. Ren Fei decided to go up to the second floor of the villa. Although the time limit for completing the dungeon is 3 days, for him, there's no need for that much time. However, before he left, there were a few things he needed to do. One piece of information after another unfolded before Ren Fei, and he had only one word in mind. Sell. After selling everything in the living room, Ren Fei turned around and walked into the bathroom and kitchen. Sell. Sell everything. As Ren Fei's voice fell, the entire first floor of the villa suddenly fell into a strange silence. The surroundings were pitch black. Empty. It was supposed to be luxurious and extravagant, but now it looked like a bare-bones house in Syria. It truly would make capitalists cry. Thieves would have their hearts broken. Even the mice would have to take a detour. Not bad. He checked his results and, after confirming there were no omissions, Ren Fei lifted his foot and walked up to the second floor. At that moment, the charred monster, with only half a body and one hand left, looked at the empty first floor of the villa, stunned for several seconds, then couldn't help but curse loudly. Beast! Damned beast! The reporter's diary looks so strange. What exactly has he been through these past few days? I feel sorry for the reporter, it's really hateful and strange. Although the reporter's diary is heartfelt, am I the only one who thinks there's something wrong with it? What's wrong with it? I always feel like he's hiding part of the truth, and also, he knew exactly what happened in the Western Mountain Villa, so why would he risk his life to go there? Don't you think that's suspicious? Didn't the villa introduction say he was passionate about documenting ghosts and monsters? But that's not enough of a reason for him to risk his life. Things are getting more complicated. If the reporter entered the villa with a purpose, then why is he pretending in the diary to be a good person searching for the truth? In the real world, some people showed rational thinking, contemplating the reporter's purpose, while others were completely captivated by Ren Fei's actions, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. What kind of talent does Ren Fei have to be able to turn the villa into a shell of a house? Ah, even the weird things couldn't hold back. This charred weird creature is so funny, crawling behind Ren Fei just to strangle him. Is it not Ren Fei's pet? Guess I'd take a dozen of those pets. Perspective of the chosen one, Kai from the beautiful country. At this moment, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Kai also obtained the second page of the diary hidden inside the sofa scene by talking to the reporter. However, the reporter here introduced himself and only gave Kai a small clue. Holding the diary, Kai read every word carefully. Soon, he picked up the important content from the diary. There is never daylight here? Where is the camera mentioned in the reporter's diary? Holding the second page of the diary, Kai's talent began to activate. His talent was SS level, named Omniscient and All-Knowing. The effect of this talent was, Kai could quickly analyze hidden information behind special objects by touching them. A few seconds later, Kai suddenly understood. So, the page I'm holding is just the second page of the diary, the first and third pages are still hidden in the villa. In order to find the complete diary, Kai began searching through the first floor of the villa, overturning every box and cabinet. Unfortunately, even after knocking on every floor tile on the first floor, he still couldn't find the remaining parts of the diary. How could I not find it? The clues clearly point to this villa, the diary could never be taken out. Could it be, the remaining pages of the diary are hidden on the second floor? Kai absent-mindedly looked up. Following the stairs, he gazed at the second floor shrouded in darkness. In an instant, he suddenly felt an intense sense of being watched. This feeling of being observed made his scalp tingle. Phew! After a moment, Kai turned his gaze away, breathing heavily. What was that just now? As Kai nervously hesitated and didn't dare to look up again, at that moment, a woman with a charred face suddenly appeared in front of him. The woman was barefoot, stepping on the cold floor. She walked back and forth casually in the living room, without a hint of restraint. She grabbed something from the kitchen, then plopped down on the sofa and began watching TV, where the snowy screen on the television kept flickering, just like Kai's heart, which began to pound wildly. Kai's temples began to sweat uncontrollably. He knew, Rule 8 said that in such situations, one must choose to ignore. So, he had to force himself to calm down. My F***CK. How am I supposed to ignore this? She just appeared out of nowhere right in front of me. Do you really think pretending I don't see her will help? At this moment, Kai doubted the rules immensely. However, now, it seemed there was no better way than to pretend he couldn't see. Kai walked toward the dining table, instinctively reaching for the water cup placed on it. But, strangely, the next second, the woman grabbed the cup first. The woman also didn't know when she had appeared in front of the table. She had clearly been sitting on the couch just moments ago. The woman held the cup, not leaving, but standing less than a meter away from Kai. The foul, rotting smell from her body reached Kai's nose, making him furrow his brow slightly. The next moment, perhaps realizing he shouldn't have made that frowning gesture, Kai immediately returned to normal. It was unclear whether it was Kai's subconscious action that revealed he could see the woman, but the woman suddenly stood still there. The woman's skin was charred black. There were no eyeballs in her eye sockets, just hollow emptiness. The corners of her mouth were bright red. The cup of water she was holding, under Kai's gaze, had somehow turned blood red without him noticing. They stood like this for a moment. Then, the woman suddenly curved her mouth into a strange, eerie smile. Suddenly, she leaned in close to Kai's face, tilting her head to stare at him. A chilling, eerie voice entered Kai's ears. Anyone who enters here uninvited deserves to die. P.S. Happy New Year, stay in a good mood. Chapter 7, The Painful Memory. Am I going to die? Kai closed his eyes in despair. He thought this was a sure death situation. But the pain he had imagined never came. He opened his eyes in disbelief and found that the woman who had been standing in front of him was gone. She disappeared. Did I survive? Kai couldn't understand. He had clearly exposed the fact that he could see the woman, so why did she let him go? Phew. Could it be that the woman never intended to harm me? Kai forced himself to take several deep breaths to calm down. After a while, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, what the woman had said, and he immediately grasped the key information. Who did she mean by uninvited guests? Since both the reporter and I were uninvited, why did the reporter die while I managed to survive unscathed in the woman's hands? Undoubtedly, I need to gather more useful information. Wait, something's off. It's more than just off, it's 12 times off. Why is Kai fine? He had already closed his eyes, waiting for death. Clearly, he didn't use his talent. This does deserve some scrutiny. The island's nose-haired person experienced the same situation, but why was he attacked by the woman? Is there a possibility that the woman did attack Nosehair Fong but never intended to kill him? What do you mean? I don't know if you noticed, but the woman also appeared in Ren Fei's livestream. Although it was just a flash, the woman didn't harm Ren Fei. Indeed. At the time, she was just wearing those red high heels. In the real world, netizens started a new round of discussions. In the haunted mansion instance, Ren Fei had already lifted his foot onto the stairs leading to the second floor of the villa. However, the process was not smooth. Because from the moment his foot touched the stairs, he could clearly feel a resistance stopping him, as if something didn't want him to reach the second floor. Rule 1: Shishan Villa has 3 floors. The higher you go, the more dangerous it becomes. Rule 10: The first floor is your area of activity. Do not attempt to go to the second or third floor, or you will lose your sanity. Rule 1 and Rule 10 were clear. They both seemed to try to prevent the chosen one from going up to the second floor. If it weren't for the fact that I know the key to clearing the game is hidden on the second floor of the villa, I might have wasted a lot of time on the first floor, just like in my previous life. Ren Fei ignored the resistance on the stairs and continued stepping upward. Just then, the resistance suddenly disappeared. Next, Ren Fei heard the sound of a child's cry. The crying sound ran farther and farther away. Ren Fei looked around, but he couldn't see where the crying came from. Somehow, many white footprints had appeared on the stairs. The footprints were very small. It seemed that the owner of the footprints was only 2 or 3 years old. Looks like it's that little child. Ren Fei frowned, thought for a moment, then took off the safety charm from his body and threw it on the floor. He didn't want to make the child cry again because of this thing. As Ren Fei disappeared into the staircase and successfully reached the second floor, the figure of the reporter slowly appeared in the living room downstairs. At this moment, the reporter, in the darkness, couldn't see his original appearance. A thoughtful expression was on his face as he looked up towards the direction Ren Fei had vanished. He then turned and began to ascend the stairs. However, just as he stepped on the first stair, a burst of flames flew toward him. Immediately, the reporter screamed in agony. Ah! Damn! It's the safety charm! At this moment, if the reporter were still a normal person, he naturally wouldn't fear the safety charm. Unfortunately, he was no longer a normal living person. Looking at the stairs so close before him, the reporter's face was full of unwillingness. Damn! Did he do this on purpose or by accident? Do you know how long I've waited for this chance? The reporter raged helplessly. At this moment, the charred, miserable monster actively crawled up to him. It's useless. The safety charm specifically restrains monsters like us, neither human nor ghost. With it, we can never go up the stairs to the second floor. Huh? Is that so? The reporter suddenly grinned eerily. The charred monster had reminded him. The next second, the charred monster was thrown toward the stairs by the reporter. Then, without caring about the monster's scream, the reporter stepped on its body and quickly flew towards the second floor. At this moment, Ren Fei stood in the corridor of the second floor. The second floor of the villa had only bedrooms, a total of 5 rooms, but all the doors were tightly shut. Which one should I check first? Ren Fei thought to himself. Suddenly, he noticed the white footprints on the ground and immediately had an idea. Lifting his foot, Ren Fei walked toward the first bedroom, the smallest room on the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. Ren Fei knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The second time. Huh? Is no one inside? Ren Fei was puzzled. Just as Ren Fei was about to knock a third time, a woman with disheveled hair suddenly appeared behind him without warning. The woman twisted her neck, and a strange crackling sound came from it. Whoever it is, don't you dare hurt my child. As she spoke, the woman raised her charred black hands and lunged at Ren Fei's neck. Disperse. Instantly, a golden circle of light appeared around Ren Fei, completely enveloping him. As soon as the woman's hands touched the circle, she was immediately bounced back. Who are you? Who are you really? Why do you want to hurt them? Why won't you even spare my child? Scum! You scum! The woman seemed to fall into some painful memory, her voice growing sharp and piercing. Unconsciously, she glanced down at the high heels she was wearing. Suddenly, she clutched her head in sorrow, as if a large portion of her memory was awakening. The woman's expression gradually became dazed. In the blink of an eye, tears were streaming down her face. My child, my child. It seemed like the woman remembered something. She stopped bothering Ren Fei and turned to head downstairs. Watching the direction the woman left, Ren Fei naturally knew what she intended to do. However, this was not the time to deal with these matters. Ren Fei was about to continue knocking on the door. But at that moment, the door opened on its own. There was light in the room, shining on the small figure at the doorway, but there was no shadow. Sigh. Seeing this scene, even Ren Fei, who had experienced 2 lives, couldn't help but sigh. Then, the small figure, with an unskilled voice, softly begged, please don't hurt my mom. I'll do anything. The little boy finished speaking and took a step forward, seemingly surrendering. Ren Fei's gaze was complex. He extended his right hand. In the little boy's trembling and fearful eyes, he gently stroked its head. His tone softened. Don't be afraid, I won't harm anyone here. Chapter 8, Kill me, but don't use that strange knife. At this moment, the reporter finally made it to the 2nd floor. To reach the 2nd floor, half of his body was burned by the flames of the safety talisman, paying a heavy price. But as long as he could get up here, it would all be worth it. Finally made it up. The reporter showed a look of ecstasy as he inhaled the different air on the 2nd floor. But before he could do anything, a woman, her face filled with anger, appeared in front of him. Give me back my family, give me back my child. The woman almost crazily lunged at the reporter. The reporter was shocked. You actually remember everything. Damn it, who ruined my plans? I want you to pay with your life. The woman wanted to kill the reporter. But she forgot, the reporter had already been killed by her once. Had. At this moment, the reporter let out a strange laugh. So what if you remember everything? As long as that little thing is dealt with, you will all turn to dust. The reporter didn't want to get entangled with the woman. He turned around and was about to run towards the room where the little boy was. But the woman grabbed him and pulled him back. This time, I will not let you harm them. The woman tightly held onto the reporter as both figures rolled down the stairs at the same time. Suddenly, the safety talisman left on the stairs burst out with several flames, all falling onto the woman. Let go, you madwoman. The reporter was extremely terrified of the power in the safety talisman. That was something he had spent a lot of money on to get, meant to repel any demons or monsters. They had to avoid it by 3 points. At the time, he had destroyed one of them while sleeping at night. Then, the little boy had stolen one. And the woman had even destroyed the last one with her life. That's why he died in the villa. The safety talisman left on the 1st floor was the one that had been stolen. In fact, the safety talismans and the diary in the toilet's flushing tank were not hidden by the reporter. It was the woman in front of him who had done all of this from the very beginning. Let go. If this goes on, you'll disappear completely. Seeing that the woman wouldn't let go of him, the reporter panicked, and as he got closer and closer to the safety talisman, an inexplicable fear quickly spread through his mind. At this moment, the woman was already engulfed in flames. And these were not just any flames. The flames on the safety talisman could severely burn the soul, 100 times more painful than burning the body directly. As soon as the flames touched the reporter, he immediately screamed in agony. But as for the woman, she remained silent, as if she truly intended to perish with him. Damn it! Damn it! I hate myself for not killing you all thoroughly. You want to drag me into oblivion? Dream on, I will make you feel this pain for countless lifetimes. The reporter began to struggle desperately. Unfortunately, at this moment, it seemed that the power contained in the safety talisman had reached its limit, and no more flames flew out. The talisman paper that enveloped the talisman itself suddenly ignited. Seeing this, the reporter shifted from anger to joy. Ha. I told you, you can't kill me. The reporter seized the opportunity, pushing the woman away, and then, as if he had planned it all along, he crazily rushed toward the 3rd floor of the villa. Give me back my family, give me back my child. The woman could no longer stop the reporter from leaving. She lay in the sea of fire, on the verge of death. Tears of regret couldn't help but flow from the corners of her eyes. If only I hadn't let the wolf into the house, if only I hadn't trusted the wrong person, if only I had noticed the signs earlier, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. It's my fault, it's all my fault. The woman waited hopelessly for death. She wasn't afraid of death. because she had already experienced it once. But at this moment, there was still something she couldn't let go of. The woman stiffly raised her head through the swirling stairs, as if she wanted to look through them and take one last glance at what mattered most to her. Child, I'm sorry, mommy can't be with you anymore. Reality world. I swear. Don't kill me with that weird knife. What's going on with this plot? Why are bricks in my eyes? Is this still the ghost story world I knew? Wasn't the weirdness all about mindless killing? When did it also turn into a tear-jerking rout? Woo woo. I didn't cry when my dad beat me with 7 wolves, but now, this tough man is actually tearing up. Damn it, gone. I've made up my mind, from now on, I'll only sell gutter oil to people from that island country. Awesome. The person above, I fully support you. So this is what motherly love is? I don't know exactly what she went through, but she and the little boy are silently protecting each other, this familial bond, I really envy it. Ghost story world. When all the netizens thought the woman would silently disappear in the sea of fire, a moving scene appeared. At some point, Ren Fei appeared in front of the woman. Scatter the wealth. As the words fell, the flames in the stairs instantly went out, and the woman's burnt skin visibly began to heal quickly. However, the woman's body was still charred black, which couldn't be changed. I spent a whole 10 million, and still can't restore it to its original state? Ren Fei frowned. Soon, he relaxed. He knew the truth, and of course, he could figure out why this was. Let's start over, we need to speed things up. Returning to the second floor. The woman and the little boy no longer held any hostility towards Ren Fei. Ren Fei smoothly entered the little boy's room and obtained the 3rd page from the reporter's diary. No. To be precise, it should be the 2nd page. Still the familiar tone, the familiar handwriting. The villa is full of abnormalities, I feel uneasy. A peace talisman was lost, which really pissed me off. For self-preservation, I had no choice but to leave some things on the 3rd floor. Damn it. I can't hold on any longer. If you can see this, please, no matter what, stop them, prevent them from going to the 3rd floor, because only in this way can we survive. The 2nd page of the reporter's diary didn't have many words. But the information it revealed was crucial. There are 2 key points. The first key point is that the reporter left something behind on the 3rd floor of the villa. The second is the reporter's statement, we can only survive this way. Why is it we here, instead of just Ren Fei? This point is very thought-provoking. Of course. For Ren Fei, who had already cleared the instance once, this was as easy as a walk in the park. However, what he unexpectedly gained was, after finding all the clues, the plot of this instance became more complete. And this was one of the necessary conditions to achieve a perfect clearance. I remember the second part of the rule should still be on the 2nd floor, seems like it's hidden in the villa owner's room. The 2nd floor of the villa has 5 rooms in total. But now, only 2 rooms are actually open. They are the little boy's room and the parents' room. Ren Fei tried again with the other rooms, finally confirming they are truly locked. In the previous life, these rooms only opened at the very end, looks like it's the same this time. Entering the room at the very center of the 2nd floor, Ren Fei found the bedroom empty. The man who should have been here was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, Ren Fei relied on his memory to find the second part of the rules. He also unexpectedly found the camera the reporter had lost. Chapter 9, Call Daddy. What the heck? Why does it feel like Ren Fei's plot is moving faster than other chosen ones from other countries? He's already on the 2nd floor, while the others are still wandering around the 1st floor. What kind of ability does Ren Fei have? How can he even heal the weirdness? Ren Fei's actions are so fast. He found the 3rd page of the diary so quickly, and didn't waste any unnecessary movements, it's like he already knew where they were hidden. He's got some skills. From the information we've gotten so far, the reporter doesn't seem like a good person. The reporter wouldn't be a bad person revisiting the place, would he? From the woman's reaction, it seems the reporter is most likely the one who started all of this. Strange, then why did he come back? In the real world, keen-eyed internet users discovered quite a bit of information, and it was obvious that Ren Fei's progress in the instance was completely crushing that of the other chosen ones. He moved so skillfully, as if he had returned home. People from all over the world were left in disbelief. At that moment, the cold, eerie tone of the strange story announcement echoed across the sky worldwide. The chosen ones from Shilan, Myanmar, A3, and Feijiu countries have been eerily eliminated. The Shishan Villa instance will soon arrive in these 4 countries. Please take note, the rule-based strange tale is about to descend. What's going on? I didn't even notice the chosen ones from these countries. How did they get eliminated so suddenly? Some were eliminated for breaking the rules, some were killed by the blackened monsters in the mirror, and some died at the woman's hands when they tried to go upstairs. Wait a minute, wasn't it said that the woman wouldn't harm the chosen ones? I think there's a premise here. The premise is that the woman believes the chosen ones wouldn't harm her child, and also, the woman in this instance doesn't seem to have regained her memory. From the perspective of Nose Hair Phone from the island country. At this moment, Nose Hair Phone was curled up on the sofa. He didn't have the courage to talk to the reporter when he appeared, so he hadn't yet received the reporter's hint. Did he leave? As the lights flickered on, Nose Hair Phone, trying hard to stay calm, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had been quite startled when the reporter suddenly appeared earlier, especially since he had already been frightened by the woman once before, which made him more sensitive to eerie events now. Huh? Why did the red cloth on the standing mirror fall off? Nose Hair Phone glanced casually at the living room. He was immediately shocked. Because, he had no idea when, but the red cloth on the standing mirror had fallen to the floor. Nose Hair Phone was wondering whether to pick up the cloth and cover the mirror again since Rule 6 said not to take off the red cloth. Although, it wasn't him who had taken it off. Wait. Could something ghostly have emerged from inside again? No, I absolutely cannot let something like that happen again. As Nose Hair Phone stood up, before he could make a move, suddenly, a blackened arm reached out from the mirror. Woo! Nose Hair Phone froze on the spot. He didn't even dare to take a breath. Though he tried to appear calm on the outside, his mind was racing wildly like a stampede, and he had already wet his pants from fear. What is this ghostly thing? Rule 6 is right, absolutely never pull off that red cloth. But now what should I do? Who can save me? Mom, I'm so scared. Under Nose Hair Fang's wide-eyed, terrified gaze, the blackened monster finally crawled out of the mirror. Once it was out, it immediately noticed Nose Hair Phone. The blackened monster didn't speak. It mockingly walked up to Nose Hair Phone. Despite Nose Hair Fang's desperate attempts to hide his fear, the monster raised its hand and gave him a big slap on the face. Slap! Nose Hair Phone didn't react at all. This upset the blackened monster. It immediately reached out and gave him several more slaps. Nose Hair Phone remained unmoved. So brave? How could he still be so composed? The blackened monster was puzzled. This human was clearly trembling all over, but why was there no trace of fear on his face? Could it be that it wasn't scary enough? The blackened monster couldn't figure it out. But it was too lazy to think any further. Come on, call me Baba. The blackened monster grabbed Nose Hair Fang's shoulder and coaxed, Baba. Why aren't you calling? Are you mute? The blackened monster stared at Nose Hair Phone with a puzzled look in its eyes. Suddenly, it seemed to lose interest and turned around, disappearing back into the mirror. And not long after the blackened monster disappeared, Nose Hair Phone finally dared to take a deep breath. He patted his chest, which was violently rising and falling, muttering to himself, Baka. A great humiliation. This is simply a great humiliation. The big slap didn't cause any harm to Nasal Hair Phone. But while it didn't cause any harm, the insult was extremely strong. Nasal Hair Fang's face looked bad. He had just relaxed, feeling like he had escaped a disaster. But the next moment, the charred monster crawled out of the mirror again. The charred monster looked at Nasal Hair Phone strangely. Their eyes met. You're really not mute. The charred monster seemed to already know this. It stood back in front of Nasal Hair Phone, raised its hand, and slapped him with another big slap, then spoke, Say Baba, come, repeat after me, Baba. Baka Yoru. In the real world. The high-ranking officials of the island nation slammed their fists on the conference table in anger. This was a global live broadcast. Their chosen one had been so insulted by the strange being. This wasn't just hitting Nasal Hair Fang's face, it was hitting their face. This is too much. Too much. Bastard. Why can't our chosen one handle the weirdness like Ren Fei from China does, while ours is humiliated like this? Where did the problem lie? Damn it. Nasal Hair Phone obviously drew a good talent, and the charred monster didn't hurt him, why didn't he fight back? Coward. Coward from the island nation. The high-ranking officials from the island nation were furious to the point of spitting blood. At this moment, they finally understood what it meant to be like a rotten mud that can't prop up a wall. And while the high-ranking officials of the island nation were angrily criticizing Nasal Hair Fang's inaction through the live broadcast, netizens from around the world had already laughed until they couldn't straighten their backs. They had seen cowardice. But never this kind of cowardice. Only Nasal Hair Phone, who was like a ninja turtle, could take several big slaps and still manage to stay expressionless. The scene in Nasal Hair Fang's live broadcast, after being spread by international news, quickly became permanently recorded in human monster story history. And this humiliating moment undoubtedly nailed the island nation forever to the pillar of shame. Although the island nation had strong explanations, they were pale and powerless. Because facts speak louder than words. The chosen ones only die standing, not kneeling while alive. It can be said. Nasal hair foam, by himself, made the entire island nation famous. Now, all the people of the island nation found it hard to stop themselves from cursing Nasal Hairfang's ancestors. Originally, they had regarded Nasal Hair Foam as a hero. But now they couldn't wait to distance themselves from him. They all wanted to go straight to the street and hang up a banner. Writing, Nanny? Nasal Hair Foam is definitely not from the island nation, damn bastard, don't associate with us. Chapter 10, The Remaining Rules. Ren Fei's Perspective. He opened the second half of the rules note. Rule 13, never step onto the third floor. Rule 14, the truth of the villa is hidden on the third floor. Rule 15, if you risk your life to go up to the second floor, don't try to stop outside the first bedroom, because the woman is very likely to come after you. Rule 16, the rooms on the second floor are forbidden to enter. Rule 17, the weirdness in the villa has lost all memory, and to get their help, you must find their object of obsession. Rule 18, the journalist and his diary are unreliable, the woman is the one who can truly help you leave. Rule 19, the only exit from the villa is the front door on the first floor. Rule 20, if you don't want to go to the third floor, you can choose to leave after completing certain parts of the plot, provided that you haven't eaten the minced meat in the fridge on the first floor. Rule 21, if possible, before leaving, go to the garden behind the villa and pick an orange-yellow flower, as that is their favorite color. The second part of the rules only had 9 items. But there were many contradictions. For example, Rule 13 and Rule 14. And Rule 16, if you don't enter the rooms on the second floor, you can't get the remaining rules, but if you enter the rooms, you violate the rules. Rule 16, the rooms on the second floor are forbidden to enter. This itself is a paradoxical choice question. The key point is, for some reason, Rule 16 is still correct. Ren Fei couldn't quite figure it out. Could this rule have hidden information? If the memory hasn't been restored for the strange one, can't I enter the room? Ren Fei sighed helplessly. He could only correct his cognitive distortion once more with scattering wealth. He crumpled the rule, throwing it into his mouth. This was the quickest and most convenient way to handle the rule note. After reading the rule, Ren Fei skillfully opened the bloodstained camera of the reporter. The camera was still working fine. Flipping through the photos, most of them were blank, but one showed a woman and a little boy. The reporter's camera had the function to develop photos. Without hesitation, Ren Fei directly developed this photo. Because he knew, this was the object of obsession. Just like those red high heels. Those red high heels were a wedding gift from the man to the woman. This was the starting point of all happiness, and also the beginning of the woman's obsession. Compared to the woman, the man's obsession is much simpler. Ren Fei suddenly smiled. No, wait, there is no obsession. In the end, all he cared about from start to finish was just this family. Putting the photo away, Ren Fei quickly scanned the bedroom. The prices of a series of items automatically appeared in his mind. Sell. Ren Fei didn't hesitate at all. It's a joke, if you hesitate for even a second, it's disrespectful to money. As the sound of swish swish gold coins kept ringing in his ears, the entire bedroom was instantly cleared by Ren Fei. After clearing this room, Ren Fei turned and went to the little boy's room, selling everything in the little boy's room under the boy's shocked gaze. In the end, even the floor in the corridor wasn't spared. Little boy. Woman. The little boy and the woman who witnessed all this were both stunned. What is going on here? He's not a chosen one, he's clearly a bandit. Selling so many things, yet the total value is less than 2 billion. I really don't know when the 100 billion investment will break even. Ren Fei was also drunk. Where's the promised luxury villa? Why didn't they even leave a safe or something? No, wait, the valuable things in the villa must have already been taken by someone else, and the things I sold are just the ones that couldn't be taken or were overlooked. Sigh, what a loss. Speaking of which, scattering wealth really costs money. But coming wealth is really broke. It all depends on the value of the items in the copy. If it randomly matches to a copy that's poor as hell, it really makes you want to cry without tears. Everything in the copy costs money. Though the god of wealth won't be short of money later on, right now it's lacking. And it's really lacking. Ren Fei felt so troubled. A man without money lacks confidence in everything he does. Just when Ren Fei was feeling troubled about money, the talent prompt sounded again. Damn. Another 100 billion. It's still from our mother, if it were any other country, who has the guts to directly give their chosen one 200 billion. Ren Fei was extremely excited at this moment. This is the pride hidden in the bones of the Chinese people. As everyone knows, China is famous for protecting its own. Now, I don't have to worry about money for the time being, and I don't have to think about how to save and use my talent ability. Is this the sense of security given by our mother? I'm really touched. But please rest assured, country, this money is just an initial investment, and soon I'll earn it back for you. Not only that, but I'll make sure all the people of China can make money. Just think about it, as long as I clear the next copy, I can get one of the powers of the god of wealth. I'm really looking forward to it. Ren Fei was resting his chin, thinking like this. At this moment, a man in a suit appeared in front of him. The man also had a dark face. Upon seeing Ren Fei on the second floor, the man instinctively wanted to attack Ren Fei. Ren Fei calmly took out the washed photo. Rule 17, the villa's strange loss of all memories. If you want their help, you must find their object of obsession. Ren Fei held the photo up in front of the man. The man stared at the photo, his movements suddenly freezing. His body began to tremble, and his throat felt a burning sensation, his voice a little hoarse as he said, I remember now, I remember everything. The man clutched his head in pain. Tears had already soaked his eyes. He glanced at the woman and little boy from a distance and choked out, wait for me to come back. After saying this, he ran toward the third floor of the villa without looking back. Watching the man leave, Ren Fei did not stop him, because at this moment, he too had already planned to go up to the third floor of the villa. Rule 13, never step onto the third floor. Rule 14, the truth of the villa is hidden on the third floor. Rule 13 is clearly wrong. Rule 14 is the correct one. Ren Fei turned and glanced at the woman and the boy, saying, let's go, it's time to uncover all the truths that happened here. P.S. The contract is almost signed. Family, do you think I'll lose this time? Chapter 11, The Butler's Confession. From Kay's perspective. After the incident with the woman and the reporter, Kay frantically searched the first floor of the villa for clues, touching every possible spot without missing a single one. He really didn't expect it. When he touched the red cloth draped over the mirror, it actually led him to extra information. Kay's talent, omniscience, activated. A line of blood-red words appeared before his eyes. Looking at the information revealed by his talent, Kay furrowed his brows. He used to be the butler of the villa? God, what did this person do? Kay didn't explore what was hidden beneath the red cloth, because that would definitely break the rules. So, according to the rules, in the villa's introduction, the butler didn't actually die, but left after the big fire? He came back because of the curse? Kay suddenly thought, the reporter also entered the villa 2 days ago. Could he have come back because of the curse as well, not to investigate the truth? The thought of this possibility made Kay feel a chilling sense of fear. From Ren Fei's perspective. Before going up to the third floor, Ren Fei suddenly remembered something. He returned to the first floor. At this moment, the first floor was pitch black. Scatter the wealth. Ren Fei radiated light, illuminating the room. Almost forgot about you, right? Butler. Ren Fei found the butler, who was barely alive, curled up in a corner. He knew exactly who the blackened monster was from the start. Ren Fei saw that the wall next to the butler was covered with dense blood-red words at some point. It looked like a memory. It also seemed like the butler's confession. I remember everything. I used to be the butler of this villa. The master and mistress treated me well, even the young masters and young ladies were respectful toward me. My son was tricked by someone and racked up huge gambling debts. To raise money, I had no choice but to team up with the ones who set him up and kidnapped several young masters and young ladies, thinking I could use this to pay off the debts. I was wrong. The moment I made that decision, I was already wrong. For the money, I lost all my morals. He deceived them, saying that someone had to die here today. I saw the mistress, tears in her eyes, courageously standing in front of the children, saying she would give her life in exchange for the family's lives. The master was dragged to the second floor, and I saw him kneeling, begging, saying that he would give as much money as needed, even his life, to spare his family. I was wrong. I seemed to have done something terribly wrong. I wanted to stop him, but I was no match for him, and he knocked me out. When I woke up, there was no sound coming from the first floor, and the master was still begging. I thought, I will remember the words he said for my entire life. He said, could you please be a little quieter when you kill me? My wife and child will be scared if they hear it. I seemed to sense something, and I ran crazily downstairs. They are dead. All dead. I couldn't understand it. He had already gotten the money, so why did he still act so crazy and heartless? He cruelly said, nothing, just hate the rich. I clashed with him again. When I woke up again, the surroundings were a sea of fire, and my husband was lying in a pool of blood. I didn't want to die, so I hurriedly escaped. What I didn't know was, at that time, the youngest child hadn't died. For the next 2 years, I was haunted by nightmares. I could always dream of that day's scene, as if it were yesterday. In the dream, I saw my husband and wife crying while holding the youngest child tightly, letting the surrounding flames rage. My body suddenly worsened. I thought, I must atone. After reading the blood-stained words on the wall, Ren Fei mentioned the housekeeper and walked toward the third floor. The place where you should repent is not here. Damn. So everything was done by the reporter and the housekeeper. No wonder the reporter didn't seem like a good guy. The reporter hid it so well. From the clues Ren Fei got, it's obvious he wanted to use the chosen one. Although I don't know what he's planning, it's definitely not good. This housekeeper and reporter really deserve to die. Woo woo. This part made even this poisonous woman cry. In the real world, netizens from various countries felt heartbroken. Although this is a world of ghost stories, it's just too real. There are even people who commit evil deeds without any excuse or reason. This devil of a reporter must be brought to justice. Letting this devil roam free for 2 years is too lenient. I didn't expect he hid his identity and became a reporter. This is such a big irony. Ren Fei, keep going, you must not lose. At this moment, countless netizens felt the peak of their desire for the chosen one to win. Netizens had never been so angry. What the reporter had done had made both gods and men furious. Ren Fei's perspective. The third floor of the villa. The third floor was a huge storage room, rarely visited by anyone. But it had already been cleared. At this moment, the dim light flickered endlessly, casting shadows on the ground where strange and complex patterns were drawn with fresh blood. The reporter stood in the center where the bizarre patterns intertwined, and beside his feet were several black plastic bags. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was waiting for someone to come to him. Before long, as the reporter wished, the man appeared on the third floor first. Enemies meet, and it's as if they become red with anger. The man instantly rushed at the reporter. Heh, you overestimate yourself. The reporter smirked evilly, and the blood-red pattern under his feet seemed alive. A giant blood-red hand stretched out from the pattern and pressed the man to the ground. Ha. You think I came back and didn't make any preparations? The reporter was cursed. He was also forced to return to the villa. But unlike the housekeeper who came back to atone, he had already made full preparations before returning. Yet even so, what made him angry was that he still lost his life here. Originally, I planned to solve you all and start a new life, but you didn't cooperate at all. Although I don't know why you exist in this way, let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you at all. If you want revenge, come on. I'm standing right here, let's see who will laugh last. Chapter 12, Every cause has its effect, your retribution is me. You, such a demon, why do you think you deserve to start a new life? The man who was pressed to the ground by the blood hand suddenly roared in anger. Why? Why do you think you can escape responsibility for what you've done? Why do you think we should forgive you? The man was filled with anger to the extreme. He once had a happy and perfect family. They could have watched their children grow up happily, but everything was changed by the sudden intrusion of a reporter. The man only found out when he was dying. The reporter had been playing with him all along. Because before he died, his family had already died at the hands of the reporter. He had begged so desperately at the time, but still couldn't make this demon spare them. Such hatred, who could easily let go of it? Anyway, he could never forgive this demon. It's your fault you couldn't protect your family, what does it have to do with me? Shouldn't you hate yourself for being so useless? The reporter didn't take the man seriously, sneering. I hate. Tears fell down the man's cheeks. I hate myself for being useless, but I hate even more that I shouldn't have hoped that you, this soulless demon, still had a shred of conscience. I should have known you wouldn't spare anyone. If I'd known, I would have fought you to the death. Ha. Now you have a chance to fight to the death. But if you're still so useless this time, your family will truly be turned to ashes. Scum, how dare you? The man angrily tried to stand, but the bloodied hand pressed him back down fiercely. Seeing this, the reporter smirked. It seems you'll only watch your family die in front of your eyes again. If you want to hurt them, step over my dead body first. The man suddenly burst with power, instantly breaking free from the bloodied hand's grip, his eyes bloodshot as he rushed toward the reporter. However, before he could get close to the reporter, 2 blood-colored hands shot up from beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he was pressed back to the ground. At this moment, the reporter sneered again. Let me tell you the truth. These blood formations were specially made to deal with you. I also guessed that you could exist this way because of that little thing. But once it's dead, you will all cease to exist. I originally thought this would go smoothly, but I didn't expect both you and the woman to regain your memories. It's all that little boy's fault for ruining my good plans. But it's okay, he's also part of my plan. Once I use his body to live again. At that time, I will start a new life with a new identity and face. Who would ever think that I would be the one who caused the disaster at Shishan Villa? He 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 he. The reporter laughed eerily. His smile was chilling. Perhaps thinking that he would soon be reborn, he couldn't help but feel excited. I heard a dog barking downstairs, but didn't expect it to be you. As the reporter got carried away with his triumph, Ren Fei's voice rang out. Soon, Ren Fei appeared in front of the reporter with the woman and the little boy. Ren Fei looked at the now very strange-looking reporter and grinned. Hee, you didn't really think you had already won, did you? Opening champagne halfway through isn't a good habit. Damn little brat, it's all your fault for ruining my plans. Seeing Ren Fei, the reporter immediately became furious. Ren Fei, however, shrugged innocently. Blame me? How did you guys get up here? Hurry up and go back, I can handle this. The man anxiously shouted when he saw the woman and the boy. The woman didn't move. The boy didn't move either. The woman firmly said, this time, I won't listen to you anymore. I won't let you bear everything alone. I will protect our child together with you. You fool. This is not something you can solve. And what about you? You think you can solve it alone? The man was left speechless. At that moment, a thick black aura suddenly emerged from the little boy. The black aura instantly tore apart the blood-red hands that were pressing on the man. The little boy then pounced into the man's arms. With still awkward childlike words, he comforted, Daddy, don't be scared. I'll protect you and Mommy. Child, we're sorry. The man, who had regained his memory, couldn't hold it in anymore as he was comforted by the little boy. Tears fell instantly. At that time, we only thought about protecting you, never expecting that it would turn you into this. At that time, the little boy was only 1 year old. Originally, he should not have survived in the sea of fire. But no one knows if it was the love of the man and woman, which not only allowed him to survive miraculously, but also gave him strange powers. So, he was able to bring the man and woman back to life. But after all, the little boy was still young, didn't understand anything, and no one properly taught him to speak. Until now, he was still in the babbling stage. Daddy, don't cry. Mommy, don't cry. The little boy smiled and looked at the man and woman. Although everything here was fake, the love from Daddy and Mommy for him was real. He could feel it. His existence was exactly because of this love. After finally comforting his daddy and mommy, the little boy ran over and grabbed Ren Fei's hand. The little boy said to Ren Fei, Big brother, go. I'm not leaving. Ren Fei shook his head. The little boy pushed Ren Fei, but found he couldn't move him. He could only pout and say, I'll hold them off, you go. Be good, stand behind me. Ren Fei understood what the little boy meant. However, he didn't come to the third floor to have the little boy buy him some time to survive. He came here for a perfect completion. As a reborn person, Ren Fei was very clear about the reporter's schemes. Although the reporter was trying hard to play the victim, as long as one thought calmly, it could be seen that there were many holes in his diary. Stand behind me obediently and watch my performance. Ren Fei placed the little boy behind him. Then, he turned around to face the reporter. Ren Fei asked, actually, from the moment you decided to return to the villa, you had already started planning, right? So what if I did? The reporter admitted. So, the diary you wrote is just a conspiracy aimed at me. You didn't come back to investigate the truth of that year, but because you've been tormented by nightmares, so you had to come back. Ren Fei continued. You disguised yourself as a victim to mislead me, trying to use my hands to deal with them, and even if you failed, it wouldn't matter. You could just take over this body. So what if you know everything? The reporter twisted his mouth in a strange smile. From the moment you stepped onto the third floor, it was already destined that you would follow the script I designed. Ha! Ren Fei suddenly laughed. You, heartless murderer, a rat living in the dark, smelly gutter, actually still hope to escape justice's judgment? Let me tell you clearly, those who are coming for you are here. Every cause has its effect, and your retribution is me. Chapter 13, Shock. Look, Ren Fei's speed is so fast, the other chosen ones haven't even reached the second floor, and he's already started fighting the final boss. This isn't right, is it? What's the point of speed? Don't end up failing the game and making everyone laugh. People from the island nation, what are you barking for? If you have this much time, you should worry about your own chosen one who's wetting themselves in fear. No seats. The island nation's chosen ones are just weak. Netizens around the world noticed Ren Fei's progress in the game was shockingly fast. So far, he was the first to get another part of the rules and the first to reach the third floor. And, if nothing unexpected happens, he might also become the first to clear the game. In the world of ghost stories, Ren Fei threw the charred monster he brought from the first floor towards the reporter. It's time for you to atone. As soon as the charred monster hit the ground, instantly, It was torn apart by the blood-red hand beside the reporter. At this moment, the reporter couldn't help but mock. No way, you don't seriously think it's here to deal with me, do you? How could that be? Ren Fei smiled. He just didn't want the charred monster to dirty his hands, that's all. Kid, just leave your body to me, I swear I will make good use of it. Don't forget, only in this way can you and I leave here, the reporter said. Is that so? Ren Fei sneered. Actually, there's another way, but that's not necessary. I can also leave. What? That is the solution to you. Solution to me? The reporter suddenly burst into laughter, as if hearing a ridiculous joke. Huh? Do you know how much preparation I made to be revived? Do you know how excited I was when you entered here? You are the final step of my plan. With you, a living person, as a vessel, I can surely use your body to leave here and start a new life. A new life? Ren Fei grinned. What kind of toad are you, thinking so wildly? Do you think you deserve it? Ha. Perhaps you haven't seen the strange power and don't understand its strength. The reporter grinned eerily. In that case, let me show you the power I rely on. As the voice fell, several bloody hands stretched out from under the reporter's feet. In the center of these bloody hands' palms, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened. As those blood-red eyes stared at Ren Fei, a sense of chaos and sharp pain suddenly struck his brain. Ren Fei's pupils gradually turned blood-red. This feeling was strange. It was as if several voices were echoing in his mind. It urged Ren Fei to uncontrollably walk toward the reporter, willingly allowing him to take over his body. Ha. That's it, come to me. Seeing Ren Fei under his control, the reporter was overjoyed. At this moment, a strange aura emanated from the little boy behind Ren Fei. He tried to step forward to stop Ren Fei. Get lost. The reporter shouted fiercely, don't rush, once I take his body, I'll deal with you all. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody hand suddenly slapped toward the little boy. The little boy struggled to resist. Because he still had no idea how to skillfully use that strange power. The reporter ignored the little boy and turned back to continue tempting Ren Fei. Come on, just come over, and I can take you out. The reporter had a smile on his face. The opportunity to be reborn was right in front of him. However, Ren Fei suddenly stopped when he was about 10 meters away from him. Then, Ren Fei's mouth curled into an unusual smile. Scatter the wealth. A crisp snap echoed through the third floor. The blood red in Ren Fei's eyes quickly retreated, and the mental pain and confusion in his head suddenly disappeared. The reporter was shocked as he watched Ren Fei's change. You're all right? It's hard to explain to you, and you wouldn't understand, so just redeem yourself. Scatter the wealth. As soon as the words fell, 100 million was deducted from the account, and Ren Fei's aura suddenly changed. His figure immediately became distorted and blurry. It became impossible to look at him directly. In the next moment, Ren Fei disappeared from his original spot. This is impossible? The reporter's pupils shrank violently. The blood-red eyes on the bloody hand quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to capture him, but found that it couldn't catch a trace of Ren Fei's figure. Damn it! What is this? The reporter stood in place, his face full of disbelief. But before he could finish speaking, Ren Fei had already appeared behind him, grabbed his body, and smashed him into the ground instantly. A sharp pain hit. The reporter was stunned. This power. What exactly are you? The reporter tried to stand up, but was immediately stomped back by Ren Fei. Ah! Not far away. The man, woman, and little boy all showed surprise. For a moment, they couldn't tell who was the weird one. Clearly, this was the reporter's home field, and he had made all the necessary preparations, but why was it that he was still being stepped on by Ren Fei, this mere human? They couldn't figure it out. At the same time, countless netizens watching the livestream outside were also in shock. Outside the livestream, countless netizens widened their eyes. Previously, they had never seen Ren Fei really make a move. The netizens thought his talent could only make things in the villa disappear, but now, they realized they were completely wrong. Damn! I wondered why Ren Fei dared to go to the third floor. Turns out he had the confidence to do so. This is too cool. One move and the reporter was taken down. I'm getting more and more curious about Ren Fei's talent. In the official announcements, there doesn't seem to be any talent that matches his. Could he have an S-level talent? Baka. How could a chosen one from Huaxia possibly have an S-level talent? What kind of unbelievable luck is this? Aishiba, most things in Huaxia belong to our Kimchi nation, so Ren Fei must be one of us. Island Nation, Kimchi Nation, have some decency. Stop your noisy shouting. In Huaxia, inside the high-level leadership meeting room. S-level. According to our think tank's analysis, based on Ren Fei's performance, his talent level must be above S level. What? In the meeting room, all the leaders were collectively shocked. Ren Fei is truly a blessing for Huaxia. In the past, our chosen ones only managed to draw A-level talents, so we've often been suppressed and ridiculed by other countries, but now, do we finally have an S-level? If used properly, an S-level talent could easily clear several dungeons in a row. Our dragon country can finally stand tall against external doubts and mockery. That 20 billion was well spent, indirectly giving us an S-level chosen one. It's just a shame that unless the chosen one dies, they can't return to reality. Sigh, Ren Fei grew up in an orphanage, with no family. Otherwise, there's so little we can do for him. Chapter 14, Don't think I won't beat you just because you changed your look. Baka Yoru. How could Huaxia's chosen one possibly have an S-level talent? Inside the island nation's high-level meeting room, a group of islanders were frantic. Originally, before Ren Fei appeared, they could laugh at Huaxia all they wanted, but now, Huaxia had gained the confidence to counter these taunts. They could not accept this. Mainly because the island nation and Huaxia had always shared some irreconcilable hatred. They saw Huaxia as their number one enemy, so they wished for Huaxia to be destroyed by the rules monster. That way, Huaxia would have no time or energy to deal with the island nation. Furthermore, the island nation had been forming alliances everywhere, slandering Huaxia in every corner, hoping that by belittling Huaxia, they could cause conflict between other countries and Huaxia. Although the rules monster had only recently arrived, the islanders felt a twisted pleasure watching Huaxia suffer. They prayed Huaxia would never have the chance to fight back. Just in case one day Huaxia suddenly had a crazy idea, until September 8th, when they bombarded Tokyo's cherry blossoms. Damn! We must not let Huaxia catch a breath. Otherwise, our good days might be over. Ren Fei's perspective. The reporter under Ren Fei's foot suddenly became furious. Kid. You've really pissed me off. The reporter's hand reached out to grab a few black plastic bags that were prepared in advance, and as the black plastic bags were opened, bloody minced meat was revealed inside. Kid, let me show you what real power is. As the reporter spoke, the strange pattern under his feet suddenly came to life, opening a bloody mouth, directly devouring the minced meat. At that moment, several prompts appeared in front of Ren Fei. Seeing the talent prompts, Ren Fei was stunned. This works? Ren Fei chuckled, here comes the money. At the moment the bloody mouth swallowed, Ren Fei's voice echoed. Then, something comical happened. The reporter swallowed nothing. Reporter. The reporter froze. The air froze for a few seconds. Suddenly, the reporter became furiously angry. Where's the offering I prepared? Damn it, why did they all disappear? The reporter was speechless. At this moment, Ren Fei was also a bit speechless. Because he realized that the money in his personal account hadn't increased after selling those unknown meats, likely because the minced meat had no value. It was you. The reporter glared at Ren Fei with wide eyes. It must have been your trick. It was me. Ren Fei didn't deny it. Get up and hit me. You. The reporter was enraged, his face twisted in fury. Just when Ren Fei was about to make a move to completely deal with the reporter, suddenly, several bright red tentacles shot up from beneath the reporter's feet, instantly wrapping around him. Then, a strange voice came from beneath his feet. No sacrificial offering, then you are the offering. The reporter didn't have time to react at all, and in the blink of an eye, he was dragged into the pattern. Losing the target, some red tentacles attacked Ren Fei instead. Luckily, Ren Fei stepped back and dodged, and the tentacles suddenly recoiled. Standing at the edge of the eerie pattern, Ren Fei stared at the blood-red pattern in front of him. Since stepping onto the third floor, Ren Fei had already noticed that this seemed to be a sacrificial formation, probably used for some kind of strange trait to gain power. Originally, those broken pieces of flesh were the offerings. But without the broken flesh, the reporter became the offering. While Ren Fei was staring at the central position of the strange pattern, he saw the scarlet light there suddenly flare up. Then, several hands reached out from under the pattern. Brother, go. The little boy had somehow pulled Ren Fei's sleeve. His face was filled with worry, wanting Ren Fei to leave. Because he could sense that the monster in front of them was extremely powerful. It's okay, just keep watching my performance. In fact, at this moment, Ren Fei could have left at any time. However, if he left now, he wouldn't be able to get a perfect completion rating. Leaving is impossible. What's the point of rebirth if I don't get a perfect rating? Ren Fei had no intention of leaving. Since he had decided to be tough, he would be tough all the way to the end. He was a man with iron will, how could he retreat when faced with a little difficulty? A careless smile appeared on Ren Fei's face as he suddenly grew eager. If only there were chairs on the third floor, he would have sat down to slowly wait for the monster to crawl out from the pattern. Under Ren Fei's gaze. Soon, The monster was standing right in front of Ren Fei. Ren Fei couldn't help but laugh. Oh, isn't this the reporter from earlier? What, did you change your look thinking I wouldn't recognize you? The monster was an old acquaintance. That's right, it was the reporter. But at this moment, the reporter's whole body had turned blood red, with a blood red eye opening on his forehead, and behind him, his arms had transformed from 2 into a total of 18. This look, are you cosplaying as a crab? Are you trying to make me laugh to inherit my bank balance? That would be bad. Ren Fei definitely wouldn't let anyone inherit his bank balance. After all, there was real money in there. You took away my only chance at resurrection, trapping me here forever. Since I can't leave, you will stay here forever too. The reporter's face twisted with rage as he glared at Ren Fei. Die. With an intense hatred, the reporter rushed at Ren Fei. Ren Fei grinned. A sudden burst of anger, huh? Don't think that just because you changed your look, I won't hit you. Scatter wealth. Another 100 million was deducted, and Ren Fei's aura surged once again. Facing the charging reporter, Ren Fei grabbed him and threw him out. Then he caught up and began stomping him fiercely. You thought you were strong, but turns out you're still no match. Look at you, always playing around, always getting close to me just to be humiliated. Just a little praise and you think you're something, are you cheap? Aren't you cheap? Ren Fei raised his foot. He stomped on the reporter's face. The reporter was questioning his entire life. He never expected that even his enhanced self could not defeat Ren Fei. Aga, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The reporter was unwilling to accept it. He roared in humiliation. Struggling, trying to get up. Scatter wealth. But, the next second, Ren Fei stomped him back down. Suddenly barking like a dog, you scared me. This time, Ren Fei stomped even harder. The reporter cried. Without a shred of humanity, he finally had a trace of regret. He had originally made all the arrangements, just waiting for a destined person to arrive so he could leave. However, the destined person had arrived. But it was someone even more shameless than he was. Woo woo. I regret it, I really regret it, who will come save me? Chapter 15, The Western Mountain Villa Completion. The reporter regretted it. It didn't look like it was fake. Ren Fei grabbed him and lifted him up. However, this action gave the reporter the opportunity. Damn it, go die. The blood eye on the reporter's forehead suddenly blinked, and the next moment, a mental attack instantly struck Ren Fei. At the same time, 18 arms behind the reporter reached out to grab Ren Fei's body. Several arms, like iron pincers, firmly gripped Ren Fei, seeming ready to make a last-ditch reversal. Heh, you were careless, huh? Now that you've fallen into my hands, this is the price for insulting me. In an instant, the situation reversed, and the reporter laughed triumphantly. You dare to laugh, huh? Ren Fei's mouth twitched, rolling his eyes helplessly. Scatter! Without waiting for the reporter to react, Ren Fei grabbed several of the reporter's arms and in an instant, several bone-cracking sounds rang out clearly. The triumphant reporter suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arms. He looked down. Damn idiot! More than 10 arms had actually been forcibly snapped by Ren Fei. Now, he truly looked like a crab. Unable to hold back, the reporter immediately burst into tears again. Don't be in a hurry to cry, you'll have your time to cry later. Ren Fei was delighted. In the blink of an eye, he placed the reporter back under his foot and began to stomp fiercely on his face. No one knew how long he had been stomping. Ren Fei stopped. It wasn't that he suddenly had a change of heart, but because the reporter, unable to endure the humiliation, had already died with hatred in his heart. What? I didn't even use much strength, and you already fell down? Ren Fei was a little speechless. He had originally thought he would have to battle for 300 rounds. He was even a little excited and looking forward to it. But he didn't expect that the reporter started with so much flair, but the ending was so sloppy. Wasting my expression. Pah! Scum! Good for nothing. Ren Fei's palm burst into flames, and without a second thought, he threw it at the reporter. In an instant, the reporter was engulfed by the flames. Seeing this, the man, woman, and little boy stood silently, unconsciously walking forward. Tears were welling up in their eyes. They looked at Ren Fei with gratitude on their faces. And as the reporter completely disappeared from Ren Fei's sight, the strange pattern on the ground began to fade as if it had its own consciousness, becoming transparent and eventually vanishing. At this moment, a strange prompt sound rang in Ren Fei's ears. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Some people, for their own selfish desires, can extinguish their humanity, while others, even if they are mediocre, can still hold on to morality and conscience. Good and evil lie in a single thought. The wrong choice will only guide you toward the abyss. Love does not fear flames, nor does it fear threats. It is the selfless sacrifice and fearless bravery from the heart. When we have something to protect in our hearts, we will understand that love has the magic to make one abandon everything. Chosen 1, congratulations on completing the Western Mountain Villa. Quest plot, perfect. Clue collection, perfect. Personal performance, perfect. Comprehensive completion evaluation, perfect. Tip: completion evaluations are categorized as normal, average, good, excellent, and perfect. The eerie prompt sound fell silent. A prompt that only Ren Fei could hear rang again. Detected that the chosen one Ren Fei has a unique hidden 5S level talent. All rewards have been automatically converted into divine authority. Congratulations on obtaining God of Wealth Authority, 10%. Note: perfect completion rewards are multiplied by 5. Note: divine authority 100% can automatically promote to godhood. Note: since this is a normal quest, no additional authority rewards are given to the chosen one. Listening to the continuous prompts in his ears, Ren Fei neither felt surprise nor shock. It was all within his expectations. It's just as I thought, but in the last life, I only got an excellent rating for this quest. Now it's finally a way to make up for the regret. At this moment, Ren Fei had already started looking forward to the next quest. Because the next quest was a team quest, and it was also a special quest. Not only would it reward him with divine authority, but it would also grant him a divine item of authority. In the previous life, he obtained one of the God of Fraud powers in the second instance. Although he eventually found out that the path to advancing as the God of Fraud was not feasible, the power rewards in the special instance were all real. I wonder what kind of reward the God of Wealth's power will give. Ren Fei's heart was full of longing. At this moment, the strange story prompt sounded again. Chosen 1 Ren Fei, you have cleared the West Mountain Villa instance. Would you like to immediately transfer to the next strange story instance? No. Ren Fei rejected it without even thinking. What a joke. It was bad enough that he wasn't allowed to go home after clearing the instance, now they wanted him to completely become a laborer? How could he bear that? Besides, even laborers need rest, right? I cleared it in 1 day, the instance still has 2 days left. After 2 days all the players will be forcibly transferred to the next instance. 2 days is enough to rest. In the highly tense world of strange stories, understanding how to balance work and rest is the key to lasting. In the previous life, Ren Fei had also seen many extraordinarily talented people, but they didn't understand the importance of rest, so none of them managed to make it to the end. Among those from my past life, there seem to be a few decent ones. If I meet them, I could help, but I wonder if that will change their ultimate fate. Forget it, I'll think about that later. There are still some things in this instance that I need to handle. He collected his thoughts. Ren Fei took the woman, the man, and the little boy downstairs. On the second floor of the villa. Perhaps sensing that Ren Fei was about to leave, the little boy was reluctant to part. He cried as he hugged Ren Fei's leg, his voice childish as he asked, "Big brother, will you come back to see us?" "No." Ren Fei replied. "Woo." The little boy wiped his eyes, crying, "It's okay, we will always remember Big brother." As the little boy spoke, the few rooms on the second floor that couldn't be opened before suddenly opened. Several dark figures walked out. They were the other 3 children of the man and woman. Also the little boy's older brothers and sisters. At this moment, it should have been a warm family reunion, but because Ren Fei was about to leave, none of them could feel joy. The man's gaze swept over his family one by one. He gazed at Ren Fei with gratitude. The man said, "Thank you, I don't know how to express my gratitude, but no matter when, you will always be our benefactor. Ren Fei, I will forever remember your name." The woman's eyes were filled with tears. "And us, we will remember too." The little boy and the other 3 children echoed in unison. Looking at the serious man and woman, and the obedient children, Ren Fei smiled faintly and said, "Wait for me a moment." After saying that, Ren Fei stepped towards the first floor. Chapter 16, Second Talent SSS Level, Heart of Gratitude. Soon after, Ren Fei returned to the second floor of the villa. In his hand, he held an orange-colored flower. It was one he had picked in the garden where he had previously buried the shredded meat. This was an unnoticeable detail, but it was the key to a perfect evaluation. The flower blooming meant that the obsession in the villa had dissipated. The flower represented new life, letting go, and hope. Rule 21, if possible, before leaving, please go to the garden behind the villa and pick an orange-colored flower, as it is their favorite color. He gently placed the flower into the little boy's hands. The little boy's family carefully cradled the flower of hope. They couldn't help but cry loudly. It was the pent-up emotion that had been building up for so long. Not knowing how much time passed, the crying gradually stopped. Ren Fei snapped his fingers out of nowhere. Scatter wealth. As the words fell, 1 billion was deducted by the talent. A swirling reincarnation passage immediately opened. Ren Fei looked at the little boy's family and said, "I will do good to the end, giving you all a free ride into reincarnation. This passage can only last 3 minutes. By entering reincarnation, you will be able to start a new life. Don't worry, you will still be a family." Ren Fei smiled with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. The little boy's family suddenly froze. The next moment, the little boy cried and ran towards him. "Woo woo! Big brother, thank you, thank you." The little boy seemed to understand, confused but with some clarity. Ren Fei had said he wouldn't come back to see them because they wouldn't be staying here anymore. Perhaps from that moment onward, Ren Fei had already planned to send them into the cycle of reincarnation. At the end of the story, the little boy's family hugged Ren Fei one by one. As the reincarnation portal closed completely, a piece of orange-colored petals fell into Ren Fei's hand. Ren Fei was about to move when a voice entered his ears. This talent prompt sound could only be heard by Ren Fei. Ren Fei's face showed shock. Damn! God of Love? Ren Fei knew about the God of Love. This was an existence that could make people crawl and worship. Normally, those sent into reincarnation, no matter how strange or unusual, couldn't retain memories, but with the talent of gratitude, the little boy's family could not only keep their memories of him, but they would also become his most loyal followers. You have to understand. Followers are the key to ascending to the divine position. The final trial for the divine position is actually the trial of the followers. I was worried about not attracting true followers for the God of Wealth, and now the God of Love has perfectly solved this concern. Moreover, faith can greatly enhance the influence of the divine position once ascended, and that influence directly determines the standing of a god among the other gods. Although the path to the God of Love's divinity is fake, if I only take the authority and don't choose to ascend to the divine position, then I can use this to smoothly promote myself to the God of Wealth, and let the influence of the God of Wealth surpass that of other gods, reaching an unprecedented height. By then, I might even be able to dominate the gods. Anyway, the wealthy boy is Ren Fei's primary talent. Except for the first talent, which forces the ascension to a divine position, the second talent won't be forced to trigger. Ren Fei can make good use of this. There are still places in this instance that haven't been looted, don't waste it. After Ren Fei finished speaking, he turned and walked into the 3 rooms on the second floor that hadn't been searched yet. In the real world. Oh my god. How did Ren Fei, the chosen one from China, complete the level so quickly, and even with a perfect evaluation? What kind of earth-shattering operation is this? Baka. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he complete the level perfectly in just 1 day? This makes the other chosen ones feel utterly ashamed. Another islander trying to stir things up, are you itching for trouble? Believe it or not, we'll have the little boy beat you. Goo goo goo. Finally, China can hold its head high. This time, the rewards for China's level completion are sure to be rich, but why didn't Ren Fei choose to immediately enter the next instance? It's fine, no rush, since we've already completed the level, let's just wait a little longer. Once Ren Fei enters the next instance, our rewards will immediately be credited. At this moment, the people of China were in a great mood. Everyone felt like they had eaten something sweet, their hearts filled with a sugary happiness. They couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. This feeling of completing the task with full marks early, and then watching others struggle, was really quite pleasant, wasn't it? Ren Fei had taken all the citizens on a collective journey of experiencing the joy of being a top student. In the leadership meeting room of China, a group of leaders excitedly watched Ren Fei's live broadcast, listening to the wonderfully pleasing completion prompt. Great! We won! We won! Not easy, not easy. Ren Fei has created a miracle. I didn't expect him to complete the level so quickly. Have you all noticed, even though it's Ren Fei's first time entering the haunted world, he is meticulous, flawless, and doesn't seem like a newcomer at all. I find it strange, could it be because of his talent? No matter what, the fact is Ren Fei completed the level, and also, set his information to top secret. We cannot let foreign spies learn his real identity. In my opinion, Ren Fei's talent is definitely not just S level, it might even be SSS level. China will always be Ren Fei's support, as long as Ren Fei needs, the whole country can fight alongside him. Across the ocean, in the beautiful country. What the heck? How could China's clearance speed be so fast? Quickly retrieve all the data on Ren Fei. The data has been retrieved, but all the information on Ren Fei is blank, and there's no trace of this person within China. Damn it! China was already prepared. Quickly arrange the think tank, I want to know Ren Fei's talent level. At the same time that the beautiful country is working on deducing Ren Fei's talent level, over in the island nation. The senior officials of the island nation were so furious their faces turned blue. Baka Yoru. Ren Fei has brought new hope to China. Every chosen one enters the instance dungeon with fear, but why is Ren Fei so calm from start to finish? What is the reason for this? Don't worry. As long as Ren Fei clears 3 instances, the mystery world will announce his talent, and we will finally know what his talent is. Baka. Fool. By then, will there even be a place for us to hide? Over the years, China and the island nation have already been at odds. However, China has been too busy with frequent failures in the mystery world to deal with the island nation. Once China finds the time, the first one to be dealt with will be the island nation. Immediately make secret contact with the beautiful country. We are willing to exchange money and resources for advanced weapons. Inform the entire country to enter a state of readiness. Isn't this a bit too alarmist? After all, China knows we are the beautiful country's lapdogs. Even if they want to beat the dog, they have to look at the master first. Baka. Are you saying that all of us islanders are dogs? In the meeting room of the high-level officials of the Kimchi country. Apply for heritage status. I suggest we immediately apply for heritage status. Yes, quickly apply to make the mystery world a heritage of our Kimchi country. As long as the application is successful, Ren Fei will be considered one of us, and the clearance rewards should rightfully belong to us. Also, send someone to find Ren Fei's family, give them $1 million, and I want Ren Fei to marry into our Kimchi country. Big genius. Great idea, Simaida. Chapter 17, The Bamboo Shoot Grab. In the mystery world. On the first day, all the surviving chosen ones, except for Ren Fei, were on edge. Time, the second day. From the perspective of Choi Bong-ki from the Kimchi country. Chicken, 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 you're so beautiful. Hey, what are you doing? Chicken, you're so beautiful. At this moment, Choi Bong-ki was singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. He was providing his own voiceover while performing the Iron Mountain dance. His movements were incredibly smooth. At least he had been practicing for 2.5 years. The only reason he suddenly got sick was because a woman was standing right in front of him. Woman. The woman looked at Choi Bong-ki, whose face was covered in sweat from fear, rolled her eyes, and then headed upstairs without looking back. Phew. Finally, she's gone. Once the woman left, Choi Bong-ki breathed a sigh of relief. Aish. If it weren't for my cleverness in using my talent to make her leave, I'd probably be in big trouble by now. Tired from dancing, Choi Bong-ki was about to sit down on the couch to rest. However, at that moment, before he could catch his breath, the lights on the first floor suddenly went out. Aish, is it coming again? Without hesitation, Choi Bong-ki jumped into his bizarre dance again. No one knew how long it passed, but the lights on the first floor turned back on, and Choi Bong-ki collapsed on the couch, completely exhausted. He felt like he wanted to die. His talent was great, sure. But it was just so damn tiring. Also, jumping and dancing everywhere, it just looked so crazy. Is this talent really legitimate? Choi Bong-ki couldn't help but doubt it. Was the mystery world just messing with him by giving him this kind of talent? Otherwise, why would all the other chosen ones have serious talents, but he had to sing, dance, rap, and play basketball? And he even had to provide his own voiceover. Is this even scientific? On the couch, Choi Bong-ki's peripheral vision casually glanced at the coffee table. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a piece of paper on the coffee table that hadn't been there before. That was exactly the second page of the reporter's diary. This is? Choi Fingji suddenly became extremely excited, not expecting that using his talent would bring an unexpected gain. But, after reading the diary's contents, he could no longer smile. Because, although the reporter's diary seemed to have a lot of content, it actually only revealed 2 words. Despair. Camera, 2nd floor. Could the exit of the villa be on the 2nd floor? Choi Fingji suddenly became desperate too. Because he knew, the higher he went, the more dangerous it would be. Currently, staying on the 1st floor of the villa was already very dangerous, but if he rashly went to the 2nd floor to look for an exit, it would clearly be even more dangerous. Wait, should I believe the reporter? Or, should I just wait on the 1st floor for the villa to experience daylight? But what if the villa never sees daylight? Choi Fingji really wanted to pull back the curtains to see what was outside the villa, but the cowardly him, after considering it over and over, decided against it. He suddenly felt a bit hungry. Yesterday, he had been so nervous that he didn't dare to eat anything. There should be food in the fridge. Forget about everything else, let me fill my stomach first. Choi Fingji was just about to get up and go to the fridge to get something to eat. But at that moment, the lights in the living room suddenly started flickering wildly. Choi Fingji was startled. He immediately jumped up and GNI time A. Under Cui Fengji's nervous gaze, the living room light stopped flickering, and at that moment, a figure appeared in front of the fridge. It was Ren Fei. Ren Fei casually opened the fridge. He picked up a cucumber from the fresh-keeping section and asked Cui Fengji, "Do you want some?" Cui Fengji? Cui Fengji didn't understand what was going on and shook his head like a windmill. "If you don't want it, I'll eat it." Seeing Cui Fengji shake his head, Ren Fei didn't hesitate, picking up the cucumber and eating it. After finishing the cucumber, Ren Fei turned around and sold the fridge. Cui Fengji? Cui Fengji was dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Why was he eating and taking things at the same time? At this moment, Cui Fengji couldn't confirm if Ren Fei was weird, so he could only stand there like a log, not even daring to ask. From the kimchi country? Before being randomly teleported here, the world of eerie tales had given Ren Fei a hint. That's why Ren Fei knew that he had been teleported into the space of the chosen one from the kimchi country. Cui Fengji was vaguely familiar to Ren Fei. He was a not very smart cannon fodder character. Mute. Seeing Cui Fengji not saying anything, Ren Fei frowned. He no longer paid attention to him. Ren Fei started selling everything in the villa by himself. After selling all the items on the first floor of the villa, Ren Fei, in front of Cui Fengji's shocked gaze, gave him a friendly smile. "I'll leave the lights on for you, don't thank me, it's just a small favor. Also, nice jump." After speaking, Ren Fei lifted his foot and went upstairs to the second floor of the villa. 10 minutes after Ren Fei left, Cui Fengji, who had been frozen in place, finally dared to move his body. That just now, was it also strange? Cui Fengji sighed in frustration. Waking up just to encounter 3 strange events in a row. Cui Fengji looked around the villa that had been ransacked, which had instantly turned from a luxurious decorated house into a bare shell, his face full of confusion and doubt. He couldn't help but wonder if he had seen it wrong. He rubbed his eyes hard. Shiba. Hallucination. This must be a hallucination. Ha 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 ha. The confused windmill is a bit confused. Damn. How did Ren Fei do it? How did he end up in the eerie space of the kimchi country's chosen one? He went into the windmill space, and that's fine, but he even sold everything from the first and second floors of the villa. Took all the bamboo shoots. Ha ha ha. Axie. Too outrageous. This is unscientific. The kimchi country, the rules of eerie tales have descended, and you're still talking to me about science? Looking at Ren Fei's bold actions. Outside the live broadcast, netizens all around the world were boiling. They suddenly understood why Ren Fei didn't choose to immediately enter the next instance. Turns out, he was just waiting here to take everyone else's bamboo shoots. The world of eerie tales. On the first floor of the villa, Ren Fei stood there for a long time. Cui Fengji finally reacted. The person just now, he knows I'm from the kimchi country, and no matter how I look at it, he doesn't seem strange. Could it be, he's a person? If he's also the chosen one, how could he enter my space? Wait, could this be his talent? For a moment, Cui Fengji felt a rush of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why is everyone else's talent so amazing, while mine is just singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball? Is this even reasonable? That person also went upstairs. Could it be that the exit is really on the second floor of the villa? Although this thought seemed far-fetched. At that moment, Cui Fengji felt it made perfect sense. After all, the reporter's diary had mentioned the second floor. If it was just the reporter's diary, he might not believe it, but combined with Ren Fei's actions, he was completely convinced. Since he dared to go up to the second floor, why shouldn't I? I have to go up and take a look. If it doesn't work, I'll come back down. Cui Fengji decided to be brave this time. Otherwise, his S-level talent would be wasted. P.S. No ideas, just one more chapter left, we'll add it tomorrow. Chapter 18, The Clever Cui Fengji. With an incredibly anxious heart, Cui Fengji gritted his teeth and stepped onto the second floor of the villa. He knew. Staying on the first floor waiting for the level to pass was just the worst option. At this moment, since Ren Fei had already paved the way for him, the process of stepping onto the second floor went without any obstacles. Whether he should consider himself lucky or unlucky, he couldn't decide. Once on the second floor, he found that 2 bedroom doors were wide open. In one of the rooms, Cui Fengji found the 3rd page of the reporter's diary. After reading the contents of the 3rd page of the diary, Cui Fengji began to think. Shouldn't the woman be on the second floor? Why didn't I see her? Cui Fengji had clearly seen the woman go upstairs, but now she seemed to be nowhere in sight. Can the reporter really be trusted? He asked me to help stop them from going to the 3rd floor, but how should I stop them? Cui Fengji lowered his head in deep thought. Soon, he reached a conclusion. No, wait. The person from the 1st floor isn't here, which means they've either left or gone to the 3rd floor. The reporter asked me to stop them from going to the third floor, which means the third floor is likely hiding something. Could it be the third floor is the real exit? Cui Fengji slapped his head, showing a look of sudden realization. If the third floor wasn't the exit, then why were the first and second floors empty? It must be the third floor that's the correct exit. Thinking of this, Cui Fengji couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. Ayo. Turns out I'm not an ordinary person. Not only did I draw the S-level talent, but even my reasoning is so clear, it's amazing, thank you very much. As the saying goes, it's not the bad guys who are the worst, it's the foolish ones who suddenly come up with clever ideas. I'm going to clear the dungeon, woohoo, I'm here. At this moment, Cui Fengji was smug and quickly ran toward the third floor. And as he left excitedly, the man and woman slowly walked out from another room. Woman? Man, confused, what is he doing? Third floor of the villa. Cui Fengji, excited, ran up to the third floor, only to find the entire third floor of the villa empty. On the ground, only complex patterns drawn in blood were visible. Golol. Looking at the eerie layout of the third floor, the cold atmosphere, and the strange patterns, Cui Fengji's excitement gradually faded, and he began to gulp. Ah, hell. Did I guess wrong? Is the third floor not the exit? At this moment, Cui Fengji woke up as if from a dream. He could feel that something was wrong here. No. The reporter misled me. Cui Fengji decisively turned around, preparing to sprint back to the first floor. However, before he could do anything, an exceptionally cold voice came from behind him. Foolish thing, I was originally planning to use you to deal with them. But since you discovered this place early, your body now belongs to me. As the words fell, the patterns on the third floor suddenly lit up with a blood-red glow, as if they had come to life. Before Cui Fengji could even understand what was happening, a shadow had already darted from behind and entered his body. The black shadow was highly aggressive, and Cui Fengji's head throbbed with pain. He could feel something occupying his body. Ah, damn it. What the hell is this? Get out of me. Cui Fengji wanted to use his talents singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball, but his limbs had already become numb. The sharp pain in his head also prevented him from concentrating. Is this cognitive distortion? When did this happen? Cui Fengji didn't understand when he had broken the rules. But before he could struggle more, a blood-red scene suddenly appeared before his eyes. His consciousness was forever plunged into a deep sleep. A moment later, Cui Fengji on the third floor had stopped struggling. He stiffly twisted his neck, facing the live broadcast camera, and slowly drew an eerie, twisted smile. Meanwhile, in the real world, an eerie prompt sounded. What the hell, are you trying to die faster? You barely gathered any clues, but after some simple reasoning, you dared to go up to the third floor? I'm crying, he really has no fear. The most ridiculous part is that his reasoning logic is completely flawed, yet the blow dryer just made it all seem reasonable. Some people are too stupid to realize it. Damn it. Cui Fengji drew the S-tier talent G and I time A, how could he be eliminated so easily? That's S-tier talent. People from the Kinchi Nation, you'd be useless even if given a chance. Laughing so hard, I just heard the Kinchi Nation wants to apply to have the Creepy Tales world listed as a heritage site. Do they really think everything belongs to them? The place is small, but their ambitions are huge. Looking at it this way, Cui Fengji's actions aren't that surprising. After all, the world is just a big circus. Inside a high-level meeting room in the Kinchi Nation, the top leaders were furious. Idiot. Imbecile. He draws an S-tier talent and doesn't know how to use it properly. What a waste of space. Shut up. This time, the rule-breaking creepy tale seems to have arrived in the capital, which is where we are right now. Let's focus on surviving first. Damn it. That's stupid Cui Fengji. Activate first-level combat readiness immediately. If the capital falls, our Kinchi Nation will cease to exist. Not long after Cui Fengji from the Kinchi Nation was eliminated, several other countries' chosen ones were bizarrely eliminated one after another. These chosen ones had only gathered a few clues, yet dared to head up to the second floor to try their luck. No surprise. The Creepy Tales world is not a place for luck. From the perspective of Kai from the beautiful country, Kai used his talent to recheck the first floor of the villa. Hard work pays off. He found the safety charm and the reporter's journal in the toilet tank. After reading the contents of the reporter's journal and combining it with the second page, Kai quickly pieced together a complete logical chain in his mind. Currently, the reporter can't be fully trusted, and he and the woman can't appear at the same time. This already says something. Kai placed the red high heels in the most noticeable spot on the first floor. Through his talent, he knew the heels were related to the woman. After placing the heels, Kai walked to the refrigerator. He opened the freezer, placing his hand on the meat wrapped in black plastic. A line of information popped up. What exactly is the purpose of this meat? Kai couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it all day. However, besides these things that could trigger his talent, there was also the door on the first floor that led to the backyard. Kai closed the refrigerator and quickly walked to the back door. He placed his hand on the door. Talent information popped up. Chapter 19, The Conspiracy. He pulled his hand back. Kai frowned and pondered. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out how to open the door in front of him. Can't figure out how to open it, I guess I'll have to go up to the second floor to look for clues. Kai temporarily gave up on trying. The first floor had no more clues, so he decided to take the risk and head to the second floor. Although the rules warned against going up to the second or third floors. But clearly, staying on the first floor is definitely not the wisest choice. After a moment of simple thought, Kai lifted his foot and walked towards the second floor. At the same time, the woman and Ren Fei appeared on the first floor. The woman had put on those red high heels, and Ren Fei had started his money-making antics again. Second floor of the villa. Kai was extremely cautious. It took a lot of effort to step onto the second floor of the villa, but, as luck would have it, he immediately bumped into Ren Fei. In the dimly lit hallway, the two stared at each other. They exchanged a brief glance. Neither of them spoke. Ren Fei walked into the two rooms on the second floor, ignoring the confused stares of the little boy, the man, and the woman. He rummaged through the rooms and cleared out everything inside. He had originally planned to leave. But just before leaving, Ren Fei suddenly turned back. It turned out he had forgotten to sell the floor tiles in the second floor hallway. Kai. The man. The woman. The little boy. Standing on the hard cement floor, everyone was completely baffled. Kai and the little boy's family stood in the hallway, watching Ren Fei storm in and storm out again. They couldn't figure out what he was doing. They just felt like the house had suddenly been emptied. The man said in disbelief, "Was that a thief?" The woman shook her head, not sure. Kai instinctively chimed in, "It shouldn't be. After all, the rules didn't mention anything about thieves appearing in the villa." Hearing Kai speak suddenly, the man and the woman, still confused, realized at that moment that, somehow, another person had appeared in the hallway. No, it should be two. But the thief had already left, and now only Kai was left. The man immediately got angry, glaring at Kai. "Are you in cahoots with him?" Kai sweated profusely. "If I say no, will you believe me?" He wasn't trying to talk to them on purpose. It was just that the thief's actions had shocked him so much. For a moment, he completely forgot that he was in danger. Under the man's intense gaze, Kai's body tensed, and instinctively, he began to retreat in fear. But just when he thought he was done for, the woman, who had regained her memory, suddenly stepped in front of him. She turned to Kai and said, "Go." Kai was momentarily stunned. Then he noticed the high heels on the woman's feet. In that instant, he understood everything. He was about to return to the first floor, but suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. No, this is the best chance to find clues. If I give up now, I might never find the clues hidden on the second floor. Kai couldn't be sure if the woman would help him again. But one thing he knew for certain was that if the man made a move, the woman would definitely step in to stop him. And that would be his chance. His only chance. With that thought, Kai wasted no time and rushed toward the two open rooms. By this time, both rooms were completely empty. And that was all thanks to Ren Fei. Otherwise, Kai would have had to search through them himself. Without any surprises, Kai found the third page of the journalist's diary, a camera, and the remaining rules in the two rooms. Once he had gathered the items, Kai didn't hesitate and immediately returned to the first floor. First floor of the villa. After reviewing all the clues in his hands, Kai furrowed his brows, deep in thought. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his mind. Ah! The pain was like a needle piercing deep into his brain, causing Kai to clutch his head in agony. What's happening? Why is my perception distorted? Kai had no idea which rule he had unknowingly broken. He went over the rules again. Finally, he confirmed that he had violated one of the rules in the second section. Shit! The truth should be hidden on the third floor, but in my current state, how should I attempt to pass the level? In fact, Kai was very close to the truth. It was just that the third floor was likely a trap set by the journalist. So, he didn't dare to attempt it casually. The journalist's diary is full of holes, clearly trying to use me. Going to the third floor would definitely reveal the whole truth. But, it will also make me die there. Kai's talent can't offer him any protection. He doesn't want to reach the final step yet. I think, let's first restore the Strange One's memory, then make the next plan. Rule 20, if you don't want to go to the third floor, you can choose to leave after completing a certain plot, provided that you haven't eaten the minced meat from the fridge on the first floor. The rule said, you can leave without going to the third floor. Now, Kai can only hope that this rule is correct. Damn! The Kai from the beautiful country is so cautious. So far, he has already found most of the clues. Ren Fei is still too good, but he did indirectly help Kai, right? Oh my god. God, it looks like Kai is definitely going to pass. No wonder he's the chosen one from the beautiful country, much more stable than Ren Fei from Huaxia. In the world of ghost stories, only people like him can go further, not like Ren Fei, a reckless young man. Trash from the island country, what do you mean by lifting others up and stepping on others? Yo, Huaxia people, are you triggered already? What I'm saying is the truth. Otherwise, you could just run to the beautiful country. This way, you can survive a little longer. Dog. You wait, I'm going to the Yasukuni Shrine toilet to buy oranges for you guys. In the real world, netizens from all countries were discussing non-stop. But not long after, a major piece of news broke out. The people from the island country were instantly stunned. Because right after someone said they were going to buy oranges, not long after, the Yasukuni Shrine toilet in the island country caught fire, and most importantly, the person who set the fire actually walked away swaggering. Baka Yoru. By the time the islanders reacted, that person's IP address had already appeared in the beautiful country. The islanders were once again stunned. They couldn't help but wonder if the beautiful country was behind it. After all, if it was a Huaxia person who set the fire, why didn't they just go back to Huaxia, instead of running to the beautiful country? For a time, a storm of conspiracy theories erupted online. In the meeting room of the beautiful country's high-level officials. WTF. Those sly Huaxia people, actually using such a clumsy framing method. Shit. The high-level officials in the island country may not suspect us, but the uninformed people there have clearly turned against us. This is an obvious plot. We can't let this issue continue to escalate, otherwise it's like yellow mud in your pants, not shit but still shit. Find out that person's location, no matter what, we need to give the island country an explanation. Report, the person's location data has suddenly disappeared. How is that possible? We suspect it was Huaxia's move. That person is most likely already secretly taken back to Huaxia. Fuck. Damn Huaxia. Chapter 20, 2 billion to help you pass the game. Ghost Story World. Time, the third day. Island country Nose Hair Rich perspective. When Ren Fei appeared in Nose Hair Rich's space, Nose Hair Rich was being grabbed by the charred black monster by his collar and was being slapped fiercely in the face. The charred black monster seemed to have a grudge against him. After all, it's rare to see someone remain calm when being slapped so wildly. Ren Fei's sudden appearance caused both the charred black monster and Nose Hair Rich to freeze for a moment. Nose Hair Rich was clearly about to cry, looking at Ren Fei for help. He had already been slapped by the charred black monster for 2 days, and at first, the monster wasn't very skilled, but now, it was getting smoother with each slap. Nose Hair Rich couldn't help but wonder. Had he unknowingly unlocked some weird new kink for the monster? In the 2 days, Nose Hair Rich's life had been miserable. His eyes opened, and he was slapped immediately. It was even more frequent than going to work. He also wanted to gather clues and go to the second floor, but no matter how hard he tried, once the charred black monster caught him, he would get another round of slaps. Nose Hair Rich was really about to go mad. Although he had the protection of his talent and wouldn't get hurt or have a swollen face, living like this for 2 days was unbearable for anyone. His nose hair couldn't show any expression. Once he showed any expression on his face, not only would his talent fail, but his end would definitely be worse. So, he could only hope that someone would appear to save his dog's life. And in his eager anticipation, women and reporters did appear one after another. But they all turned a blind eye to his situation. Nose Hair Phone went crazy. He couldn't fight back, couldn't get any clues, and couldn't go upstairs. He was stuck right here, neither going up nor down, getting beaten every day. He didn't even know who he had offended. As soon as he entered, he found himself facing an endless stream of large, humiliating slap fights. Looking at Nose Hair Fang's pleading eyes, Ren Fei chose to ignore him directly. Don't worry about me, you all continue. Ren Fei silently gave a thumbs up to the blackened monster and then began to loot everything in the villa without a care. He searched through the villa, taking everything. Ren Fei didn't leave anything for Nose Hair Phone. Looking at him, it seemed he wouldn't need it anyway. Before leaving, Ren Fei even deliberately returned to the villa's first floor and spat at Nose Hair Phone, who was still getting slapped. Pa, unlucky. After saying that, Ren Fei walked off proudly. Stepping out of the teleportation passage again, Ren Fei had already arrived at the space of the chosen one of Wutan, Gernara. On the first floor of the villa. On the sofa, Gernara's eyes were filled with fear. Her talent was only an A-grade super lucky. This talent allowed her to trigger small probability lucky events. However, after 2 whole days, no lucky event had occurred to her. On the contrary, she had been mentally tense, constantly bothered by the reporters and women who showed up from time to time. She had spent these 2 days in constant fear. She couldn't even dare to sleep. Because once she fell asleep, she would have nightmares. That wasn't even the most deadly part. The most deadly part was, when she opened her eyes and saw a woman, it was no different from a nightmare coming true. Can someone come save me, woo? I don't want to die here. Tears fell from Gernara's eyes as she silently prayed for a miracle to happen. And when she accidentally looked up, she really saw a figure appear in the villa. At first, Gernara thought it was just an illusion, but after confirming again and again, she finally confirmed that the person in front of her was human. Could it be that my talent has activated? I really became lucky? To encounter a normal human in the world of horror stories, Gernara was so emotional she almost cried. She didn't care how Ren Fei appeared, and she excitedly ran toward him. At this moment, Ren Fei was busy looting the items in the living room. His mind was solely focused on money and he didn't notice Gernara on the sofa. When Ren Fei saw Gernara standing in front of him, she was already crying with tear-streaked cheeks. Woo! Are you sent by heaven to save me? Gernara's first words left Ren Fei completely confused. Without raising his head, Ren Fei asked, "Aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you? I know, you must be human like me, right? He. Do I look like one?" Ren Fei smiled strangely, instantly changing his face to a charred one. Seeing Ren Fei suddenly turn into something creepy, Gernara was indeed startled, but just when she was about to burst into despairing tears, Ren Fei suddenly returned to his normal appearance. "Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore," Ren Fei said, "as compensation for scaring you, I'll help you clear the level. But, you've got to pay extra." Extra payment? Gernara looked at him in confusion. Ren Fei thought for a moment, "We don't have much time, but I should be able to help you achieve an excellent rating. So, seeing as our 2 countries have a cooperation, I'll charge you 20 billion. 20 billion? You have 1 minute. You can now discuss it with your country." Ren Fei didn't waste any more time. He took out paper and a pen and handed them to Gernara. In the world of horror stories, sometimes sounds can't travel back to the real world, but the visuals always can, so writing it down was the most reliable. With the paper and pen in hand, Gulnara, half believing, wrote down Ren Fei's request. And, Gulnara also wrote down her own talent information. In the real world. In the high-level conference room of the Yuten Kingdom. When they saw the message sent back by their chosen one, without hesitation, the high-level officials of Yuten Kingdom immediately agreed to donate 2 billion worth of supplies to Dragon Country unconditionally. Because it was a very profitable deal. The reward for the excellent rating in the Strange Tale dungeon is absolutely worth far more than 2 billion. Contact China immediately, we have several major national-level projects to cooperate with them on. As long as Ren Fei can deliver, we will be Dragon Country's most loyal partner in the future. Damn it! Ren Fei is too full of himself, daring to boast that he can help Yuten Kingdom's chosen one clear the dungeon and even get an excellent rating. Do the Chinese not die if they don't brag? Oh my god, does this Chinese person think that just because they can send someone to another space, they can fool the country's high-level officials like fools? Hey, the person upstairs is right. How do you know that Yuten Kingdom really donated 2 billion worth of supplies to China just now? This is a lie, do they really believe such nonsense? I am from Yuten Kingdom, the person upstairs is telling the truth. Although I don't really believe it either, I trust my country, their decision must be right. Heh, foolish Yuten Kingdom, they lost 2 billion for nothing, and are still counting money for the person who sold them out. What the dog says, isn't it obvious if you look at the next step? We're just waiting for Ren Fei to slap these people's faces. Whether it's bragging or not, it all has to be proven through practice. Countless Chinese people stared at the live broadcast screen, their eyes burning with anticipation, waiting for Ren Fei to create another miracle. Chapter 21, Go open the door, you've cleared the dungeon. Strange Tale World. Yuten Kingdom, Gulnara's perspective. Listening to the incoming payment notification in her ears. Ren Fei's lips curled up, and he casually said to the stunned Gulnara, "The money has arrived, it seems your country knows how to weigh the pros and cons." "Now I say, you do." Ren Fei said casually, "Carefully check the toilet tank, under the sofa, and also, place those red high heels in the most noticeable spot in the living room." After speaking, Ren Fei turned and walked toward the full-length mirror. In Gulnara's shocked gaze, he lifted the red cloth and grabbed the charred monster from the mirror. Then, Ren Fei entered the bathroom and punched the weird door inside twice. After doing all this, Ren Fei looked at Gulnara, who was still frozen in place, eyes wide open, and said, "Hurry up, go through the dungeon completion process first." Process? A big question mark appeared above Gulnara's head. This was the first time she had heard that there was a completion process for the Strange Tale dungeon. And was Ren Fei still human? Why did he feel even stranger than the strange things? Not long after. Following Ren Fei's instructions, Gulnara found the reporter's 2-page diary. Take the minced meat from the fridge and bury it in the backyard, Ren Fei said again. Oh, okay. Gulnara had no doubt. She turned to do it. She always felt that this way of clearing the dungeon was a bit strange. It was as if she had entered a cracked version of the Strange Tale dungeon, and it was the fast mode. By the time Gulnara returned to the villa, the woman had already put on high heels, and the charred monster had written a full wall of confessions. Gulnara was ready to see what was written, but the next moment, all the objects around her quickly disappeared, and Ren Fei had already started walking upstairs. Really, aren't you going to take a look? Gulnara was a little confused. By now, she hadn't even checked the reporter's diary. Was this really okay? No need to look, you already found the clues, what's the point of looking now? But. No buts, let's go. Okay. Gulnara didn't hesitate anymore and quickly followed. Second floor of the villa. Ren Fei, according to the process, made Gulnara go search for the clues herself. After finding the clues, Gulnara hadn't had time to examine them before Ren Fei took her to the third floor. Then, the same scene began to unfold. With the reporter dealt with by Ren Fei, all of Gulnara's doubts disappeared. Because she really heard the dungeon completion prompt. Chosen 1, congratulations on completing the West Mountain Villa dungeon. Dungeon story, excellent. Clue collection, perfect. Personal performance, excellent. Overall completion rating, excellent. Congratulations on your reward, red high heels. Red high heels description, a pair of high heels no woman can resist. Their only purpose may be to serve as a gift. Red high heels? I did it. I really did it. Did you hear that, Ren Fei? I really cleared the dungeon. Woo woo. The completion prompt sounded. Gulnara was first overcome with excitement, then she covered her face and cried bitterly. It was the joy of surviving a life and death crisis. She had thought she would die in this dungeon, but Ren Fei appeared, helped her find the clues, and even helped her achieve an incredibly high completion rating. With this completion rating, her country would surely receive unimaginable rewards. After Gulnara had completely calmed down, Ren Fei took her back to the first floor. Now it could only be considered a dungeon completion, but she was still trapped in the villa, so it wasn't a true completion yet. Rule 3, the West Mountain Villa exists independently, and no other buildings will appear around it. If you see other buildings outside the West Mountain Villa, immediately close the windows and doors, do not answer any knocking sounds, and do not go to check. Rule 5, the villa will always remain in a nighttime state. Rule 11, once daytime appears in the villa, don't hesitate, the opportunity to leave is right in front of you. Rule 12, the truth doesn't matter. Rule 18, the reporter and his diary are not trustworthy, women are the ones who will truly help you leave. Rule 19, the only exit in the villa is the main door on the first floor. The above rules mostly relate to how to leave the villa. Only Ren Fei knew. Rule 5 was correct, and therefore, Rule 11 was wrong. Rule 12 was also wrong. Because only by understanding a certain degree of the truth can one eventually leave the villa alive. Rule 18 was half right, half wrong, women couldn't help the chosen one leave. First floor of the villa. Gulnara asked, confused, can I be considered as having completed the dungeon now? Not yet, Ren Fei shook his head, if the dungeon time ends and you're still in the villa, you will still be judged as a failure. What? Hearing Ren Fei's words, the nerves Gulnara had just relaxed were instantly tensed again. Seeing her nervous expression, Ren Fei smiled and said, don't worry, I took your payment, I won't just do half the job. So, how do we get out? Gulnara asked the most crucial question. But as soon as her words fell, Ren Fei had already opened the villa's curtains. At the same time, the knocking sound on the door started. Knock knock knock. As the knocking echoed, the villa began to deteriorate and rot, and weeds suddenly started growing wildly in the living room. This. Gulnara nervously looked at Ren Fei. Ren Fei turned his head, scanning the now clear skies outside the window. In the sunlight, he could already see the outlines of other buildings not far from the villa. Rule 3 is wrong, Rule 19 is correct. Ren Fei smiled, and slowly, a teleportation portal appeared in front of him. Before entering the portal, Ren Fei's voice echoed in Gulnara's ears, go open the door, you've completed the dungeon. In the real world. When people around the world heard the dungeon completion prompt, everyone was too stunned to speak. After a long while, the live chat filled with gasps. Incredible. This is truly unbelievable, Ren Fei. What kind of operation is this, leading someone through a speedrun without any hesitation? And, after Gulnara leaves through that big door. He really finished the clearance. 2 billion for one excellent evaluation of clearance. Yuten country definitely made a huge profit. My god, this gives me goosebumps. Is Ren Fei a god? How does he seem to know everything in the dungeon? What is his talent exactly? This can't just be S level anymore, right? Those who said Yuten country was a big sucker, why are they not speaking now? Is it because they were born mute? Ha ha. I knew it, Ren Fei would definitely succeed. Now, are the people from the island country and the pickled cabbage country still barking? Let me ask you, how does it feel to have your faces slapped this hard? Chapter 22, National Fortune Reward Settlement. Inside the world of ghost stories. Almost all the spaces of the chosen ones were plundered by Ren Fei, focusing on not wasting a single thing. When some countries eagerly prepared 20 billion, thinking that money could buy Ren Fei's help, Ren Fei didn't waste time doing good deeds anymore. After plundering all the chosen one's spaces, Ren Fei directly returned to his own space, then left the villa. Time passed. The remaining time in the dungeon was running out. At this moment, the chosen ones on the first floor, no matter how cautious, couldn't help but panic. So, they all began to try anything in desperation. As expected, they were all eliminated. The chosen ones from Gallia, Rhine, Maple Leaf, South Continent, Bullfighting, and other 8 countries were mysteriously eliminated. The Shishan Villa dungeon is about to descend upon the 8 countries. Please note, the rule ghost story is coming. Listening to the cold prompt that echoed above the world. The 8 countries that were just eliminated immediately turned to accuse Ren Fei. They felt that since everyone was a chosen one, though from different countries, since Ren Fei had helped Yuten country, why couldn't he help others without charge? For Ren Fei, it was no trouble at all. China. When seeing the accusations from other countries in the news, the Chinese netizens were outraged. They stepped forward without hesitation to speak up for their own chosen one. These 8 countries are crazy. Exactly, helping Yuten country still had 20 billion, but helping these people, their countries didn't even prepare to pay. It's clear they want to get something for nothing. What's going on now? They couldn't get something for nothing, so they started playing the moral card? By their logic, their countries have so many rich people, why don't they give us some? Obviously their money could last them several lifetimes. Aren't these countries close to the beautiful country? Let K go save their chosen ones, they really have a robber's logic. Do they think we're China from 100 years ago, and we can be bullied at will? A bunch of clowns. Just as the Chinese people stepped forward to speak for Ren Fei, China also openly supported Ren Fei. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs recently released a news article. The core content was just 9 words. Those who offend China, even if far, will be punished. In the end, this farce came to a swift end under China's firm stance. And as the beautiful country's chosen one, K, cleared the dungeon in the final moments, the remaining chosen ones who hadn't met the clearance requirements were left in the ghost story world. The countdown for the dungeon ended. A blood-red world appeared before the eyes of these chosen ones. The chosen ones from the island country, windmill country, chocolate country, and other 6 countries were mysteriously eliminated. The Shishan Villa dungeon is about to descend upon 6 countries. Please note, the rule ghost story is coming. This dungeon is finally over. K was so close, almost couldn't come out. K didn't go to the 3rd floor, so his clearance evaluation was only good. Looks like the rewards the beautiful country will get won't be much. So, you can clear it without going to the 3rd floor? Why didn't other chosen ones try this? K really found another way to clear it. The island country's big nose, Foam, wanted to try, but was kept slapped by the big board on the 1st floor. I've watched so many ghost story streams, this is the first time I've seen someone get slapped with a big board until the dungeon ends. Ha ha. Nose Hair Foam must have drawn the S-Class Ninja Turtle talent, otherwise how could he endure so much? As expected of the Ninja Turtle, it's the turtle itself, no doubt. The Chinese netizens couldn't stop laughing. The high-ranking officials of the island nation, however, were in a fit of rage. Because Nose Hair Foam not only lost the challenge, but also made the entire island nation inherit the Ninja Turtle reputation. This was an absolute disgrace. A disgrace that could never be washed away. While countries around the world were still facing the invasion of strange tales from the previous round's challenge, the Strange Tale dungeons had already started selecting countries again. With more than 20 countries chosen by the Strange Tale world, the new dungeon was about to begin. However, before that, the rewards for the previous round's Strange Tale dungeons began to be settled. Congratulations to the chosen ones of China, Yuten, and beautiful country, for their victory in the previous round of the Strange Tale dungeon. Beginning the settlement of national luck rewards for the Shishan Villa dungeon. Congratulations to Ren Fei of China for obtaining a perfect dungeon rating, rewarding all Chinese citizens with a 5-fold increase in physical fitness. Congratulations to Gurna Lala of Yuten for obtaining an excellent dungeon rating, rewarding all Yuten citizens with a threefold increase in physical fitness. Congratulations to Kai of Beautiful Country for obtaining a good dungeon rating, rewarding all Beautiful Country citizens with a twofold increase in physical fitness. The strange tail voice faded away. Above China, Yuten, and Beautiful Country, golden light suddenly shone. The golden light from China was the brightest. The golden light from Yuten was somewhat dim. The golden light from Beautiful Country was the most ordinary. Under the eager anticipation of countless citizens, the three golden lights turned into countless rays of light and fell upon all the citizens in the three countries. Within China, the moment the golden light fell, the nation's hospitals were suddenly empty. All patients were collectively discharged. No matter what illness they had, even the currently incurable diseases, all were completely healed by the golden light. The golden light not only healed the illnesses of Chinese citizens, but also directly increased their physical fitness fivefold. Now, even ordinary children could break bricks with their bare hands. Of course, the military upgrades in China were the most significant. The strongest among them could already punch a lion to death. And this was the benefit of the improvement in physical fitness. Oh my god. I just opened the door, and didn't expect to twist the doorknob off. My physical fitness is so strong, it's unbelievable. Tell me about it. My grandmother, who had been bedridden with an incurable disease, the family had already given up on treatment, but as soon as the golden light fell, her eyes suddenly opened, and with a flip, she stood up. My grandfather the same, he had been crippled for decades, but now he can carry a 50-pound wheelchair and walk swiftly. I'm not joking, my half-month-old baby can already bend a spoon with his bare hands. We're taking off. This time, China is really taking off. I hope Ren Fei can keep clearing the dungeons. If our physical fitness keeps improving, wouldn't we be able to go to the sky and the ground? You're thinking too small, brother. If we can go to the sky and ground, isn't it reasonable for me to secretly cultivate immortality? At this moment, all of China was immersed in a wave of joy and excitement. Of course. Cultivating immortality was just a joke. After all, this was the real world. Science still had to be believed. However, if Ren Fei could truly keep clearing the dungeons, with China's resources constantly improving, defeating the rest of the world was definitely not a problem. P.S. The next team dungeon is about to begin. Thanks to everyone who has read this far. Chapter 23, Dungeon, Whispering In. Within Yuten. Bathed in the golden light descending from the sky, the citizens of Yuten were filled with tears. Since the arrival of the strange tail rules, Yuten had been chosen 6 times, and they had failed all 6 times. Yuten had already lost 6 provincial-level cities. And this victory undoubtedly cleared away the shadows of the past for Yuten. Victory is hard-earned, so it becomes truly precious. Woo. I never expected that our Yutan country would have its day of clearing a dungeon. Gurnala is the hero of our country. Most of the diseases in our country have been healed by golden light. We not only need to thank Gurnala and our country but also thank Ren Fei from Huaxia. Our country only spent 2 billion, and the citizens gained such a huge boost. The country's decision was decisive and bold. The physical strength of the entire nation has increased. I now feel terrifyingly strong. There are still many good people in this world. Ren Fei from Huaxia is really a good person. Beautiful country. High-level conference room. Although Kai also completed the dungeon, the outcome was clearly different from what the higher-ups of Beautiful Country had imagined. Beautiful Country had always wanted to secure its position as the world's hegemon. And among this, the biggest obstacle was Huaxia. So, they always regarded Huaxia as the world's #1 enemy. They thought the arrival of the creepy story would deal a heavy blow to Huaxia, but to their surprise, Huaxia only failed a few times and quickly stood up again. Ren Fei's talent and ability were strange and powerful. The higher-ups of Beautiful Country had a premonition. In the future, the threat from the east might not only be from Huaxia, but also from Ren Fei in the creepy story world. Although the chosen ones from each country could not return to the real world after clearing the dungeon, if Ren Fei continues to clear dungeons, it would provide an unprecedented boost to all of Huaxia. Huaxia is a magical country. As long as there's even the slightest hope, it can make a dramatic comeback. Damn God. They actually allowed Huaxia's chosen one to clear the dungeon perfectly. Huaxia has increased its strength 5-fold this time. Now, it's going to be even harder to deal with them. Don't worry too much. Right now, the entire NATO still belongs to Beautiful Country. It's not that easy to succeed in the creepy story challenge. Maybe Ren Fei will die in the dungeon next time. Right. We must not panic, and moreover, Kai also completed the dungeon. Even if the national reward is small, it's still better than nothing. It's a pity that the creepy story world can't transmit messages. Otherwise. At this moment, In the creepy story world, a new dungeon has opened. More than 20 chosen ones were simultaneously teleported in front of the same 3-story building, and the creepy story sound followed. Chosen ones, welcome to the Whispering Inn. The sky will darken soon, and this street is only lit by the faint light from the Whispering Inn sign. As a traveler, you decide to temporarily stay in this inn. Whispering Inn warmly welcomes your arrival, and rooms have already been prepared inside. However, there have been rumors about the Whispering Inn guests going missing. It's unclear whether it's true or not. Hint, this challenge is a special team dungeon. Chosen ones, you must escape the Whispering Inn within 3 days. The creepy story prompt sound stopped. The chosen ones from various countries snapped back to their senses from the sound and began to observe their surroundings. Ren Fei was also observing the surroundings. It was already night, and the area around the inn was shrouded in darkness. It was impossible to see where they were, and similarly, it was unclear if there was a street here. In front of the chosen ones, there was only a faintly glowing spot. It seemed that entering the inn was the only option. Is this the new dungeon? It doesn't seem as scary as I imagined. While speaking, Gernala intentionally moved closer to Ren Fei. Ever since Ren Fei led her to clear the previous dungeon, she now knew Ren Fei was the key. Moreover, besides Ren Fei, she didn't know anyone else here. Ren Fei, should we go in? Gernala asked. Ren Fei responded with a question, do we have any other choice? After speaking, Ren Fei didn't care about the other chosen ones who were still hesitating or scared. He took a step and walked into the inn. Inside the Whispering Inn, the space was not small. There was a very spacious reception hall. The overall wooden decoration can't be called particularly good, it can only be said that it barely passes. Walking into the inn, Ren Fei smelled a slight dampness in the air, as if the inn had been around for a long time. The most noticeable thing is the small front desk. The front desk is located at the deepest part of the lobby. At this moment, the lobby's lighting is dim yellow, the light flickering, while the reception desk is completely in the dark. It's impossible to tell if there's anyone there. Wait for me. Watching Ren Fei walk into the inn without hesitation, Gernala, who had decided to continue clinging to him, quickly followed. At that time, about 20 chosen ones were still standing outside. The cold wind pierced through the bones, sending a chill to the heart. Among the chosen ones, the beautiful country's Kai stared blankly at Ren Fei's back. Earlier, he had thought of Ren Fei as strange. But now he realized that Ren Fei, just like him, was also a chosen one. Kai knew very little about Ren Fei. However, at this moment, the newly transferred chosen ones all had a deep impression of Ren Fei, simply because of his outstanding performance in the last dungeon. It was hard not to recognize him. After drawing their talents, someone immediately approached Kai. The person was Joseph, a chosen one from the country where the sun never sets. He approached Kai, of course, because the beautiful country and the sun never sets country had a good relationship, so he planned to team up and suppress Ren Fei. Seeing the confusion in Kai's eyes, Joseph took the initiative to speak. His name is Ren Fei, he's a chosen one from China, and he perfectly cleared the last dungeon. What? Perfectly cleared? Hearing this news, Kai's face showed shock. In the last dungeon, with his SS level talent, he barely earned a good rating, so why could Ren Fei perfectly clear it? Kai didn't know the process of Ren Fei's clearance. Because the chosen ones couldn't see each other's dungeon clearance footage. This guy just got lucky, let me tell you. Joseph exaggeratedly summarized Ren Fei's clearance process. After hearing his account, Kai clenched his fists tightly. His heart was filled with imbalance. Why? Why could the chosen one from the country of Yuten, who had only an A-level talent, earn an excellent rating? In that case, wasn't the beautiful country disappointed in his performance? Thinking of this, a trace of hatred appeared in Kai's eyes towards Ren Fei. He naturally knew that although the beautiful country in China seemed friendly on the surface, they had been secretly competing for a long time. And his dream was to enter the world of strange tales and completely trample all the chosen ones of China underfoot. This was also his way of repaying his country. As long as he could do this, he would be forever etched in history as a hero of the beautiful country. Kai, this Ren Fei really deserves to die. In the last dungeon, he could have helped you clear it quickly, but he chose to stand by and watch. His behavior clearly provokes the whole beautiful country. While Kai and Joseph were talking, the chosen one from the country of the island, Isuan Zijime, who had been observing the situation, couldn't help but stand up and sow discord. Who are you? Kai turned and looked at the one who spoke, the chosen one from the island country with a standard hygiene beard. I am a chosen one from the island country, my name is Isuan Zijime. Isuan Zijime? Hearing such an odd name, both Kai and Joseph frowned. They didn't understand why the people of the island country liked to give such bizarre names. There are many such strange names, like Richuan Gangban, Gangmen Chang, Chuanshang Meiyan, Shi Chi Chi, and so on. What a bunch of oddballs. However, even though the two looked down on the islanders, they did not show it on the surface. After all, the island country was still considered a dog that wagged its tail for the beautiful country, and the beautiful country needed this dog to restrain China. While Kai and the others had their own ulterior motives, smiling fake smiles. At this moment, another chosen one had made a decision completely opposite to Ren Fei's. The inn in front of me doesn't seem dangerous, but this is the world of ghost stories. The things that look the most normal are often the most abnormal, so I'm going to choose another way to get through. The one saying this is dark, the chosen one of the miniature country. Before being chosen by the world of ghost stories, he was locked in a basement by his parents due to his mental problems. So, it's normal for him to have different views. Under everyone's gaze, Dark suddenly shouted loudly, and then excitedly, he started running toward the surrounding darkness. And then, there was no one then. From the moment he plunged into the darkness, there was no more sound from him. What a complete fool. Seeing this, my grandson Jime couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Kai and Joseph exchanged a glance, instantly dismissing other thoughts, and obediently walked into the whispering inn in front of them. After they entered the inn, the remaining 19 people finally reacted, their expressions tense as they rushed in. Nearly 20 people entered the inn at the same time. The spacious lobby of the inn instantly became lively. And at this moment, Ren Fei, who had been waiting here, finally saw someone appear at the front desk. It was a middle-aged woman. The woman was holding an old-fashioned oil lamp. Ren Fei didn't know how she appeared, he just saw the oil lamp light up, and then she appeared right in front of him. They all call me Mama Fan. The middle-aged woman placed the oil lamp on the front desk and looked at Ren Fei asking, "Are you all here to check in?" "Yes." Ren Fei nodded. Mama Fan briefly counted the people in the lobby, then took out a bunch of keys and threw them in front of Ren Fei, saying, "Here are the keys for you. My body is inconvenient, so I won't take you to your rooms." "Thank you." Seeing the bunch of keys, Gerna immediately reached out to grab one. At this moment, the people standing in the lobby couldn't help but gather around. Ahem. All the rooms are on the same floor, and the room numbers are on the keys. Once you have a key, you can go to your room by yourselves. Mama Fan tugged at her red coat and coughed a few times. Her words fell. Gerna had already quickly chosen a key and put it away. Seeing Gerna's action, the other chosen ones noticed that the keys corresponded to different room numbers, instantly realizing that the rooms might be different from one another. So, in just a moment, these chosen ones rushed up like mad, directly grabbing the keys. However, by the time only one key remained in front of them, Ren Fei still didn't make a move. He just calmly asked a question. "Don't you charge for staying here?" As soon as the words were out, the chosen ones holding the keys were suddenly stunned. They didn't know why Ren Fei would ask this. This isn't the real world. Do they still charge for staying in an inn? As soon as Ren Fei's question was asked, Mama Fan immediately answered. "No charge." Hearing no charge, the chosen ones breathed a sigh of relief, but also looked at Ren Fei with strange eyes. Just now, when Ren Fei asked this extremely common question, they thought it had some deeper meaning, but now it seemed that Ren Fei was simply being overly cautious and casually asking. After all, which normal person would ask such a question in the world of ghost stories? After getting the keys, the chosen ones didn't intend to stay in the lobby any longer, turning around to head upstairs to find their rooms. However, at this moment, Ren Fei spoke again. And this time, Ren Fei's words left them even more confused. Ren Fei said, "I don't have money, but I'm willing to exchange something on me for the room." "Oh?" Mama Fan looked up in surprise. "Is one eye enough?" Saying this, Ren Fei reached out into the air in front of him and instantly pulled out an eyeball still bleeding from somewhere. Ren Fei's expression remained normal as he placed it in front of Mama Fan. The shock in her eyes flashed by. She didn't speak, but silently put away her eyes. It was as if she silently approved of Ren Fei's actions. What the hell? What is going on? Is Ren Fei crazy? Why is he asking about the room fee out of the blue? Yeah, we're in a world of creepy tales. Why wouldn't free housing be good? Baka. What's with all the nonsense? Ren Fei was the one who cleared the last instance perfectly. Could it be that he's doing something special here? In the reception hall of the inn, the chosen ones started gossiping and speculating. And after waiting for a while, nothing unusual happened. Mama Fan didn't even glance at Ren Fei again, nor did she give him anything. It was as if this matter just ended there. I knew it, he's just trying to mess with us. Those Chinese are always so sly, he wants to mislead us. Seeing nothing special happening, my grandson Jime jumped out again. Kai stood aside, frowning, watching everything. He felt that something was off. As the one who cleared the last instance, he couldn't believe that Ren Fei would do something useless. But, although Kai felt uneasy in his heart, he wasn't Ren Fei. He couldn't just casually pull out those weird things. Their group of chosen ones, apart from their clothes, had nothing else. And Kai didn't receive any personal rewards from the last instance either. Mama Fan, I want to use something to pay for my room fee too. Amidst the mocking gazes, Gurna La's voice was heard. Everyone turned their eyes and saw Gurna La handing a pair of red high heels to Mama Fan. This is, from the last instance? Someone immediately recognized the high heels. Oh my god, could these be the rewards that Gurna La got from the last instance? She got a reward, so does that mean Ren Fei also? All the chosen ones were shocked. Although they still didn't understand Ren Fei and Gurna La's actions, their behavior was indeed a bit thought-provoking. At this moment, Kai's brain was working at full speed. He believed that Ren Fei and Gurna La were definitely not trying to mislead everyone. He didn't know why, but he just felt that he should do the same. So, after thinking for a while, Kai grabbed the fruit knife on the counter and, without hesitation, slashed at his own ear. Moments later, holding up his ear, Kai's hands were covered in fresh blood. Wait. I also have something to use to pay for my room fee. Chapter 25, Room 244. Damn, Ren Fei and Gurna La used items to pay for their room fees, but why is Kai jumping in? That's really hardcore, he actually used his ear as payment. Was that eyeball Ren Fei's reward from the last instance? What is Ren Fei trying to do? The instance just started, can his talent really let him know the information in advance? It must be his talent, no doubt. The talents in the world of creepy tales are all kinds of strange. This could explain why Ren Fei is acting in such a bizarre way. In the real world, a group of netizens were discussing wildly, all thinking that Ren Fei's actions were a hint from his talent. After all, the only thing that could let him know in advance would be his talent, no one could think of any other possibility. Damn, Ren Fei must be shooting in the dark. What can he possibly know in advance? The last instance was just luck, does he really think he can do anything? You pickled cabbage people, you really don't know when to stop. Your capital is about to fall, and all your government's top people are trapped inside. Now you still have time to jump out and play the fool, I'm impressed. You little bastards. What did you say? You know exactly what you said, once your capital falls, your country will be as good as finished, right? By the way, don't come crying to us for help when your capital falls, because China forbids small Japanese people and dogs from entering. In the world of creepy tales. The whispering in. Drip. The blood from Kai's hands dripped onto the floor. The glaring red made all the chosen ones in the hall freeze in shock. It's hard to tell. Kai is still a werewolf. A bit more ruthless than even the toughest people. Meanwhile, Ren Fei watches Kai's actions thoughtfully. He has to admit, Kai is ruthless and decisive. However, blindly following the crowd without understanding the truth is not necessarily a good thing. Ren Fei had no intention of staying here any longer. His gaze casually swept over the crowd, then stopped for a few seconds on a figure in the corner. His expression subtly changed. Then, Ren Fei looked away, grabbed the last key in front of him, and waved his hand at the crowd without looking back. You guys take your time, I'll head back to my room first. As the noise behind him gradually faded from his ears, Ren Fei made his way up the old wooden stairs to the second floor of the inn. The moment he stood on the second floor, a cold breeze, from who knows where, blew over, making Ren Fei feel a chill at the back of his neck. He stared at the dim, narrow corridor in front of him. Ren Fei's expression remained unchanged. The corridor was covered with a red carpet, new, and there were about a dozen rooms on both sides, all of which were still locked with old-fashioned keys. It really is quite old, but those details. I still remember them clearly. Every dungeon Ren Fei had experienced, he remembered each one clearly. Looking at the thick dust piled up in the corners of the walls along the corridor, Ren Fei smiled faintly, saying nothing, and continued walking forward. Ren Fei's room number was 244. Perhaps the other chosen ones thought the room number was unlucky, so they all unanimously left this key for him. And in fact, they were right. Thinking back to how everyone scrambled to grab the keys, Ren Fei couldn't help but laugh. These people, although they guessed part of the truth, unfortunately, they don't know that there's more than one unsafe room. In the dark corridor, as Ren Fei just turned the corner. At this moment, Duranala, the chosen one from the Yuten kingdom, caught up with him. Wait for me. Duranala was out of breath, as if afraid she might fall behind Ren Fei. Seeing Ren Fei actually stop to wait for her, she happily shared what had happened downstairs. Those people downstairs were really funny. Kai gave his ear to Mom Fan, but she just glared at him, and Kai's face turned dark. It was really hilarious. Hearing Duranala's words, Ren Fei smiled noncommittally. This result did not surprise him. Duranala cautiously asked, Ren Fei, did you know this would happen? By the way, why did Mom Fan accept the things we gave her? What you gave her were rewards from the last dungeon, things no one could refuse. As for mine. Ren Fei's mouth curved into a mischievous smile. He didn't continue. Seeing this, Diranala didn't ask further. Instead, she took the initiative to change the topic. My room is 208, Ren Fei, what's yours? 244. 244? Diranala blinked, then said, I didn't expect it. This inn doesn't look big, but there are over 40 rooms on the second floor. Ren Fei stayed silent. His thoughts drifted into memories. Only he knew, with that room included, to be exact, there were 45 rooms on the second floor of the Whispering Inn. Ren Fei, are we heading back to our rooms now? Well, then, I'll go back now. Seeing Ren Fei nod, though reluctantly, Diranala spoke again, it looks like I've walked past my room, I'll turn back now. After saying that, Diranala turned and walked back. Ren Fei didn't look back because his room required passing 3 turns, and his room faced north. The north-facing rooms usually don't get any sunlight. That's the coldest and dampest direction. After a while, Ren Fei stood in front of room 244. Ren Fei took out the key and was about to open the door. At this moment, Shimi Isanakawa from the island country appeared in his line of sight. Shimi Isanakawa stood in front of the door of the neighboring room. It seemed very unlucky for him, his room number was 243. Ancient wisdom is not wrong, indeed. Sure enough, enemies don't meet unless they're meant to. Ren Fei curved his lips into a cold, sinister smile. Daring to live next door to him, that was really a stroke of luck. Ren Fei wore an eerie smile on his face, saying nothing, just opening the door and walking inside. Seeing Ren Fei enter the room and lock the door, my grandson, Shimi, who was about to wet his pants, finally trembled and took out his key. Just now, Ren Fei had given him an evil smile, and he thought Ren Fei was about to do something to him. But the truth was, it was all just in his imagination. Phew. I forgot, this is a live broadcast worldwide. In front of the global higher-ups, even Ren Fei wouldn't dare do anything reckless. But what bad luck, why do I have to live next door to him? Muttering to himself. My grandson, Shimi, had already unlocked the door with the key. Suddenly, a musty, moldy smell hit him in the face, making my grandson, Shimi, frown tightly. What kind of crappy room is this? Any room in my country would be better than this. My grandson, Shimi, reached out to turn on the light. It was an old-fashioned pull-string switch. He pulled several times, and the dim yellow light in the room finally lit up. Entering the room, my grandson, Shimi, locked the door behind him. Because he noticed that the light in the hallway flickered like it was broken. This made him feel unsafe. He always felt that, at this moment, staying in the room was the only way to be safe. Inside the room, the furnishings were very simple. A bed, a toilet, a hanging clock, a wooden table, and a chair. Apart from that, there was nothing else. So shabby. This is the most rundown room I've ever stayed in. He muttered in dissatisfaction. My grandson, Shimi, picked up the rule paper placed on the table. Chapter 26, You Already Have a Path to Death. Whisper Hostel, Guest Rules. Rule 1, due to the limited conditions of the hostel, if guests need meals, they can go to the front desk on the first floor to place an order. The meal will be delivered to the room door within 30 minutes. If the meal is not picked up within 30 minutes, it will no longer be edible. Rule 2, the hostel may be a bit unsettled at night, but as long as you stay in the room, you can completely block out these dangers. Rule 3, after entering the room, it is prohibited to leave after 10 p.m. Rule 4, in the half-dream, half-awake state, you may hear someone knocking on the door or calling your name. Please do not open the door or respond. Rule 5, if you encounter phenomena such as sleep paralysis or blood seeping from the ceiling while sleeping, please continue sleeping as it is just a hallucination. Rule 6, there are 3 rooms in the hostel whose main doors have not yet been repaired, so they cannot be locked properly. Rule 7, if you suddenly wake up in the middle of the night and find a ghostly shadow standing at the bedside, please immediately curse loudly and use the most vicious words to drive it away. Rule 8, during the day, you don't have to stay inside the hostel. There is a famous snack street nearby, where you can try it to your heart's content. Rule 9, do not go to the snack street. If you absolutely must go, please ensure that you return alone. Rule 10, absolutely trust Mama Fan. After reading the rules, as usual, Ren Fei crumpled it into a ball and threw it in his mouth. Ren Fei could remember these rules after a quick glance, not because of his reincarnation, but because he had developed a photographic memory under high-pressure conditions. This was the most basic survival skill for the Chosen One. This place seems to have changed not at all compared to my memory. The only change is that this time, I've ended up in the room furthest back. Room 244 was located at the very back of Whisper Hostel. When people stay, whether it's a hostel or a hotel, they usually don't pick the last room. Because it is often considered unclean or unlucky. Rooms with the number 4 are the same. So, when hotels make room number plates, they usually skip numbers with bad homophones. The last room, plus 244. In my last life, this room indeed caused the deaths of many chosen ones. Ah. Ren Fei lazily couldn't help but yawn. But as I said, that was in the past life. This life, with Ren Fei personally suppressing things, I don't believe anything can stir up a storm here. The beds in the hostel are generally quite shabby, but the sheets and blankets are brand new. And, although the things in the room are old, everything is cleaned very thoroughly. It's just that Ren Fei wasn't lucky enough to be assigned to room 244, which faces north. This room doesn't get any sunlight, so the damp, musty smell in the room can't be completely removed through ventilation. Has it already reached 10 p.m.? Ren Fei glanced at the small clock hanging on the wall. For some reason, his eyelids suddenly felt heavy. He had been more energetic than a young man just a moment ago, but now all he felt was a wave of fatigue. Better sleep first. Ren Fei, feeling suddenly exhausted, lay down on the bed. Looks like I can't expect fortune from this quest. On the bed, Ren Fei quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, the other chosen ones on the second floor also, just like him, fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, because Ren Fei's room door couldn't be locked, it was easily opened, and a dark figure quietly entered. Rule 6, there are 3 rooms in the hostel that haven't been repaired, so their doors can't be properly locked. The shadow reached Ren Fei's bedside. It stood there for about half a minute. However, it didn't harm Ren Fei, but carefully tucked him in under the blanket. You're back, you've really come back. The shadow murmured with a sob beside the bed. After staying in the room for several minutes, the shadow slowly backed out and carefully closed the door behind it. About an hour later, suddenly, a cold wind rushed into Ren Fei's room. The wind woke Ren Fei from his deep sleep, making him shiver. Groggily opening his eyes, Ren Fei saw that the room door was mysteriously wide open, and in the pitch-black room, several shadows seemed to be squirming. Upon seeing this, Ren Fei remained completely calm and simply turned over to continue sleeping. But after just a few minutes, sounds started coming from outside the room, as if someone was calling Ren Fei's name. Ren Fei! Ren Fei! Come out, come outside. The voice seemed to come from the corridor outside the door. These voices sounded both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar because Ren Fei seemed to hear the voices of his family, but unfamiliar because Ren Fei had been an orphan since childhood and had no idea who his parents were. Rule 4, between waking and sleeping, you might hear someone knocking on the door or calling your name. Please, do not open the door or respond. Ren Fei originally didn't want to pay attention to the shouting from the corridor, because he was really tired and just wanted to sleep. But the more he ignored it, the louder the voice became, and Ren Fei couldn't take it anymore. Shouting, who the hell are you calling? How dare you howl like a ghost in the middle of the night? Ren Fei got up, trying to turn on the lights, but the lights in the room wouldn't turn on no matter how hard he tried. This made Ren Fei even angrier. You're disturbing my sleep. I see you're asking for death. Snap. Ren Fei snapped his fingers. In an instant, the whole room lit up. In the bright light, Ren Fei saw that the door to his room was indeed cracked open, and the cold wind that had woken him up earlier must have come through that gap. Staring at the door crack, Ren Fei seemed deep in thought, but at that moment, the familiar voice came again from outside the door. Ren Fei, come here to me. As the voice faded away, suddenly Ren Fei felt a sharp buzz in his head. It felt like someone had struck him on the back of his head with a heavy hammer, nearly causing him to lose all consciousness. At the same time, Ren Fei noticed, perhaps due to breaking the rules, that his hands and feet were starting to lose control. Under the seductive sound, he clumsily and blankly got out of bed, moving towards the direction of the door. It was as if he was truly going to open the door and go out. What's happening, my body? Under the influence of that voice, Ren Fei reached the door. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he still reached out to pull open the door. Rule 3, after 10 p.m., it is forbidden to leave the room casually. Who? Suddenly, several gusts of cold wind rushed in from all directions. The cold wind pierced straight into Ren Fei's nose and mouth. Ren Fei stood blankly at the door, feeling a bit dizzy. He suddenly smelled a stench of rotten eggs and blood, and at that moment, the wind in the hallway seemed to be crushed like ice crystals, making a crackling sound. The cold wind hit his face. In the darkness, it seemed like something was coming. Chapter 27, Awaken, My Lover. All those who battle, form your ranks in front. Monsters and demons, retreat. 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 Damn it, why is it that so many chosen ones are in this hostel, but the strange forces only target Ren Fei? Is it because of room 244? Holy crap. This is way too real, it's exactly like the scenes in my nightmares. Strange, the rule said not to open the door or answer if you hear someone call your name while sleeping, but why did Ren Fei not only answer, but also open the door? Oh my god. I've turned from fan to hater, Ren Fei is so unbelievably stupid. Kakikyo, this is just how it is for Ren Fei from China. Seems like he's going to be eliminated by the world of creepy tales. China, your good days are over. In the real world, many people took pleasure in Ren Fei's misfortune. Especially the Western countries led by the beautiful country, all eagerly awaited Ren Fei's elimination by the strange forces, because if that happened, China would be once again stepped under their feet. At this moment, people in China felt incredibly heartbroken. Because Ren Fei's previous outstanding performance didn't seem like the actions of a reckless person. In the world of creepy tales. As the shadow drew closer, the wind-slicing sounds mixed in the hallway, constantly howling in Ren Fei's ears. However, just when everyone thought the shadow would directly attack Ren Fei, it suddenly stopped just a few meters away. Suddenly, the previously noisy hallway fell into an eerie silence. The shadow did not move forward. However, the seductive voice once again came from the shadow's mouth. Ren Fei, come here, come to me. Okay. Ren Fei replied. He then mechanically stepped out of the room and began moving towards the dark corridor. Very good, just like that, come to me quickly. In the hallway, the shadow seemed somewhat impatient. Looking at Ren Fei step by step approaching, a trace of excitement appeared on its pale face. A moment later. Ren Fei's tone was stiff, I'm here. Good. Fresh flesh, exuding an irresistible scent. The shadow licked its crimson lips, extended its withered, tree-like arm, and its sharp, pointed nails shot towards Ren Fei's body in an instant. I want you. Let me devour you. The shadow swung its arm down. But to its surprise, in that very moment, its nails felt like they were scraping across steel, not penetrating Ren Fei's body at all, and it didn't smell the familiar scent of blood. The shadow felt puzzled. In the next second, Ren Fei suddenly disappeared from its sight. The shadow's pupils constricted sharply. Its strange, elongated eyes were searching for Ren Fei's figure. But just then, Ren Fei's voice came from behind. Scatter! As the words fell, Ren Fei suddenly reached out his right hand toward the shadow. His palm opened wide, and a giant mouth instantly reached out to swallow the shadow. Damn! There are no other strange forces here. The shadow screamed in horror. It quickly turned to flee. But its reaction was always one step too slow. It couldn't dodge in time, and its right arm was bitten by that giant mouth. And then he forcefully ripped it off. Ah! Damn! The shadow screamed in agony, dragging its injured body, quickly disappearing around the corner of the hallway. Ugh, so boring. As the shadow vanished, Ren Fei yawned out of sheer boredom. He had already faked it so well, but he never expected the strange entity to be so cautious. From the very beginning, it used sound to lure him out, but when he stepped out, it dared not approach the room. All these actions were clearly abnormal. Just now. It clearly had the ability to kill Ren Fei directly, yet it still maintained a sense of caution, as if it was also afraid of something. Looking at the nearly 2-meter-long dried arm left by the entity in the hallway, Ren Fei glanced at it casually, then kicked it to the door of my grandson Jimei's room. If you don't have any skills, don't bother me while I'm trying to sleep, both bad at this and love to play. Scatter! A snap of his fingers, and the distortion in Ren Fei's mind disappeared. Yawning, he went back to his room. The dark hallway fell silent for a moment. However, this silence didn't last long, and soon the sound of several doors opening echoed down the hallway. As several shadows rushed out of the rooms and gathered in front of the dried arm, the door to my grandson Jimei's room quickly became lively. At this moment, my grandson Jimei was sprawled on the bed, a disgusting, lewd smile on his face. He was dreaming. A beautiful dream. In the dream, he was on a date with a pretty girl. However, just as he invited the girl to come home and roll in bed with him, and she agreed happily, the next moment, he was awoken by strange chewing sounds outside the door. Baka Yoru. Who the hell is disturbing my sweet dream? My grandson Jimei was completely confused, thinking he was at home. But quickly, he realized, his face turning pale instantly. Because he noticed that the chewing sound outside the door had suddenly stopped after his angry shout. This was definitely not a good sign. Gulp. Gulp. My grandson Jimei trembled as he swallowed. He dared not move, his eyes fixed on the door of the room. He had thought that staying silent would fool whatever was outside, but to his surprise, the next moment, strange knocking sounds came from the door. Knock 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 knock. The knocking always sounded 4 times. This was definitely not a living person knocking. What have I done? Listening to the knocking, which sounded like the whispers of death from outside, my grandson Jimei curled up on the bed, regretting deeply. If only he hadn't been so careless when he woke up. He definitely wouldn't have made such a stupid mistake. Damn it! What is that thing outside? The knocking continued for a long time. However, the thing outside did not enter the room, and seeing this, my grandson Jimei gradually relaxed. Yoshi! Rule 2 is indeed correct. Rule 2. The hotel might be unsafe at night, but as long as you stay in your room, you can completely block the danger. Thinking that whatever was outside couldn't come in, my grandson Jime instantly gained confidence. His head stopped hurting. His legs stopped aching. His entire back straightened up. It's too dangerous to be alone in a ghost story scenario. I originally wanted to hide my talent, but now, I have no choice but to reveal it. Make way, he's about to start showing off. My grandson Jime didn't want to be disturbed while trying to sleep again. Nor did he want to keep feeling anxious. So, he made a firm decision. He was going to use his talent. My talent is B rank. Although it's only B rank, this talent can genuinely summon an entity to protect me. And the success rate of summoning is as high as 20%. Chapter 28, Shinjishu. My grandson Jime had a confident look on his face. At this moment, someone would surely say, a 20% success rate, doesn't that mean there's an 80% chance of failure? That is indeed the case. But my grandson Jime didn't think so. He felt that he had always been pretty lucky. So this time, it's bound to succeed. Although the talent can only be used once, I will surely succeed. To increase the success rate, my grandson Jime stood up from the bed, facing the door of the room, raising his hands high, with an incredibly sincere tone. Wake up, my love. As soon as my grandson Jime finished speaking, suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared in the pitch-black room, followed by a golden ball of light flying in from outside the door, instantly joining the golden glow. Yoshi! 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 Seeing the golden light, my grandson Jime was so excited that he immediately knelt down. Wahahaha! I did it! I did it! My grandson Jime laughed joyfully. However, just as he was flapping his arms excitedly, preparing to approach and inspect, a strange woman with one eye blind suddenly appeared in front of him. Her eerie, bright red lips stretched all the way to her ears. She looked at my grandson Jime with an unexpected and funny gaze. If my grandson Jime had opened the door and taken a look just now, he would have realized that the strange woman in front of him was one of the ones who had been knocking on the door outside. She had been wondering how she could get inside. But now, by coincidence, my grandson Jime had directly summoned her. And then, the confused woman instantly appeared in a shining flash. He. It seems like your voice was a little loud just now. I was still thinking about how to get into the room and eat you, but then you gave me this chance. The strange woman reached out and grabbed my grandson Jime's throat. With one hand, she lifted him up. You. Hearing the strange woman's words, my grandson Jime was instantly stunned. With a voice filled with terror and despair, he asked, You're the one who was knocking on the door outside. Clever. The strange woman grinned. Thanks to you, I was able to break through the barrier of the door. How could this happen? My grandson Jime's legs went soft with fear, and there was no color left in his face. Thinking that a real hero doesn't take a loss right in front of him, he immediately begged for mercy. Please let me go. I summoned you, I'm your master. Master? The strange woman looked at him with amusement. Then master, why are you crying? Get it together, I still prefer the rebellious look you had just now. Woo. Please, I beg you, let me go. My grandson Jime was so scared that he wet himself, crying and begging, Don't eat me, go eat Ren Fei, he lives in room 244 right next to mine. He. After eating you, I can go eat him too. I don't want to die. My grandson Jime was at his wit's end, and just as the strange woman was about to kill him, he suddenly noticed a flaw in her body, and had a sudden idea. It's Ren Fei. Your eye is missing an eyeball, I know who did it, it's Ren Fei, it's him, it must be him. My grandson Jime shouted desperately. He was just trying his luck. But as his words fell, the strange woman indeed let go of him. Seeing the opportunity, my grandson Jime immediately went all out. I saw it, he pulled out an eyeball from somewhere, and it was still covered in blood. Where is that eyeball now? The strange woman asked coldly. My grandson Jime said, It's in Mama Fan's hands. Mama Fan. The strange woman showed a look of fear on her face. She instantly fell into deep thought. That evening, she had indeed inexplicably had one of her eyeballs taken. At that time, she had been minding her own business in the room, but suddenly a large hand appeared in front of her, and that hand quickly plucked one of her eyeballs. She had thought it was Mama Fan's doing. But now, it seemed the truth was not so. Damn it! The one who took my eyeball was just a human. The strange woman instantly flew into a rage. She grabbed my grandson Jime again, he has to die, and so do you. After saying that, the strange woman bit into my grandson Jime's neck. But the blood-splattering scene he had imagined didn't happen. My grandson Jime, who was already scared to the point of wetting himself, suddenly realized he hadn't died. My grandson Jime shouted in excitement, I know now. I know now. You are the one I summoned. You can't possibly lay a hand on me. Barely escaping with my life, my grandson Jime immediately started showing off again. He was no longer afraid, and turned to give orders to the strange creature. You are here to protect me, I order you, from now on, stay close to me and protect me at all times. Stay, close to you? The strange creature looked at my grandson Jime as if he were a fool. Without wasting any more words, it rushed forward and started punching and kicking my grandson Jime. Alright. I'll protect you well right now. Ha 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 ha, hick. I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing so hard I might choke. As expected from the island nation, you guys really know how to entertain. I really lost it laughing, from when my grandson Jime shouted awaken, my lover, I couldn't stop. My grandson Jime must be a fool, doesn't he realize why this talent is only B-level? Ha ha, that's because the summoned strange creature is completely uncontrollable. I silently mourned for my grandson Jime for 3 minutes, thinking he could trick Ren Fei, but didn't expect he would get himself badly tricked first. In the real world, my grandson Jime once again embarrassed the entire island nation. Netizens from all over the world have started to see the island nation's chosen ones as pure entertainment. After all, you can't stay tense the whole time while watching horror challenge shows, so occasionally, a few idiots like this really help lighten up the mood of the live viewers. It can be said that in the art of playing the clown, the islanders are truly talented. Whispering in. While my grandson Jime was being mercilessly beaten by the strange creature, at that moment, 2 other rooms were also experiencing strange events. One was Gulnara from the country of Yutan. The other was Shinjishu, the chosen one from the yellow-skinned Gaul country. In her sleep, Gulnara heard someone calling her name, but before she could even feel scared, a dark shadow appeared, and the hallway instantly returned to normal. Room 217, where Shinjishu was staying. From the moment he entered the room, Shinjishu noticed that the door lock was broken, so he didn't dare to sleep too deeply. In the middle of the night, he indeed discovered something unusual. First, the door was blown open by a gust of cold wind, then, blood started dripping down from the ceiling, and he watched the whole process with his eyes wide open. But strangely, although he was fully awake, his body couldn't move. He could clearly feel something entering the room, and he could also feel the blood dripping onto the blanket, soaking through the blanket and chilling his body. This experience was terrifying. Far more terrifying than the feeling of sleep paralysis in real life. Because you can be sure that the strange creature is right beside you, and Shinjishu could even see clearly through the darkness that there was a blood-soaked, terrifying face. Rule 5: If you encounter sleep paralysis or strange phenomena such as blood dripping from the ceiling while sleeping, continue to sleep because it's just a hallucination. No. This is definitely not a hallucination. On the bed, Shinjishu felt the blanket moving. The blanket was slowly tightening, as if it wanted to wrap around him entirely. At the same time, the blood from the ceiling dripped onto his face, and the nauseating stench spread quickly around his mouth. I can't breathe. He didn't know when, but the blanket had moved up a bit and was now tightly covering his nose and mouth. His face turned bright red, and he was slowly suffocating. Damn it! Move, damn it! Shinjishu refused to give in. He bit his tongue hard. With the sudden wave of pain, his body suddenly regained some sensation. Through the still tightening blanket, he looked toward a certain spot in the room, his fingers moved with great difficulty. Come help me escape, watch me swing my sword and decapitate the nameless villain. A low, dramatic voice came out from Shinjishu's throat. As soon as the words fell, a red paperman, which had been prepared in advance by the bed, suddenly seemed to come alive. The paperman's round, shiny eyes turned, and like a puppet on strings, it lightly pounced towards him, immediately tearing away the blanket that was tightly covering him. A paper warrior horse bent forward and let out a piercing neigh. Knife, come. Shinjishu leapt onto the horse. A paper knife flew into his hand. In the blink of an eye, the paper horse and long knife instantly transformed into living beings. The warhorse under him stomped its front hooves, breathing out 2 long breaths of air from its nostrils, while the long knife in his hand gleamed with a chilling light. Shinjishu gripped the reins, sitting straight on the horse's back, holding the long knife, looking like a mighty general, staring down at all the enemies before him with a dismissive gaze. You all bow your heads. P.S. Comments, urging updates, free gifts, here's a wave. Don't make me have my grandson, Jime, kneel and beg you all. Chapter 29, Life is a Play. You all bow your heads. These simple 4 words were deafening. As if a thunderbolt had struck down. With that, the entire room suddenly twisted. In the distortion, the original room 217 instantly expanded several times, and everything around them vanished, as if entering another void-like space. Quick, quick, run away. At this moment, a few eerie beings who entered the room noticed something was wrong. They were struck by the overwhelming aura emanating from Shinjishu, and they couldn't summon any resistance, so they immediately turned to flee. However, this twisted space was very strange. Once dragged into it, no matter where they ran, they couldn't escape. Damn! What did you do? Let us go! A few of the eerie beings panicked. They were supposed to be the strange ones, and when encountering them, Shinjishu, being human, should have been filled with fear and despair, but now what was happening? How had this human suddenly become so fierce? It felt like a different person. They were completely stunned. The eerie beings scattered and fled. They secretly regretted it. If they had known this human was so powerful, they would never have bothered him. Now, look at the situation. They could see their lives slipping away, dash. Dong 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 dong. In the void space. Fear spread like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the sound of dense gongs, drums, and swana horns filled the air. Then, a loud theatrical shout rang out. The good show begins. You rats come and die. With those words, Shinjishu, riding his warhorse and holding a broadsword, burst out from somewhere. One of the eerie beings, with a face full of fear, only heard the sound of galloping hooves, and before it could even see the figure on the horse, its head had already been sliced off by the long knife in Shinjishu's hand. Its head rolled under Shinjishu's horse, still holding an expression of disbelief. However, Shinjishu didn't spare a second glance, and urged his horse toward the direction where the other two eerie beings were fleeing. In just a few minutes, all three eerie beings were dealt with by Shinjishu. The void space vanished, and room 217 returned to normal. The paper horse, paper knife, and paper warrior all turned into piles of debris. At this moment, Shinjishu pressed his right hand tightly against his chest. Just a moment ago, he had felt a sharp, twisting pain in his heart. Is this the cost of using this power? A price paid with my lifespan. Shinjishu knew. The more powerful the eerie ability, the more unimaginable the price it took. He could have chosen not to use it. But in that moment, if he hadn't used it, he probably would have already died at the hands of those eerie beings. This was Shinjishu's first time entering a horror story copy. He had drawn the SSS level talent Life as a Play. This talent could summon characters from plays and bring their powerful, eerie abilities to him. However, the cost of using this talent was enormous. The stronger the character summoned, the more lifespan it consumed. The general he had just summoned cost him a full year of life. My talent, according to the description, isn't just a simple eerie talent. It has the potential to ascend to divinity, corresponding to the god of drama filled with Eastern mystical colors. Although I am now a citizen of Gaul, representing Gaul in this challenge. However, one day, I still hope to return to Chinese nationality and contribute to China. In the past. For business reasons, Shinjishu's parents had no choice but to adopt the nationality of Gallia. However, as they grew older, their longing to return to their homeland became increasingly uncontrollable. Shinjishu felt the same. There wasn't a day he didn't yearn to return to his country. Just like his parents often muttered. No matter how good Gallia is, it is still not our homeland. People grow old, and the only wish is to return to one's roots. In the real world, people from various countries stared at Shinjishu's live broadcast screen, completely dumbfounded. After a moment, the viewers eagerly started commenting. Oh my god! What kind of talent is Shinjishu? The mesmerizing voice of his ancestors, this supernatural ability to fight on horseback, this must be at least SS level talent, right? As soon as the sound of gongs and swonas played, I instantly had goosebumps. Great performance, worth the reward. Wait, isn't Shinjishu a chosen one of Gallia? Why does he have a Chinese name and appearance? Could he be an immigrant? With this talent, Gallia is going to take off. I'm telling you, not even God can stop it. In the high-level meeting room of Gallia. When the highest leaders saw Shinjishu's stunning performance, the top decision-maker immediately gave an order. Send someone to protect Shinjishu's family right now. No one can meet them without my command, especially not anyone from China. Also, restrict their business activities to within the country, prohibit them from exporting their business, and secretly monitor their movements every day. As soon as the highest decision-maker finished speaking, someone immediately raised a question. Boss, isn't this just house arrest? Shinjishu is fighting for Gallia now, aren't we worried about losing his trust by doing this? Idiot. What do you know? Those who are not of our kind must have a different heart. It's true that Shinjishu's family holds Gallia citizenship, but how much material have they secretly provided to China over the years? After all, they are not our people, they can't be fully loyal to our country. Besides, Shinjishu doesn't know the real situation. As long as he represents our country well and completes the mission, I will ensure his family's safety. In the world of strange tales, the chosen ones didn't sleep well on their first night at the Whispering Hostel. In the morning, Ren Fei opened the door and went outside, only to find that the traces left in the corridor last night had all been cleaned up. At the same time, Ren Fei also noticed there were several room doors wide open in the corridor, as if they had been vacated. And these rooms, without exception, were not the ones the chosen ones stayed in. It seems that no chosen ones were eliminated last night, but at the same time, 4 rooms have been vacated, which seems a bit unusual. There are a total of 44 rooms here, half of them are occupied by the chosen ones, and the other half are not by humans, but by those things from last night. To solve so many strange things at once, could it be him? Ren Fei suddenly thought of someone. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly noticed something lying quietly at his feet, a gold coin. It was golden. Smooth and round in color. It was as big as half a palm. A gold coin? How did this appear here? Ren Fei was a bit curious. He picked up the gold coin. A prompt sounded in his ears. He didn't pay attention to the talent prompt. Carefully examining the gold coin in his hand, Ren Fei noticed that this gold coin was quite interesting, with a mouse head printed on both the front and back. Chapter 30, Mother Fan's Diary. I remember, there was nothing related to this gold coin in my memory. Did something unexpected happen here? Ren Fei put the gold coin away. As soon as he looked up, he found that there were several more gold coins lying on the carpet ahead. Oh, so many wild gold coins? Ren Fei's eyes lit up. He had been worried that this dungeon was too poor and couldn't find any valuable items, but now, the problem was solved. After picking up several gold coins, Ren Fei counted them. There were 6 coins in total. In other words, just selling these 6 coins would bring in 120,000. It's a bit less, but it's still better than nothing. Ren Fei thought. Suddenly, there were gold coins in the inn. This surely wasn't an accident. No matter how the coins appeared, it didn't matter, they were his now. Ha ha ha. The early bird gets the worm. Humming a little tune, Ren Fei was in a good mood as he walked downstairs. Not long after Ren Fei left, a fully golden mouse appeared in the corridor on the 2nd floor. The mouse sniffed around the place where the coins had been earlier, and squeaked twice anxiously. Finding nothing, it dug a hole and disappeared into the corridor. On the 1st floor of the inn. At this time, the sky outside was just beginning to brighten, and all the chosen ones were still asleep. Only Ren Fei, who was familiar with the dungeon, had woken up early. Ren Fei arrived at the inn's front desk. Just as expected, there was no one at the front desk. Ren Fei casually picked up the menu and notebook placed at the desk, wrote down what he wanted to eat and his room number, then put the notebook back in its place. The reason Ren Fei woke up so early was actually another one. That is, he was hungry. People are made of iron, rice is steel, skip a meal and you'll feel anxious. This saying is absolutely true. Normally, you wouldn't feel hungry if you're asleep, but once you wake up in the middle of the night, you can't fall back asleep with hunger. His eyes passed over the front desk, and Ren Fei saw a small room behind it. There were no other people in the inn. So naturally, this must be where Mother Fan rested. However, Ren Fei knew that Mother Fan wasn't in the room at the moment. Let's follow the usual process, or else other countries will be pissed off if they see me clearing the dungeon directly. Ren Fei didn't want to reveal the fact that he had been reborn. That was his greatest trump card and advantage. I remember that after 3 dungeon challenges, you must reveal your talent. In my past life, after the other country's chosen ones knew about my talent, they sure didn't spare any effort to sabotage me. But this time, it only says that talents must be revealed, but it doesn't specify which talent. So I'll just reveal the talent given by the goddess of love. Revealing the SSS level talent, Heart of Gratitude, didn't matter. This way, Ren Fei could also cover up his 5S level talent Fortune Child. As his thoughts wandered, Ren Fei had already reached the door to the room behind the front desk. The door was slightly ajar. Ren Fei glanced inside but didn't see Mother Fan. Creak. Ren Fei pushed the door open and walked in. The room was very clean and tidy. On the bedhead in the room hung a large group photo, showing Mother Fan with many orphans. The address on the photo was from an orphanage. It clearly showed the words Jingshan Orphanage. Ren Fei had originally wanted to take the photo, but after thinking for a moment, he withdrew his hand. Each chosen one can only take 1 item from here. If I take more than 1, Mother Fan will definitely notice and kick me out of the inn. Better to just take the diary. Ren Fei was familiar with the story here. Actually, it didn't matter what he took. But he needed to put on a little show to deal with the netizens before the live stream. In the end, Ren Fei took Mother Fan's diary. On the 2nd floor of the inn. Returning to the 2nd floor, in front of room 244, Ren Fei saw the meal he had ordered. Just like in his memory, it was still as magical. Ren Fei had ordered a breakfast. A bowl of plain porridge with a few steamed buns, still steaming. Rule 1, due to the limited conditions of the inn, if a guest wants food, they can go to the front desk on the first floor to place an order. The meal will be delivered to the door within 30 minutes. If the meal is not picked up within 30 minutes, it cannot be eaten. After confirming the pickup time, Ren Fei happily brought the food into the room to enjoy. After finishing breakfast, Ren Fei placed the empty tray outside the door, then pretended to read Mother Fan's diary inside the room. Holding the diary. The touch is a little rough. The edges of the diary have been worn and curled. Opening the diary, there is no clear date, only the seasons are written in place of it. Winter. This winter is exceptionally cold. I bought a batch of winter clothes for the children at the orphanage, but due to lack of funds, relying only on my savings, it's already not enough to cover such a large expense. I contacted some families willing to adopt children, and they are all willing to adopt some children. Among them, I found out that some families weren't sincere in their intention to adopt. After careful consideration, I decided to politely refuse them. The days passed one by one, until the orphanage was completely bankrupt. Winter. Another winter. The orphanage has been forgotten by the world. There is no source of funding, and even my salary has stopped being paid. The staff at the orphanage gradually left. They all advised me to give up. This orphanage no longer has any reason to exist, and no one really cares about the survival of these children. I put all my savings into it, but still can only come to this point. Was my persistence wrong? I have no children of my own. After my husband passed away, I treated all the children at this orphanage as my own. I just wanted to give them a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Did I really make a mistake? Summer. I thought for a long time, but I still can't bear to leave them. Since there is no source of income, I will even pick up trash to feed them. Under the scorching sun, I open one trash can after another, picking up discarded clothes, leftover food, and rotten vegetable leaves. The world laughs at me, and looks at me with strange eyes, saying that I look like a beggar. I don't care. Autumn. Autumn has come, the seasons have changed, and unknowingly, the children have grown a lot, and I've earned a special name. Mama Fan. I'm still holding on, even if everyone else forgets about these children, I will never abandon them. Every night, I tell them stories, gently covering them with blankets. Watching them grow day by day, my heart is filled with joy. Spring. A few more children have been adopted, and there are still about 20 children left at the orphanage. Looking at the increasingly empty orphanage, I didn't feel sad or sorrowful. Instead, I felt happy for them because my mission has been completed, and their brilliant lives are just beginning. P.S. I've had a headache all day. I couldn't hold on anymore, so I forced myself to finish writing. I really couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 31, Social Affairs. Ren Fei looked at the diary. At the same time, other chosen ones had gradually woken up, and they walked down the stairs in groups, ordering breakfast just like Ren Fei. After ordering breakfast, they each returned to their rooms to wait. Not long after, a series of rapid knocks echoed at Ren Fei's door. Ren Fei, are you up? Come out quickly, something's happened. A voice from Gulnara came from outside the door. Ren Fei opened the door. He saw Gulnara standing outside with a panic-stricken expression. Ren Fei asked, what happened? Someone is dead. Gulnara said. What happened? I'm not sure. Just now everything was fine, but while we were having breakfast, that chosen one suddenly died mysteriously in their room. Which room? 229. Let's go check. After saying that, Ren Fei and Gulnara hurried to room 229. When they arrived at the door of room 229, it was already crowded with chosen ones from various countries. At this time, most of the chosen ones surrounding the door wore expressions of unknown fear, likely because it was their first time participating in the Ghost Story Challenge. After all, this was the first time they had been so close to death. Ren Fei didn't choose to stand at the door watching. He squeezed through the crowd and entered. Inside room 229, the room was in a mess, and at this moment, the chosen one from Eagle Country, Orma, who lived in this room, had been decapitated. The scene was tragic. It looks like Orma was eaten by something. Half of his body and half of his face are missing. The speaker was Joseph, the chosen one from the land of the sun never sets. Beside him, my grandson Jime, with a confident tone, analyzed, he's just like us. We went downstairs together for breakfast, so how could he suddenly die in his room? Someone must have killed him. As he spoke, my grandson Jime immediately cast his gaze at Ren Fei. Ren Fei rolled his eyes in silence. This guy really stopped pretending. Jime, do you have any evidence? Asked Ka, from the beautiful country. My grandson Jime said with great confidence, didn't you all notice? Among the people who went downstairs together, Ren Fei wasn't one of them, so I suspect it's him. Ha! As soon as Ji Mei finished speaking, a light laugh suddenly came from the crowd. Then, Xin Jishu, from Gaul, stepped forward. Xin Jishu laughed and said, "The people from the island nation always like to think with their butts. With such a bizarre death, how could it possibly be caused by a person? Moreover, have you forgotten we're still live streaming globally?" Xin Jishu's words left my grandson Ji Mei speechless. My grandson Ji Mei still wanted to say something, but Ren Fei didn't give him the chance. Ren Fei's sharp gaze scanned the crowd and asked, "Is there anyone who lives next to him? Did anyone see when he took the food?" "I saw." As soon as Ren Fei spoke, someone immediately stepped forward. Lion, the chosen one from the ice and fire country, said, "I live in the room opposite his. We went upstairs together, and he and I took the breakfast into our rooms. By all accounts, he didn't break any rules." Didn't break any rules? Upon hearing Lion's words, everyone frowned and thought. In the mystery dungeon, the death of the chosen ones usually results from breaking the rules. But now, Orma from room 229 hadn't broken any rules, so why did he still die mysteriously? Damn! I thought those things only came out at night. Can they come out during the day too? A chosen one's face filled with terror. His words made every chosen one's heart tighten. The main thing is that Orma's death was too strange. If he had broken the rules and was killed, the chosen ones could have accepted it because it was his own fault. But now, the bizarre disregard for rules and direct killing. This undoubtedly made everyone's hair stand on end. Damn! This inn isn't safe during the day either. We still have to survive here for 3 more days. Isn't that just asking to die? Last night, I heard noise from room 244 from far away. I was sleeping with the blanket over my head, too scared to move the whole night. Don't even say it. Last night, those sounds were like wailing ghosts. Luckily, I have a will of steel, otherwise, I might have been tricked into opening the door. As they spoke, the faces of the chosen ones from all countries showed fear. By the way, who opened the door last night? I think I heard the sound of a door opening. A chosen one asked. It was me. Ren Fei didn't hide it and said with a smile, "The noise outside the door was so loud that I couldn't sleep, so I decided to show it who's boss." That's not right. There were several door opening sounds last night, said Xin Jishu. Exactly, I'm sure you've guessed it. Ren Fei said, "The second floor of the inn doesn't only have us. Those things last night came from other rooms on the second floor." What? Ren Fei's words were shocking. It was like dropping a bomb into a calm lake. Immediately, one of the chosen ones almost peed himself in fear. So, are the things next door to me all creepy? I actually slept next to them all night? Oh god, what are we going to do? The chosen ones were immediately panicking. At this moment, Ka from the beautiful country tried to comfort everyone, don't be afraid. Trust in God. Didn't we all survive last night? Also, I've gathered some clues for passing the level. As long as you cooperate with me, I'm confident I can lead you all through it. Are you serious? Ka's words seemed to ignite hope in everyone. Of course. This did not include Ren Fei, Xin Jishu, and Gernera. Ka, as long as you can lead me to clear the level, I'll cooperate with you. Me too, I'm willing to acknowledge you as the leader. Kai, please take me with you, I'm willing to follow you no matter what. All the chosen ones believed in Kai's words completely. After all, Kai had already cleared the previous dungeon. And their countries all wanted to win favor with the beautiful nation, so naturally, they had to build good relationships with the chosen ones of the beautiful nation. Seeing this dramatic scene, Ren Fei suddenly fell silent. It seemed that the truth here no longer mattered as much. Humans really can't avoid their social connections, no matter where they are. Ren Fei wasn't surprised by their actions. Because in the previous life, they had made the same choice. Ren Fei didn't stay long in room 229 but silently and slowly withdrew from the crowd. Coming out of room 229, Ren Fei felt the air was so much fresher. Golnala hurriedly chased after, panting, and angrily said, "What a bunch of blind people. The big shot is right in front of them, yet they kneel and flatter someone who almost died in the last dungeon." Golnala had already learned all the details of the previous dungeon from other chosen ones. She wasn't belittling Kai. She was just saying that compared to Ren Fei, Kai still had a long way to go. Chapter 32, The Soul Summoning Ceremony. Hee, you really trust me this much? Ren Fei glanced at Golnala and smiled. Golnala said, "Of course, I've always dreamed of visiting China to see if it's really as backward and poor as the foreign media reports. China is not backward." Xin Jishu, not knowing when, appeared in the corridor ahead. He leaned half his body against the wall, with a nonchalant smile on his lips. Really? Golnala's eyes were full of curiosity. Have you been to China? I'm originally from China, Shinjishu admitted openly, but because of some reasons, I was forced to change my nationality. Oh my god. Golnala looked at Shinjishu in shock, realizing that he, like Ren Fei, had black eyes and yellow skin. Golnala said, then you must know China well. Can you tell me, is China really as backward as the foreign media claims, with people too poor to afford food? If you get the chance, you might as well visit China yourself. Shinjishu smiled faintly. Hearing is not as good as seeing. When you go, you'll know that China is no longer backward and poor. The people of China are all able to eat and stay warm, they are united and friendly, and they hope for world peace more than any other country. World peace? Golnala's eyes suddenly filled with tears. As an international journalist, she understood too well the weight of those 4 words. Because, even with the appearance of rule-breaking tales, wars are still happening every day in the world. Humans never think about how to progress together, but instead engage in constant internal fighting, consuming each other endlessly. In the corridor, seeing the atmosphere suddenly become heavy, Ren Fei spoke up. Actually, if you trust me, this dungeon is not that hard to clear. What do you mean? Shinjishu squinted his eyes slightly. Ren Fei said, let's go, I need you to do something. In the real world, the island nation was once again thrust into the spotlight of public opinion. The Eagle country's higher-ups held a press conference internationally, strongly condemning the actions of the island nation's Wusun Zijime, and demanding that the island nation give an explanation. Ha ha. Yuan Feng, what do you think? I'm watching it on my phone, my lord. Laughing Mouse, I never expected Eagle country to go to war with the island nation. That Wusun Zijime is really not human. It was clearly his summon that killed Olma, yet he dares to shout thief while stealing. It's also Olma's fault for not being cautious. He thought it was safe during the day, and when he heard knocking, he went to open the door, only to have that monster bite off half of his face in an instant. Really, people's plans can't outsmart fate. Eagle country probably never expected that Olma didn't die under the rules, but was instead betrayed by Wusun Zijime. Damn. These chosen ones really know how to shift the focus. Is it time to lick the beautiful country now? Hurry up and go check out my grandson Jime's room. Brother, we're in the god's perspective, the chosen ones don't know the real situation. Let's first see if they can find my grandson Jime, the useless guy. In the world of ghost stories. On the first floor of the inn. Under Ren Fei's reminder, Shinjishu and Gurna Lara found a newspaper and a note in Fan Mama's room. Leaving the room, the content of the newspaper became visible. The newspaper had already yellowed, and the date was barely legible. However, the most eye-catching spot on the newspaper recorded a key piece of information. Last night, an 8.5 magnitude earthquake occurred in Chang Mountain City. The entire Chang Mountain City turned into ruins overnight. The death toll has exceeded 1 million, and casualties are still being counted. Just reading the content on the newspaper, Shinjishu and Gurna Lara were both confused. However, when Ren Fei took out the diary, after reading it, their faces instantly became serious. Gurna Lara said, so, Chang Mountain Orphanage is also in Chang Mountain City, so, all the people in the orphanage died in this earthquake? Oh my god. Gurna Lara covered her mouth in shock, and tears unconsciously slid down the corner of her eyes. She was a person with a very strong sense of empathy. As an international news reporter, the thing she feared most in life was seeing people die. Even in the ghost story world, this shocking death toll still pierced her, making it hard for her to breathe. Compared to Gurna Lara's emotional reaction, Shinjishu seemed more calm. Shinjishu comforted, this might not have really happened. This might not be the real world. Yes, you're right, I'm too sensitive. Gurna Lara realized this was the ghost story world, and she couldn't think emotionally. So, she quickly adjusted her mood. Let's take a look at this note. After Gurna Lara finished speaking, she took out the note. The note was opened. There were no words on it, just a strange drawing that looked dark, eerie, and oppressive. What is this? Shinjishu frowned. Gurna Lara also didn't understand. It seems like a painting, but why does it look so weird? Why is there a memorial tablet standing in the painting? It's not a painting. Ren Fei said. Not a painting? Then what is it? Shinjishu and Gurna Lara both turned to look at Ren Fei. Ren Fei didn't keep them guessing. He pointed to a certain place and said, this is a soul summoning ritual. Do you see? The strange pattern drawn with black dog blood is the soul summoning formation. And here, the soul summoning flag, the incense for summoning souls, the memorial tablet even has the deceased's birth date and the 8 characters of their life. So it's a soul summoning ritual. After hearing Ren Fei's words, Shinjishu and Gurna Lara suddenly understood. Shinjishu said, what does the stuff in this picture have to do with Fan Mama? Why is it in Fan Mama's room? Yeah, it's so strange. Gurna Lara also had a puzzled look. Ren Fei said, it's easy to explain. Because Fan Mama replicated this soul summoning ritual. No way? Shin Jishu and Gurna Lara froze. Gurna Lara said, but I didn't find a place for soul summoning on the second floor. Could it be in one of those tightly closed rooms? No. Ren Fei shook his head, it's not on the second floor. What do you mean? Shin Jishu and Gurna Lara were even more confused. There are only the first and second floors in the Whispering Inn, right? You'll know when the time comes. Ren Fei didn't explain. Explaining now was unnecessary. Ren Fei said, what we need to do now is not to find the soul summoning ritual. When the time comes, it will show itself. So what are we going to do now? Gurna Lara asked. Ren Fei grinned and said, let's go shopping. Shopping? Leaving the diary, newspaper, and note at the inn's front desk, the three of them walked out of the inn. Rule 8, during the day, you don't have to stay in the hotel all the time. There is a famous snack street nearby. You can go there and try all kinds of food. Rule 9, don't go to the snack street unless you have to. The rule is not wrong, this really is a snack street. Coming out of the inn. Gulnara felt that the outside world was extremely novel. The scene on this snack street was exactly the same as in the real world, with no difference at all, making it hard to tell apart for a moment. Just look at the things here, don't actually eat them. Ren Fei reminded Gulnara, who was about to try a fried spider for free. Oh, okay. Hearing Ren Fei's reminder, Gulnara, who had finally convinced herself to try something new, immediately lost her desire to try, and sullenly put the fried spider back on the stall. Hey, you guys, free samples, no charge. Seeing Gulnara hesitate, the fried skewer vendor chuckled and enthusiastically offered a few fried centipede skewers to Ren Fei and Shinjishu. Ren Fei didn't take them, just glared at the vendor fiercely. The vendor, who had been laughing, suddenly stopped. Ren Fei growled, your fried skewers are dirty. If you let us eat them again, be careful we turn over your stall. After Ren Fei spoke, he turned and walked away with Shinjishu, not looking back. What a messed up world, TSK, what kind of person doesn't even eat something free, big idiot. The vendor, who had just been laughing at Ren Fei's back, suddenly cursed and turned around, replacing his angry face with a smile. Because more chosen ones had arrived at his stall. It was Kai and his group. Honorable guests, freshly fried skewers, would you like to try a free sample? If it's not good, no charge. Facing Kai and the others, the fried skewer vendor used flattery to the extreme. To sell his skewers, it seemed he was willing to do anything. However, cautious Kai didn't choose to accept. Kai had only dared to follow after seeing Ren Fei and the others leave. So, when he arrived at the fried skewer stall, he only wanted to ask the vendor about the situation. Boss, did those three eat your skewers? Kai asked bluntly. Of course. The vendor did not hesitate at all, immediately telling a lie. They ate several skewers in a row and praised how delicious my skewers were. But those three clearly looked poor, ate and left without paying. Do you know them? I know them. My grandson Jimei didn't even think. The vendor smiled, instantly spreading his hands. Alright, then pay up. Kai and his group were immediately confused. Joseph angrily shouted, we didn't eat, why should we pay? Bastard. Scoundrel. Cheating merchant. My grandson Jimei directly cursed. Fine, then do you still want to? The vendor, aware of his guilt, no longer asked for money and instead handed out a few fried skewers. Yes. Why not, free food? My grandson Jimei immediately snatched the skewers from the vendor's hands. Before Kai could stop him, he had already shoved one of the fried skewers into his mouth. So delicious. This was the world of strange tales, where there were no legal constraints, so my grandson Jimei had no intention of paying for the skewers. Besides, since Ren Fei and the others didn't pay, why should he? Wait a minute, you're just eating like this? Seeing my grandson Jimei enjoy the skewers with a satisfied look, Kai and Joseph exchanged glances, both speechless. My grandson Jimei said, what's there to be afraid of? Since Ren Fei can eat them, it proves these skewers are fine. Do you think the vendor would cheat us? Try it, it's really good. My grandson Jimei generously handed the skewers he was holding to the others. The others, half believing, hesitantly took the skewers. Some couldn't resist the temptation and reluctantly took a small bite, instantly amazed by the delicious taste in front of them. Kai, is it really okay for them to eat this? Looking at the others enjoying the delicious food, Joseph swallowed and asked. Kai frowned slightly. He had checked the skewers earlier, and there had been no warning from his talent, so he wasn't sure if there was any problem. However, he felt something wasn't quite right. Stop eating, Ren Fei is already far ahead, let's catch up to him. Kai didn't underestimate Ren Fei. He always felt that Ren Fei had a way of foreseeing things. Following him, there's no mistake. Along the snack street. Ren Fei and the others kept walking to the end. Why is there a wall here, no road ahead? Looking at the wall, Gurna asked. Ren Fei thought for a moment. It seems just as I thought, we can't pass through here for now. Let's go, we're heading back. Ren Fei waved his big hand and turned to walk back. We're going back already, are you sure you don't want to explore more? Shin Jishu and Gurna, who were following behind, were full of doubt. There's nothing more to explore, we came too early. What do you mean? You'll know when the time comes. Ren Fei was too lazy to explain in the face of their questions. Seeing Ren Fei's unusual confidence, Shin Jishu originally wanted to keep pressing for answers, but something instinctively stopped him. It was his gut feeling. His intuition told him that Ren Fei had no reason to harm him. Ren Fei, if your way doesn't work, then I will do it my own way. Shin Jishu thought for a moment and gave a heads up. Ren Fei shrugged indifferently, do as you please. In fact, Ren Fei could tell that Shin Jishu wasn't fully convinced by him. This was normal. After all, who wouldn't want to be the protagonist of the world? Ren Fei knew that Shin Jishu wasn't a bad person, he was just blinded by his SSS-level talent, giving him some misplaced confidence. He would gradually become more steady. But that would only happen after he paid a very painful price. In the last life, before ascending to divinity, Shin Jishu secretly changed back to his Chinese nationality, wanting to bring that glory to China, but, like me, he was tricked. We both stepped onto the path to divinity together, and when he died, he still held on to hope, thinking it was just because he hadn't done well enough, never considering that the path to divinity was impassable. Think about it, in the last life, because of his talent, Shin Jishu had already prematurely exhausted 60 years of his life before ascending to divinity, and that day was the last burst of his life. Recalling the events of his past life, Ren Fei couldn't help but sigh. In fact, when he failed to ascend to divinity for the first time in his previous life, he didn't die, but was transported to the space of ascension. There, he saw many other chosen ones attempting to ascend. But without exception, they all failed. Such a pity. In my past life, I couldn't witness Su Xiao succeed in ascending to divinity. Before I was reborn, it seemed like he had almost reached the final step, right? Ren Fei didn't know why he had been reborn. This was the mystery he couldn't solve at the moment. Perhaps, when I ascend to divinity again, everything will have its answer. Sorting through the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Ren Fei stopped overthinking. Since he had reversed time and been reborn, he naturally carried a mission. This time, he not only wanted to change his own fate, but also the fate of those around him. Chapter 34, What did you go and do? After Ren Fei and the others returned to the hostel, Kai also arrived at the end of the snack street with Joseph and the others. Looking at the wall, my grandson Jimei asked in confusion, Kai-kun, why are we following Ren Fei's route? Did you discover something? No. Kai shook his head. He couldn't explain why, but he always felt that Ren Fei's actions must have some deep meaning. Kai-kun, there's nothing here. I think he's just pretending to be profound, we don't need to take him seriously. My grandson Jimei had a lot of disdain for Ren Fei. People from the island country are always like this. Always with an inexplicable confidence in themselves. What do you know? Shut up, don't interfere with Kai's thinking. Compared to my grandson Jimei, Joseph was more willing to believe Kai. You're just afraid of that Chinese guy. My grandson Jimei was very displeased, no matter how powerful he is, so what? Now most people are on our side, we are the protagonists of this instance. You guys are just being led by him, a bunch of cowards. My grandson Jimei felt a little frustrated. He clearly felt that Kai was the one he should rely on, but Kai's performance was just so mediocre. Even to say he is timid and cowardly. He has no imperial spirit at all. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll head back to the inn first. My grandson, Jimei, found an excuse and, without caring about anyone, turned and walked back. This guy from the island nation is more of a hindrance than a help. Looking at my grandson Jimei's stubborn attitude, Joseph's face turned pale. He had originally talked about forming an alliance, but now this guy was the first to oppose it. Now, it made Kai's prestige disappear. Could this guy be an undercover sent by China, trying to break us apart from the inside? Joseph couldn't help but wonder. Kai said, don't mind him. As long as we can survive and clear the level, it doesn't matter what methods we use. Inside the inn. After returning from the snack street, my grandson Jimei felt exhausted all over. For some reason, he felt his body was heavy. It was as if something was pressing down on him. Strange, I just made an excuse to leave, but there's no part of my body that feels unwell. My grandson Jimei thought it was just from walking around the snack street too much. He planned to lie down and rest on the bed. But as soon as he lay down, his stomach churned violently. He never expected that the fried skewers would start taking effect at that moment. Damn it! What's this sudden sharp pain? My grandson Jimei didn't dare to think too much. He quickly turned and ran to the bathroom. In the bathroom, there were sudden loud noises. Baka Yoru. The fried skewers are poisonous. That boss's conscience is really bad. My grandson Jime regretted eating those fried skewers. But when he thought about how Ren Fei and the others would also be suffering and running to the bathroom like him, he felt secretly pleased. After all, he wasn't the only one with a stomach problem. He said, in the midst of the storm, "What is this pain?" At this moment, in the room, it was not only my grandson Jime who had stomach problems. Besides him, there were two others who had also enjoyed the fried skewers with him. After running to the bathroom over and over again, the two of them were already looking miserable, their faces full of pain, as if they had been drained of all energy. They had already figured out it was the fried skewers that caused the problem. Now, both of them hated my grandson Jime deeply. If it weren't for my grandson Jime tempting them, how could they not withstand such a test? After finally emptying his stomach, my grandson Jime, feeling completely drained, lay on the bed. He had a face full of hopelessness. At that moment, the strange being he had summoned returned from outside. My grandson Jime asked, somewhat angrily, "Where have you been?" "I went out to get some food." The strange being replied. My grandson Jime said, "You still have the nerve to go out and get food? Don't you know that they all suspect me now? Do you believe I'll beat you to death?" After saying this, my grandson Jime regretted it. Because, once again, the strange being he summoned dragged him to the ground and gave him a good beating. After being beaten, my grandson Jime felt his vision darken, and he immediately fell asleep. When my grandson Jime opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the cold floor, and it was already afternoon. Baka Yoru. This is just reverse heaven's order. My grandson Jime wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of situation was this? He had hoped to summon a strange being to protect him, but he never expected that he would end up being punched and kicked by the very strange being. Where can he go to reason with this? Baka. It would have been better not to summon at all. I summoned a grandpa instead. Seeing that the strange being was not in the room, my grandson Jime decided to go out and get some food. When he reached the first floor of the inn, my grandson Jime saw that Kai, Joseph, and the others were all gathered together, checking the diary, newspapers, and summoning rituals of Mother Fan. Upon seeing my grandson Jime, a chosen one asked, "Grandson, are you okay? We heard intense fighting sounds from your room just now. We thought you were dead." "Get lost." My grandson Jime angrily said, "I'm called Jime, not grandson." "Alright, no difference." My grandson Jime. My grandson Jime ignored the person and wrote down what he wanted to eat on the menu. Someone asked again, "Are you really okay? You look so pale, and why do you seem so tired?" "We just went out for a walk this morning. It shouldn't have worn you out this much, right?" "I'm fine, I probably just didn't rest well last night." My grandson Jime forced a smile. He really felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. In room 244. Ren Fei noticed that a mouse hole had appeared in his room at some point, and there were several gold coins scattered next to it. Ren Fei chuckled. "The little mouse even dug a hole in my room, how bold." Squatting in front of the mouse hole, Ren Fei wasn't in a hurry to pick up the gold coins. Instead, he wanted to see what was making it rain gold coins. Although things from this dungeon couldn't be taken to the next one. If he could catch the little creature dropping the gold coins, he would definitely be able to loot a lot of wild gold coins from it. This could be a fortune. Too bad the stalls at the food street can't be sold. Otherwise, I'd love to let those bosses know what it means for the environment to be bad, losing their pants. Waiting by the mouse hole. He waited until the evening, but not even a single mouse hair showed up. Ren Fei was frustrated. Could it be that it knows I'm waiting for it, so it's too clever to come out? This mouse, could it have turned into a spirit? Ren Fei was extremely curious about the little mouse that dropped gold coins. In his previous life at the inn, he had never seen it before. And he didn't know why it was here now. Little mouse, don't let me catch you, or you'll be in big trouble. P.S. Chapter 35, this is really terrifying. Ren Fei waited all afternoon but still didn't catch sight of the little mouse that dropped gold coins. He was a bit helpless. Looks like I'll have to wait for it to come out on its own. He didn't plan to keep guarding the hole anymore. It was just a waste of effort. Night. After dinner, all the chosen ones huddled early in their rooms. At 10 o'clock. Ren Fei and the other chosen ones were lying on their beds. Just as they lay down, Ren Fei's door creaked open with the push of a dark figure, and that figure sneaked to Ren Fei's bed. "Damn human, you are the one who made me lose one of my eyes." The figure's face was full of hatred, and its lips slowly curled into a grin. However, just as it opened its mouth and was about to pounce on Ren Fei on the bed, Ren Fei sat up directly. "Who are you?" Ren Fei smirked, his eyes scanning the figure. "Why didn't you knock before coming in?" Don't you have any manners? The figure? The figure was confused. What's manners? It never had any. I've never seen such a rude ghost. The last one who entered my room at least helped me cover my blanket. What about you? What can you even do? Me? Cover your blanket? The figure felt like it was being morally kidnapped. But it had no evidence. Good grief. Experts say, a ghost who can't cover blankets isn't a good ghost. Ren Fei lazily stared at the figure and yawned. Since that's the case, just go. I don't need a fool who can't even cover a blanket. Oh, sorry to disturb. The figure felt that Ren Fei's words made a lot of sense. It couldn't even argue back. It was about to leave. But the next second, it suddenly realized. Surely, I didn't come here just to cover his blanket, right? Human, you tricked me. The figure instantly became furious, turning to tear Ren Fei apart. Scatter the wealth. Ren Fei nonchalantly snapped his fingers. As soon as the words left his mouth, the figure's fierce eyes suddenly cleared. Then, it realized that it couldn't move anymore. The neighbor's snoring is too loud, so how about you go wake him up and give him a beating? Ren Fei's commanding tone entered the figure's ears. The figure immediately found that it could move again. But then, it was suddenly filled with terror because its body no longer obeyed its will. Instead, it followed Ren Fei's commands and walked towards room 243. What is happening? The shadow was horrified. It tried to regain control of its own body, but it found that another consciousness had already taken over. And that consciousness seemed just as strange. Strange. It was so damn strange. It was so strange that it could only be described as strange beyond belief. How could a powerful strange being like me be controlled by another strange being? Isn't possession supposed to be a whole process? Just like that? Before the shadow could figure out what was going on, it found itself standing in front of room 243. Room 243 was the room of my grandson, Jimei. Ren Fei had originally planned to wake him up so he could sleep more. After all, his snoring was deafening, it was really life-threatening. By now, probably the whole building could hear it. It didn't matter whether Ren Fei himself slept or not, but he absolutely couldn't allow the other chosen ones to be kept awake because of it. And don't thank him. After all, he liked doing good deeds when he had nothing better to do. Inside the room, Ren Fei thought the shadow would knock on the door first. But it didn't. No knocking sounds came at all for a long time. Ren Fei was stunned. What the hell, what's going on? In a panic, Ren Fei rushed out of the room and looked. There was no shadow outside the door. Just when Ren Fei thought his strange ability had failed, the next moment, a blood-curdling scream like that of a slaughtered pig came from my grandson Jimei's room. Listening to the captivating sound in his ears, Ren Fei's frown instantly relaxed. It felt so good. Ah, guess what? Now this is much more comfortable. Impressive. It's gotta be those islanders, even their screams are so enchanting. But at a time like this, they're not screaming for help, but yelling yamit, as if they want more of a beating. Tisk, TSK, those islanders are real perverts, they really know how to play. Feeling satisfied, Ren Fei turned around, ready to go back to his room. But suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. Wait. How come it's really going into the room to beat him up? Ren Fei remembered. There was no knocking or door opening sounds just now. So the question arose. How did the strange being get into my grandson Jimei's room? The door lock wasn't broken, so normally, strange beings shouldn't be able to enter the chosen one's room. In the hallway, Ren Fei frowned and started thinking. This strange being clearly could easily enter my grandson Jimei's room, but he didn't end up suffering any harm. Doesn't that mean they had already reached some kind of agreement? Is it a deal, or a talent? Ren Fei thought for a moment. He felt it was more likely to be talent. After all, if it were a deal, my grandson Jimei wouldn't be worthy of it. He didn't have any chips to make a deal with the strange being. From the perspective of a strange being, humans are just like ants. To strange beings, humans are no different from the weak, tiny ants. Unless there's enormous benefit at stake, humans and ants, strange beings and humans can only reach temporary agreements. Even for me, if I want to use strange power, I have to pay, and pay a lot of money, and this is the price for a 5S level talent. So, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Ren Fei stared at room 243 and suddenly remembered something. Wait. Could the death of the eagle from the kingdom of Orma during the day have something to do with my grandson Jimei? I remember the strange beings in the hostel don't come out during the day, so only those that broke the restrictions could do it. Ren Fei suddenly seemed to have figured everything out. No wonder my grandson Jimei was so quick to try to change the subject this morning. This guy, he really deserves to die. Having figured out the truth, Ren Fei didn't rush to handle it. No need to hurry. After all, seeing is believing, and hearing is deceiving. I'll deal with it tomorrow. But tonight, other chosen ones will have to look out for themselves. In the hostel, there were only two people on the same side as Ren Fei. Shen Jishu and Gulnala. These two people Ren Fei was not worried about. Shen Jishu had the ability to protect herself, and Gulnala was not lacking protection. As for the others, Ren Fei didn't have the time to care about them. The destined outcome cannot be changed, not even with money. Perhaps this is the 1% of troubles that cannot be solved. Money can solve many things. But birth, aging, sickness, and death are beyond money's reach. Ren Fei turned and returned to the room. In the corridor, the piercing scream of my grandson Jime still echoed. My grandson Jime might never understand. He only wanted to sleep peacefully, but why was he inexplicably attacked with such a strange, brutal beating? At this moment, in the rooms of the Chosen Ones, all the Chosen Ones, hearing that shrill scream, thought someone had died again. Each of them shrank into their beds, wrapping themselves in blankets tightly. It's too terrifying. How many people will die tonight for such a miserable scream? What if tomorrow, when we open the door, the only one left in the dungeon is me? An inexplicable fear spread in the hearts of all the Chosen Ones. For a moment, they all had the same thought. Chapter 36, Drown Leon. Cruel. It's really too cruel. I don't know what method Ren Fei used, but he made the strange creature return to the room and drag my grandson Jime out of bed to beat him up. I have to say, well done. Baka Yoru. Damn Chinese, this is naked revenge. In the real world, when the people from the island nation saw their chosen one set up by Ren Fei, they couldn't sit still. However, as soon as they spoke, they were scolded back by netizens from various countries. Damn it, did Ren Fei say anything wrong? He was snoring, and now he's right to do something about it. Doesn't he know that this affects the rest of the chosen one's rest? I support Ren Fei. You know, I've never supported someone this firmly before. Ren Fei did the right thing. The strange creature came from my grandson Jime's room and even bared its teeth at Ren Fei earlier. If Ren Fei hadn't been smart and noticed the clues, more people might have been killed. Island Nation, get lost. Don't stick around like dog poop, even dogs would say it sticks to their teeth. Baka. Do you think there's no one in our island nation? Seeing that netizens from various countries had suddenly aimed their guns at their own country, the higher-ups in the island nation turned darker and darker. Perhaps because these countries didn't want their chosen ones to be inexplicably killed by my grandson Jime, this time they surprisingly stood on the side of China. Damn Ren Fei. Damn China. We in the island nation will definitely get our revenge. You wait for it. The whispering in. That miserable scream lasted for 2 hours, until midnight. However, just when the sound in the corridor had finally quieted down, new movements came. Bang 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 bang. Several door opening and knocking sounds rang out together. It was a complete mess. It was impossible to tell where the knocking was coming from. It sounded like it was right outside the door, or maybe from next door, or farther away. In the room, a group of chosen ones, their nerves stretched to the limit, were about to go crazy. Is it never going to end? It's coming again? The chosen one from the Icefire Kingdom, Leon, huddled in bed, completely wrapped up like a dumpling. Listening to the knocking sounds outside the door, he couldn't help but think of the way Orma had died in the daytime. It was a horribly pale half-face, while the other half was already mangled, and on the body, the intestines were exposed, with blood flowing everywhere. The more Leon thought about the details, the more his heart felt numb. He was originally a famous soldier in the Icefire Kingdom and should not be so afraid of corpses. But for some reason, the events of the day felt like a seed of fear planted in his brain. It wasn't until now that seed truly began to sprout. No. No. As long as I don't open the door, I will definitely not die. At this moment, Leon was drenched in sweat. He wrapped his entire head tightly in the blanket, not daring to show even a tiny bit outside. Even though he was struggling to breathe, he still did not have the courage to lift the blanket, not even to open a small gap. Thud. Shivering under the blanket, Leon was suddenly interrupted by an extremely faint sound. He didn't know what that sound was. He just felt like more and more things, like droplets of water, were falling on the blanket, and at the same time, a strange chill enveloped his whole body, making him feel tortured between ice and fire. It's here. It's here. They're here. Leon, his face filled with terror, threw off the blanket. But he found that, without him realizing when, the room had turned into something like a pool. However, the liquid in the pool was not water, but scarlet blood. Ugh. The stench made Leon's stomach churn. In his tense state, he subconsciously tried to escape the room. At this moment, he not only forgot all the rules, but also forgot he had a life-saving talent. And when he jumped off the bed with a thud, the man who had once won the military swimming championship now struggled like a duck out of water. Fear was like a drug, completely numbing his brain. It made him lose his ability to think. He even forgot the most basic swimming knowledge. Glub, glub. No. I can't die. I don't want to die. Leon stared wide-eyed. The blood poured into his throat from his mouth and nose. Leon felt like something was blocking his throat, sticky and suffocating, preventing him from making any sound. After struggling in the pool of blood for a long time. In the end, Leon, the swimming champion, drowned in the water. In reality, if Leon had retained even a bit of clarity and rationality, he would have realized that the water in the room was not enough to drown him, and the water level only reached his knees. On the second floor of the inn, room 208. At this moment, Gulnara was also curled up in the corner of the bed, her face filled with terror. She sat half up, trembling all over. Just now, she had heard sounds coming from the room next door. There was a voice in the corridor, calling out the name of the chosen one from next door, and soon after, she heard the sound of a door opening. Then, all sounds suddenly went silent. In the corner, Gulnara stared fixedly at the direction of the door, knowing that the chosen one next door was probably gone, but strangely, there was no sound of elimination. So, she felt both puzzled and unsure. I almost forgot, even if the chosen one is eliminated, the other people in the instance are not aware. Gulnara tightly gripped a jade pendant in front of her chest, a symbol of luck, trembling nervously. At this moment, how much she wished the eerie noises in the corridor would not knock on her door. But life is full of dramatic irony. The more she feared something, the more fate arranged it for her. So, as expected, the knocking on the door still began. Knock, 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 knock. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking sounded like a heavy thunder, pounding on Gulnara's heart, making her chest feel like a huge weight was pressing down on it, making it hard to breathe. I can't panic. I can't panic. Gulnara still retained some clarity. She knew that some things were not actually caused by the eeriness, but by her own psychological effects. In fact, many times, it's not the fear of the unknown that defeats you, but the heart that has already lost hope. Hope is a strange thing. It's weaker than strength and wisdom. It's also so tiny. Sometimes it's so small that it's almost invisible. But once hope enters a person's heart, it immediately becomes stronger than strength and wisdom. It fills your entire heart and makes your whole world full of light. The room is safe. Don't panic, as long as I don't open the door, those things outside can't do anything to me. Gulnara pinched herself hard. The pain brought her back to some degree of clarity. This time, will Lady Luck still stand by me? Chapter 37, The Mouse is Not Home. Outside the door, 208. Screech. A strange figure, with a pale face and only one arm left, raised its dry, withered arm like a dead tree, and its sharp nails slowly scraped across the door, making a piercing, eerie sound. Come out. Child, come to me. The strange voice imitated Gulnala's family member's tones, as if it had a magical power, piercing through the door's barrier and heavily crashing into Gulnala's heart. A very strange feeling. Gulnala almost couldn't control herself from wanting to open the door. Because her mind told her that outside the door stood her family. Even though the last bit of reason left in her mind reminded her that this was the world of strange tales, and it was impossible for her family to be here, Gulnala still couldn't help but want to believe. Is it really my family outside the door? Are they here to take me home? 2 streams of tears had already flowed down Gulnala's cheeks. During these days of participating in the Strange Tale Challenge, her heart had been longing to go home. She didn't want to participate in this damned rule of strange tales at all. She only wanted to quietly be with her family, to take care of her family. But, ever since the day she was chosen by the Strange Tale world, she knew she could never go back, she could never go back. Family. No. The ones outside are not my family. How could my family appear in such a place? Gulnala suddenly came to her senses. She was suddenly startled into a cold sweat. She realized that, without knowing when, she had already unconsciously stood behind the door, her hand stretched out, ready to open it. No. I don't want to open it at all. Gulnala quickly retreated, trembling slightly. I was seduced by the thing outside the door, almost. Gulnala was still frightened. She was about to hide back under the bed, but at that moment, the tempting voice outside sounded again, like the whisper of a demon, step by step, leading her into the abyss. Are you doubting me, child? We are the closest people in this world. Trust me, I will take you out of here, we will leave here forever. Outside the door, the tempting voice entered her ears. Gulnala's heart began to struggle again. The last bit of reason tried desperately to stop her actions, but she still half believed and half doubted, extending her hand, ready to open the door. Damn it! What am I doing? Am I crazy? Stop it. What should I do? My body doesn't seem to be mine anymore, it has its own thoughts. She couldn't stop herself. Golnella was terrified. She knew clearly that this must be some strange method. But she was powerless to resist. Please, Lady Luck, please look after me again. Golnella closed her eyes. In this critical moment, she could only pray that a miracle would happen again. And whether or not Lady Luck truly heard her heart's voice, the next moment, the knocking sound outside the door inexplicably stopped. No, is it over? Golnella was both shocked and overjoyed. She didn't know what had happened outside the door at that moment, and she didn't have the courage to open the door to check. Before long, the door that had been locked was easily opened. A dark figure entered the room. Seeing the dark figure enter, Golnella couldn't help but start crying, because she knew she was undoubtedly going to die in this situation. But, before she could collapse emotionally, a hand had already wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye. Golnella froze for a moment. The dark figure then revealed half of its face, smiling and comforting her. It's okay, child, don't be afraid, I've always been here. Fan mama. When Golnella saw the figure's face clearly, she immediately dropped her guard and embraced her, crying out loud. The room of the chosen one, Joseph, in the land of the rising sun. Fan's mom also solved the danger in the corridor outside for Joseph. However, when Fan's mom entered the room to comfort him, Joseph suddenly turned and viciously cursed at her. Rule 7. If you suddenly wake up in the middle of the night and find a ghostly black shadow standing by your bed, immediately curse loudly and drive it away with the most vicious words. Rule 10. Always believe in Fan's mom. Although Rule 10 stated that one should always believe in Fan's mom, Joseph had always thought this rule was wrong. His reasoning was simple. If Fan's mom was really a good person, how could she let them stay in such a dangerous room? After all, the chosen ones were always living next to something strange. And besides, maybe the noises in the corridor were all a show directed by Fan's mom herself. After cursing at Fan's mom, Joseph clearly saw a flash of tears and disappointment on her face, but Joseph didn't care. Because after he had driven Fan's mom away, nothing happened. In the real world. Has his brain gone crazy? No way, didn't Fan's mom save Joseph? Why isn't he grateful? Fan's mom must have been the one to save him last night and tonight. If you look at it this way, then she must be a good person. What is Joseph doing? Does he really think he can handle the weirdness outside by himself? Guys, I've noticed something. What? Didn't you guys notice that Fan's mom has been guarding the outside of Golnera's room these past 2 nights? And last night, it was probably her who covered Ren Fei with a blanket? That's nothing unusual, maybe it's just a coincidence. No way, there's too much coincidence going on. I feel like Fan's mom is specifically protecting Ren Fei and Golnera. It might be related to the gift they gave her. Damn. If that's true, then Golnera definitely made a huge profit. A pair of high heels in exchange for Fan's mom's protection, she might just pass the level. The Whisper Hostel. Morning. Ren Fei was the first to wake up again. There was no special reason, he was just woken up by the rat in the room. When Ren Fei woke up, he was feeling down. In the room, there were more than a dozen holes that had appeared mysteriously overnight, making the already cramped and poor room even worse. Did this little rat deliberately take revenge on me for picking up its gold coins, or does it really think it's the owner of this place? Staring at the holes on the floor, Ren Fei was quite annoyed. However, it seemed that the rat was not home at the moment. Not home, huh? Heh, then don't blame me. Ren Fei stroked his chin and suddenly showed a wicked grin. He crouched down and, using his strange ability, looked into the holes. To his surprise, the interconnected rat holes were full of wild gold coins. Wow! This is no rat, this is a treasure mouse. Seeing the wild gold coins, Ren Fei's eyes sparkled. Well, since they're wild, why not take them? I wonder where these gold coins came from. Did I remember wrong? Is there hidden wealth in this dungeon? Chapter 38, The Rat Cries, Its Home is Stolen. Ren Fei looked around, and the prompt sounds from his talent kept ringing. Sell. 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 Come, wealth. Come, wealth. Come, wealth. Ren Fei didn't hesitate and sold them directly. Listening to the sound of money constantly arriving like celestial music in his ears, Ren Fei couldn't help but laugh. Great, little rat. These gold coins add up to more than 6,000. Calculating, that's 12 billion coming in. Staring at the massive 12.8 billion in his account, Ren Fei couldn't stop smiling. This must be what they call a windfall, right? Really need to thank that little rat. Feeling in a great mood, Ren Fei went downstairs to order 2 breakfasts. He ate one and left the other one for the little rat. After all, the rat had contributed all its wealth, so treating it to a meal shouldn't be too much, right? He placed the food in front of the rat hole. Ren Fei no longer cared about it and casually picked up the second part of the copy of the rules that appeared on the table. Rule 11, the Light Whisperer only has a first and second floor, and there are only 44 guest rooms on the second floor. If you find one extra, please leave immediately. Rule 12, some people are already dead. Do not believe they are still alive. Rule 13, the in space may have undergone some degree of distortion. Do not fully trust what you see. Rule 14, the night here is their active time. Stay in your room. Under no circumstances should you leave your room. Rule 15, when the in starts to become chaotic, the rooms are no longer safe. Rule 16, if you feel your room is unsafe, you can immediately hide in room 245. Rule 17, in certain situations, Mama Fan may offer some help, but do not rely completely on her. Rule 18, they will not return. Rule 19, the inn's main door will not open at night. If you want to leave, do not try to do so at night. Rule 20, when everything ends, the snack street will no longer exist. Rule 21, remember, always quietly repeat in your heart, you are not one of them. After reading the rules, Ren Fei crumpled it up and threw it into his mouth. At this moment, a busy figure appeared in front of Ren Fei. Ren Fei smiled. But the mouse that had just returned started crying. The sky was falling. Who stole its house while it was out? Not even a single coin left. Is this something a person would do? Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the hole, the mouse was frantic, turning in circles, nearly swearing in anger. After checking all the holes and finding not a single coin left, it became furious, poked its head out, and started cursing at Ren Fei. Squeak. Squeak, 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 squeak. After cursing, it seemed unsatisfied. It popped out of the hole again, stood up, hands on hips, and continued its angry outburst. Watching the mouse in such a rage, Ren Fei couldn't help but laugh. Although he couldn't understand what the mouse was cursing, it was probably something unpleasant. But Ren Fei didn't argue. After all, he had taken advantage first, so he couldn't act innocent now. As the mouse's anger gradually subsided, Ren Fei finally took a good look at this incredibly sensible mouse. Golden-colored mouse, what breed is this? Ren Fei said he had never seen one before. The strongest mouse he had ever seen, aside from Mickey Mouse, was a mouse with one ear. Golden mice? He had never even heard of them. While Ren Fei was staring at the mouse, puzzled, the mouse, tired from cursing, actually stopped being afraid of people and turned its anger into hunger, eagerly munching on a bun. It was picky too, only eating the skin, not the filling. After finishing the bun skin, it even properly drank some plain porridge. After eating and drinking its fill, it seemed unsatisfied again. It circled around Ren Fei's feet a few times, and in the end, to Ren Fei's shock, it spat out several gold coins from its mouth. After spitting out the gold coins, it quickly retreated into the hole, leaving Ren Fei standing there, completely confused. Ren Fei picked up the gold coins at his feet, puzzled, is this for me? Such a sensible mouse, it even knows to give money. Ren Fei became even more curious about this mouse. He always felt there was some connection between this mouse and him, otherwise, why would it only dig holes in his room and not in anyone else's room? After collecting the tray, Ren Fei placed it outside the door. Turning around, he happened to see his grandson Jime coming out of the room. My grandson Jime was sporting two panda eyes. Just by glancing at him, Ren Fei immediately furrowed his brows. When my grandson Jime saw Ren Fei, who was standing in the doorway with an imposing look, he was almost scared out of his wits and quickly ran downstairs. On the first floor of the inn. At this moment, several chosen ones were downstairs at the front desk, ordering food. Upon seeing my grandson Jime, they all instantly displayed expressions of horror and fear. Being stared at like a monster, my grandson Jime angrily shouted, "Baka! What do you mean by looking at me like that?" Seeing my grandson, Jime, unaware, one of the chosen ones kindly reminded him, you, behind you. What's wrong behind me? My grandson, Jime, turned around to take a quick glance but saw nothing. Yet the chosen one still looked at him in terror. Aren't you feeling something wrong with your body? I just feel really tired, even after a nap, I still feel exhausted. What's the problem? Maybe you should check in the mirror. Baka! Are you messing with me? My grandson, Jime, thought it was some weird prank and stopped paying attention to them, turning back to order food. However, the chosen ones instinctively kept their distance from him. My grandson, Jime, found this strange and looked behind him once more, confirming there was nothing there before concluding that these people were just trying to prank him. As the chosen ones prepared to move further away from my grandson, Jime, Kai and Joseph descended the stairs with a group of people. Ren Fei, Shinjishu, and Gerna also followed behind. When they reached the first floor, almost instinctively, everyone kept their distance from my grandson, Jime. Kai, what's going on? Why are you all doing this too? My grandson, Jime, was extremely frustrated and immediately wanted to ask Kai for an explanation. But seeing my grandson, Jime, approaching, Kai recoiled in terror and shouted, "Stop, stop, don't come any closer." What's going on? What happened? Aren't we allies? We were, but now. There's nothing behind me. Why are you all acting like you've seen a ghost? That. Seeing my grandson, Jime, confused, Gurna couldn't help but suggest, do you think, maybe there's really a ghost behind you? Chapter 39, Stay away from them. A ghost? My grandson, Jime, was extremely nervous inside, but still tried to act calm, looking at everyone. What kind of joke is this? You must be messing with me, right? Messing with you? Shenjishu scoffed, what for? Because you're old or because you don't take baths? Grandson, they're telling the truth. Joseph said, his eyebrows furrowed like worms. Meanwhile, Kai nervously watched the ghost behind my grandson, Jime, observing for a moment, and said, This is the tiny kingdom chosen one, Dak, who disappeared into the darkness at the beginning, right? It's him. He's back. He's back. With Kai's reminder, all the chosen ones suddenly remembered. At this moment, Dak was floating with his feet off the ground, both hands tightly gripping my grandson, Jime's shoulders. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes hollow with no focus, and his entire body radiated no sign of life. What exactly is going on? Joseph stared at Dak in terror, his voice trembling. Wasn't this guy supposed to be dead? Why is he suddenly here? Don't panic, it must be because he violated the rules. This was Kai's conclusion after careful thought. Only now did he understand the reminder from Rule 9. Yesterday, many people went to the snack street, but unfortunately, my grandson, Jime, was the only one who returned alone. No wonder my grandson, Jime, seemed off yesterday. He must have gotten entangled with something dirty. So what should we do now? Just ignore it. This has nothing to do with us. It's my grandson, Jime, who caused it himself, so he should handle it. That's right, his life is his own, and our lives are our own. Several chosen ones had fear in their eyes. They didn't want to take any risks and provoke whatever was behind my grandson, Jime. Clang. While everyone was discussing, my grandson, Jime's mirror fell to the ground. The sudden noise startled everyone. When everyone focused their attention, they saw that my grandson's face had lost all color. Clearly, he had used the mirror to fully see the appearance of Dak behind him. Kai, we from the island nation are your most loyal dogs to your beautiful country. We are allies, you can't leave me like this. My grandson, Jime, nearly wet himself and immediately knelt down before Kai. The moves were insanely skilled. At this moment, my grandson Jime was scared out of his mind. He did not care about face or pride at all, he only wanted to stay alive. My grandson Jime's sudden move made Kai freeze for a moment and frown slightly. Only. Before Kai could speak first. Dark, who was behind my grandson Jime, spoke first instead. Dark grabbed my grandson Jime's face tightly with both hands, showed a strange yet natural look to everyone, and said, You may not believe this, but I found it. I found the real way to clear this stage. What kind of bullshit are you talking about? Aren't you already dead? As Dark finished speaking, Olma from the Eagle Nation immediately spoke back. Dark showed a strange smile and said, Who said I am dead? Haven't I been living just fine this whole time? Impossible. You must already be dead, said Leon from the Ice and Fire Nation. At this time, Joseph could not help but speak too. That's right, we saw you disappear into the darkness with our own eyes. If you were not dead, then how did you survive? Yeah, how do you prove that what you said is true? All the chosen ones stared at Dark with burning eyes. For a moment, the first floor of the inn strangely became lively. Ha. But outside of this liveliness, Ren Fei stayed completely clear-headed. Something that was simple is starting to become complicated instead. Ren Fei counted the chosen ones present, not a single one missing, a neat total of 22 people, the number exactly the same as when they first arrived. If I remember right, some people have already died these 2 nights, so how could the number of people here stay complete? Rule 12, some people are already dead, do not believe that they are still alive. Spend money. Ren Fei's mouth curved slightly upward. A snap of fingers echoed through the entire first floor at once. In an instant, all the chosen ones felt as if a clear force was poured into them unseen. Their minds became extremely clear right away. After becoming clear, the chosen ones looked at the people around them again with the same eyes. At this moment, they were shocked to find that the number of people had changed at some unknown time. And also, they could not understand it at all. Dark, Olma, Leon, these people had long been confirmed dead, but when they spoke, why did no one feel any doubt at all? As if they were really still alive. What on earth is going on? Damn it. Our understanding seemed to be affected just now. Quick. Stay away from them. The chosen ones reacted and immediately pulled away from the people who were confirmed dead in their minds. In the crowd, Kai looked at Ren Fei with a complicated expression. Kai understood. If it were not for Ren Fei, everyone would probably have fallen right then. What just happened? That was so creepy. Olma was clearly standing right next to me, yet I did not notice anything wrong at all. Gernala patted her heart in fear and took the initiative to stand in front of Ren Fei to protect him. Only by standing with Ren Fei could she feel a short moment of peace. Shinjishu frowned slightly and said, based on the warning in the rules, I was already very careful. I didn't expect to still get tricked without knowing it. Ren Fei, thanks this time. After Shinjishu finished speaking, he saw Ren Fei looking very serious. Shinjishu was about to ask what was wrong. The next moment, Ren Fei stared at the tightly closed main door on the first floor of the inn and slowly spoke 3 words. Something's wrong. Rule 19, the inn's main door will not open at night. If you want to leave, do not try it at night. Ren Fei thought of something and was just about to warn everyone. Suddenly, sounds of doors opening came one after another from the second floor. At the same time, all the lights in the inn suddenly went out, and a cold wind rushed in from all directions. What's going on? What happened? Inside the first floor hall, the sudden change left all the chosen ones at a loss. In the darkness, a faint light lit up around Ren Fei, and Ren Fei shouted to everyone, the space we are in has changed, everything you see is fake, run, now is not daytime. Rule 13, the space of the inn may have twisted in some way, do not completely trust everything before your eyes. What? The chosen ones, including Kai, were suddenly startled. Ren Fei didn't give them time to think and immediately turned to run upstairs. Damn it! What the hell is happening? The chosen ones were still a bit confused, but driven by instinct, they followed Ren Fei and rushed upstairs to the inn's second floor. Chapter 40, Exposing Talents. Shinjishu and Gulnala reacted the quickest, both unconditionally trusting Ren Fei, so they tightly followed him. This is too unreasonable, wasn't it just morning? How did it suddenly turn into night? Gulnala complained as she ran. Shinjishu, after calmly thinking, asked Ren Fei, should we go back to our rooms now? I'm afraid this road won't be smooth, and even in the rooms, there might not be absolute safety. Saying that, Shinjishu prepared to use his talent to clear the way for everyone. But Ren Fei stopped him. After all, Ren Fei knew his talent was one-time use. Once used, it was gone. Don't do anything, stay close to me. Ren Fei turned back to Shinjishu and Gulnala, reminding them, and continued leading the way. Soon, Ren Fei reached the second floor of the inn. However, his steps didn't stop, he continued running upward. Strange, wasn't the inn only 2 floors? When did a third floor appear? Facing the mysteriously appearing stairs, Gulnala was confused. Ren Fei, weren't we supposed to go back to our rooms? No. I never said we should go back to the rooms. Ren Fei said. At this point, Kai and the other chosen ones had also reached the second floor of the inn. Looking at Ren Fei continuing to run up, this time, no one chose to follow him. Ren Fei must have lost his mind, the inn only has 2 floors, and he's daring enough to go up to the suddenly appearing third floor. What a fool, I hope he dies on the third floor. Kai, should we keep going up? The rules didn't mention a third floor, maybe staying on the second floor is safer. Around them, the chosen ones turned the decision over to Kai. Kai lowered his head, deep in thought. Actually, compared to the confusion of others, he was more willing to trust Ren Fei's decision. But now with so many people watching him, he didn't want to admit that he wasn't as good as Ren Fei. If he kept following Ren Fei, he might pass, but that would mean Ren Fei would always be ahead of him, and that's definitely not what the high-ups of the beautiful country wanted to see. So, after a little thought, Kai said to everyone, go back to your rooms, the first 2 nights were fine, and tonight will be fine too. As long as we get through tonight, we'll pass tomorrow. Really? That's great. Kai's words made everyone excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. However, looking at the pitch-black corridor, Joseph worriedly asked, Kai, I think the whole second floor's weirdness is out now, how should we get back? Force our way through. After saying that, Kai led the way, charging into the dark corridor. Seeing Kai rush in without fear of death, Joseph and the others braced themselves and quickly followed. But not long after, they realized something was wrong. Just after charging out for a few steps, Kai suddenly disappeared. Joseph frowned, thinking Kai must have encountered something strange. But at that moment, someone reminded him. Kai's room is 202, just by the stairs. Joseph? Joseph was stunned. He suddenly remembered, after following Kai for 2 days, he had completely forgotten to ask him which room he was staying in. If he had known he was so close, why bother charging ahead with him? Wouldn't it have been better to go up to the third floor with Ren Fei? Joseph immediately deflated. His room was 235, trying to rush back to his room in the dark was a fool's dream. But Kai did give him a reminder. Who says the chosen ones can only go back to their own rooms? Why not just go to someone else's room? Thinking of this, Joseph began feeling along the wall. He remembered very clearly that during the day, the chosen ones would leave the doors unlocked, so as long as he could get in, no matter which room it was, he could use it. Hard work doesn't disappoint the dedicated. Finally, in the darkness, Joseph found a big door. Without hesitation, he immediately entered the room and locked it from the inside. In the corridor, the people rushing ahead finally noticed something was wrong. Why had the leader Kai and Joseph mysteriously disappeared? And they hadn't even heard their screams? Wait. I think I understand. In the corridor, my grandson, Jime, suddenly understood what had happened. They must have hidden back in the room, otherwise, how could they disappear out of nowhere? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. My grandson, Jime, suddenly laughed maniacally, as if having a fit. He casually pushed open the nearest door and immediately tried to slip inside. In the darkness, he was suddenly called out, "Wait, you can't go into this room." What? You think you can compete with me? My grandson, Jime, didn't listen, and directly slipped into the room. Seeing that his attempt to stop him was futile, the chosen one with some night vision abilities was shocked. My god, this is a werewolf. He even dares to enter a strange room. Amen, may you rest in peace. After speaking, this chosen one entered the room next door. When the door was slammed shut, the chilling sound of a gust of wind suddenly filled the corridor. Screams like those of ghosts and wolves echoed through the hall, and then, several chosen ones who hadn't entered the rooms yet all let out a horrifying scream. On the third floor of the inn, Ren Fei stood in the corridor with Shin Jishu and Gurna Lala. Gurna Lala was a bit surprised. The layout here is exactly the same as the second floor. Even though this is the third floor, it's actually just the same as the second floor. What's going on? Shin Jishu asked. Ren Fei explained, the inn only has a second floor, that's true. But who said the space we're in now isn't the second floor? After the space distortion, this has become the real second floor, and it's absolutely safe. Wow! Ren Fei, you're amazing. After hearing Ren Fei's words, Gurna Lala sincerely expressed her admiration and asked, but how did you know all of this? Just good luck. Ren Fei wouldn't say it was the result of risking his life in the previous life. Really just luck? Gurna Lala curiously circled around Ren Fei, confidently saying, Ren Fei, I think you must be hiding some unknown secret. Maybe you can foresee information in the instance. Cough cough. Before Gurna Lala could finish, Shin Jishu interrupted her. No matter whether Ren Fei was hiding a secret or not, letting Gurna Lala continue was definitely not a good idea. Shin Jishu looked at Ren Fei, who was full of confidence, and asked, what should we do next? Go to room 245. Room 245? Shin Jishu said, I've observed that there's no room with that number on the second floor of the inn. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? You mean? That's right, when the space distorts, room 245 will appear, so it's now. Looking at the confident expression on Ren Fei's face, Shin Jishu made a strange expression. Ren Fei, I think Gurna Lala is right. You're so familiar with this instance, you must have drawn an extraordinary talent. Exactly. I got a 3S level talent. Shin Jishu was stunned. He just wanted to tease a little, but didn't expect Ren Fei to suddenly reveal it. Gurna Lala was also stunned. She tightly covered her mouth, showing a shocked expression. I won't hide it from you, my talent is the 3S level Heart of Gratitude. This talent helps me foresee some information in the instance, which is how I could know so much in advance. Ren Fei spoke the lie without a change in his expression, completely indifferent to whether they believed it. And, as expected, after the next instance ends, Ren Fei's talent will be revealed to the world of ghost stories. Rather than doing this, why not reveal it yourself in advance? After all, talent is talent. As for the effect, no country has ever drawn a 3S level talent, so it's still up to me to make something up. P.S. Comments, urging updates, book reviews, hit the 3 buttons at once. Chapter 41, 3S level talent? Entered into history. Ren Fei drew the 3S level talent Heart of Gratitude? Quick, record this talent and its effects. This is the first 3S level talent ever drawn by humanity. This is definitely a milestone for humanity's progress. It deserves to be entered into the history of creepy tales. In the real world, Ren Fei revealed his talent, causing a stir among the high-ranking officials of all countries. These high-ranking officials were both happy and worried. The happiest, of course, were from China. At this moment, in the meeting room, the leaders of China watched the live broadcast, already with tears in their eyes. This was the first true 3S level talent humanity had ever seen after the arrival of the rules of creepy tales. Excited. I'm so excited. Ren Fei didn't disappoint us. I knew when he breezed through the first dungeon that his talent wouldn't be simple. It's a 3S level talent, the first ever drawn by humanity. This honor belongs to China. Now I understand. No wonder Ren Fei needed money, his talent probably requires money to access dungeon information in advance. That makes sense now. Other countries can only watch from the sidelines when their chosen ones perform, but we are different. Thanks to the uniqueness of Ren Fei's talent, we can actively participate and become his strongest support in the Creepy Tales dungeons. Exactly. No matter what, we can't let our children go hungry. Ren Fei is a hero of China now, we have to spend money to pave the way for him. During the discussion, the Chinese leaders had already prepared a large sum of money for Ren Fei. Since they knew that Ren Fei's talent required money, China certainly couldn't fall behind on the financial side. Just as the leaders were contemplating whether to transfer money to Ren Fei immediately, someone pushed the door open and entered the meeting room. Leaders, we've just received a confidential letter from Gaul country. As the letter was opened, the leaders' faces turned dark with anger. I didn't expect Shen Jishu's parents to be the mysterious figures who have been secretly sending supplies to our country over the years. When China faced natural disasters, they made generous donations of supplies without asking for anything in return. Although they are far overseas, they are still citizens who love China. Gaul country not only confined them, but even confiscated all their assets. They want to make Shen Jishu obediently serve them. How despicable. Doesn't Gaul country fear the consequences of their actions? Send someone to Gaul country immediately. No matter what, we must bring them back safely. At this time, upon learning that Ren Fei had drawn a 3S level talent, countries in NATO, including the island nation, Kimchi country, and the beautiful country, were all quite unhappy. For a long time, the NATO countries led by the beautiful country have been very fearful of China, far to the east. The main reason is that China's creative power is terrifying. In just a few decades, it has completed the journey that took Western countries centuries. China has risen to the ranks of world powers. Now, except for the beautiful country which can barely compete with China, other countries are no match at all. If China continues to grow, the whole world may have to be controlled by China. At Whisper Hostel. 3rd floor. In front of room 245. Rule 11, Whisper Hostel only has a 1st and 2nd floor, and there are only 44 rooms on the 2nd floor. If you find an extra room, immediately stay away from it. Looking at room 245, which was right next to Ren Fei's room. Originally, Ren Fei's room 244 was the last one, but now, it had become the second to last one. I remember the last room on the 2nd floor was 244. Why is there an extra one now? Gurna felt it was unbelievable. Shen Jishu touched his nose and said, "This is the world of strange tales, you can't think with common sense. People who have died can come back to life, so what's so strange about an extra room appearing out of nowhere?" That's true, but... Gulnala asked uncertainly, but should we really go in? Go in. We're going into room 245. Shen Jishu and Gulnala were still hesitating. But Ren Fei walked straight in, pushing the door open. They didn't even lock the door. What exactly is this room for? Seeing this, Gulnala followed him in. Entering room 245. Shen Jishu and Gulnala were stunned, staring at the soul conjuring array drawn with black dog blood on the floor, and the entire eerie setup of the room, which was identical to the scene they had seen earlier in that painting. Wait a minute. Gulnala said with a terrified expression, "Is this room used for summoning souls?" You could say that. Ren Fei said, but clearly, this method doesn't work. Phew, then, that's good. Gulnala sighed in relief, then suddenly realized, if that's the case, then hasn't Mother Fan been doing the impossible all along? I suppose so. Ren Fei's gaze swept over the spirit tablets on the altar in the room, and he found 2 notes next to them. What is this? Shen Jishu and Gulnala leaned in, curious. Ren Fei didn't hide anything, spreading the notes open. An earthquake took away all my children, my poor children. If I hadn't gone to another city that day, I could have stayed with you forever. It was my fault for coming back late. Why don't you come visit me in my dreams? Are you all angry at me? The orphanage is gone, the children are gone, I feel like all my energy has been drained away, losing all hope for life, like a walking corpse. The only thought I have while alive is to see you again. Someone told me that if I use the method of summoning souls, I can see you again. That moment made me so happy, even though it doesn't sound very reliable. I made a deal with it, I took over managing a guest house, and it regained its freedom. Even though I sacrificed my own freedom from now on, I do not regret this decision. After managing Whispering Guest House, my body miraculously stopped aging. At first, some normal people would occasionally stay at the guest house, but strangely, after spending one night, they would either go mad or disappear. Strange creatures that were sometimes more than human would also sneak into the guest house. This guest house no longer accepts normal people. After reading the first note, both Shinjishu and Gulnala fell into silence. This could explain why there was a room 245 and why the soul summoning ritual existed here. Mother Fan did all this, sacrificing her freedom, just to see those children again? Gulnala's eyes started to water. Oh my god, what kind of obsession does she have to keep going in this ghostly place? Sigh. Shinjishu opened his mouth as if to say something but finally just sighed. This was her choice, her guilt is written all over every word. After calming his emotions, they both turned their gaze back to the second note in Ren Fei's hands. I'm back. It didn't lie to me, I waited for you for 20 years, you really came back. My children, this time I won't leave you again. No. They're not you. My children, where are you? You lied to me. All of you lied to me. The soul summoning ritual doesn't bring you back at all. There's no time left. Without the support of faith, I'm about to be completely assimilated by the guest house. The only purpose of this guest house is to wait, and now it has lost its only function. I can't leave here anymore. If there's a chance, I hope those who leave alive will cherish the world outside. Children, I'm sorry. The second note was not long, and it seemed to have been written recently. Shinjishu said, it turns out, at first, Mama Fan treated us like the children from the orphanage. Gulnara said, no wonder she always appeared just in time to protect me, it turns out she had been waiting here for those children for 20 years. How pitiful. You too, now is not the time for sentimentality. Ren Fei put away 2 pieces of paper. Gulnara asked, what do you mean? Ren Fei said, today is our last night in the inn, and it's also the day when Mama Fan will be completely assimilated, so before that, she must do something. You mean? Shinjishu frowned, tonight, the entire inn will be in chaos? No. Ren Fei shook his head and then said, it's not just chaos, it's much more than that. Ah, I don't understand at all. Gulnara felt overwhelmed with confusion. Ren Fei explained, simply put, in the final hours, she wants to clear all the strange things in the inn and send us out. This. Gulnara took the piece of paper from Ren Fei's hand, looked it over carefully, and said with doubt, is this the information revealed on the paper? But it doesn't say anything like that. This isn't information from the paper, it's information I foresaw with my gift. Ren Fei said, so, tonight, we must do something too, because Mama Fan can't do it alone. Ren Fei, tell me, what should we do? Shinjishu almost immediately began to roll up his sleeves. Gulnara, though scared, still gathered her courage and said, well, even though I can't help much, I don't want to be left behind. The goddess of luck will surely favor me. Heh. Looking at the serious expressions of the two, Ren Fei had a relaxed look. Don't be so nervous, with me here, it's just a piece of cake. After saying that, Ren Fei prepared to take the two of them downstairs. But at that moment, the golden mouse appeared in the room. It leapt from the offering table, jumped onto Ren Fei's shoulder, and then crawled down to his hand. Ren Fei opened his palm, allowing it to crawl there. The next moment, a few gold coins were spit out into Ren Fei's hand. Wow! What a cute little mouse! Upon seeing the mouse, Gulnara wasn't scared. Instead, she wanted to reach out to pet it, but the mouse avoided her hand. Gulnara was a bit surprised. Where did this mouse come from? It's so spiritual, and it's even golden. This is amazing. This is... Meanwhile, Shinjishu, with a surprised look on his face, said, it spits out gold coins, could this be the treasure-spitting mouse? What's a treasure-spitting mouse? Gulnara asked. Shinjishu explained, it's the symbol of wealth in the hands of the god of wealth in mythology. Legend has it that it spits out jewels, and the jewels represent wealth. Have you seen one? Ren Fei asked, confused. Shinjishu said, no, not really. After all, it's only in mythology. But my family has always kept a few statues of the god of wealth, and they all have treasure-spitting mice in their hands. I see. Ren Fei finally understood, something he hadn't known before. Shinjishu stared at the mouse in Ren Fei's hand, hesitated, and said, but it seems a little different, I'm not sure if the one you have is. Who cares if it is or not, from now on, let's call it Mouse Fortune. Ren Fei said, as the mouse and Shinjishu both froze in surprise. Shinjishu said, so casually? That doesn't seem right. Besides, it can't be taken with us, naming it is pointless. It's fine, I like it. Alright, if it makes you happy. Shinjishu stopped talking. Squeak squeak squeak. The treasure-spitting mouse protested. Ren Fei laughed, Mouse Fortune, your protest is useless. Mouse Fortune. Meanwhile, Gulnara pondered the name. She didn't understand the meaning of fortune in China, but she thought the name sounded sophisticated and classy. So, she couldn't help but compliment, it's a great name, it sounds very rich. Mouse Fortune. Mouse Fortune, squeak squeak squeak. Thank you so much. Looking at the treasure-spitting mouse in his hand, Ren Fei quietly smiled. And at the moment when he saw the treasure-spitting mouse, Ren Fei had already confirmed one thing. The appearance of the treasure mouse might really be related to him. It might even be one of the god of wealth's powers. But even in his previous life, Ren Fei never heard of a divine power appearing in a dungeon on its own. To acquire divine power, one typically had to undergo trials on the path to God before receiving it. As for the current situation, Ren Fei wasn't sure. But it probably isn't a bad thing. In this case, it actually saves some trouble. I wonder what specific use the Mouse of Wealth has. Ren Fei thought to himself, forget it, let's have the Mouse of Wealth gather some more gold coins first. After all, the items in the inn can't be sold for much. Only the gold coins are worth something. Mouse of Wealth, go into the dungeon and find more gold coins. I need them. Come back to me first thing tomorrow morning. Ren Fei immediately gave an order to the Mouse of Wealth. Shin Jishu and Gurna were both stunned. Shin Jishu felt as though he had just experienced a brainstorm. When did mice start understanding human speech? Is it me who is too confused, or is this world just too crazy? Gurna also frowned in confusion. Ren Fei, how could you possibly have a mouse find gold coins for you? How could that even work? As soon as Gurna finished speaking, the next second, the Mouse of Wealth slapped her face hard. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Mouse of Wealth cleverly raised its head and responded a few times, then jumped off Ren Fei's hand and quickly ran out of the room. Shen Jishu and Gurna were stunned once more. The two exchanged bewildered looks. P.S. Thanks to all the friends who support and like the author. The author is deeply grateful for your love and support. Chapter 43, Say my name, and I will scare you. Ren Fei actually named a mouse Mouse of Wealth. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. But I have to say, this might actually be a treasure mouse. A mouse with so much personality? I'm in love. By the way, are Ren Fei and the others planning to return to the second floor? It's not safe to go there right now. So many chosen ones sacrificed earlier, but there were no elimination prompts. Wait, that's right, this dungeon never had any elimination warnings from the start. Dude, look, how come all those chosen ones are alive again? Holy crap! They came back to life. In reality, a group of online users couldn't help but exclaim out loud. Second floor of the inn. At this moment, the noisy and chaotic corridor quickly fell silent. It was as if everything that had just happened never occurred. However, this silence, under the pitch-black and terrifying atmosphere, oozed a sense of eeriness. Kai, Joseph, my grandson Jime, and Leo were all hiding in their rooms. At this point, only the four of them remained alive on the second floor. Hearing that the corridor had suddenly gone quiet, Kai's expression became solemn. When he had obtained Fan Mama's diary, his talent told him that Fan Mama was the key to his success in passing the dungeon. However, he still hadn't figured out exactly what to do when the sudden event occurred first. F***CK. I don't even know what's going on in the corridor right now. From the sounds, a lot of people must have died out there. Did I make the wrong decision? Kai began to doubt his own choice. Although he was safely back in his room, the deaths of those outside were still connected to him. Maybe I was wrong. Hiding in the room doesn't necessarily mean safety. Now, the strange creatures were right outside the door, and Kai didn't have the courage to face them head-on. Inside the room, the only thing he could rely on was the door, which didn't look very sturdy. Once the creatures broke through, he'd be a sitting duck. Damn it! Thinking about this now is useless. If the room isn't safe anymore, then I'll have to follow the rule prompts and look for room 245. That was true. But Kai also knew very well that if the creatures did break through the door, whether he'd even have a chance to find room 245 was another question. Rule 14, the night here is their active time. Please stay in the room, no matter what, you are forbidden to leave the room. Rule 15, when chaos begins in the hostel, the room is no longer safe. Rule 16, if you feel the room is unsafe, you can immediately hide in room 245. Recalling the contradictions in the rules, Kai's palms were already covered in cold sweat. How long had he been in the room? He didn't know. Suddenly, sounds came again from the silent corridor. Listening to the noises outside the door, Kai thought for a long time, but still mustered up the courage to crack the door open. Instantly, a gust of cold wind rushed in. At the same time, Kai could roughly make out the situation in the corridor. In the corridor, a faint light flickered continuously. It was the light from an old kerosene lamp. Although the cold wind howled, the kerosene lamp stayed lit in the wind. It seems like it's Mother Fan. Kai vaguely saw that Mother Fan was facing those strange things alone. Eerie, harsh voices came from not far away. Don't think just because you're the manager of the Whispering Hostel, you can deal with us. This hostel hasn't had any living people for a long time. We won't miss this chance. Don't you want to wait for them? You know they're not really who they say they are. Why are you doing this? We've always kept to ourselves. The eerie voices questioned Mother Fan in the corridor. But Mother Fan said nothing. Perhaps she already knew that this wait was a mistake, and this was just a lie she told herself to lessen her guilt. In reality, her demand was simple, she just wanted to see the children again. But after 20 years of obsession, it all ended up being a waste of effort. Sigh. In the corridor, only Mother Fan's deep sigh could be heard. The next second, the corridor was once again thrown into chaos. What a great opportunity! Seeing that Mother Fan had temporarily held off the strange things, Kai did not hesitate, opening the door and rushing toward the stairs at the fastest speed. The reason he didn't choose to search for room 245 on the second floor was because Kai had analyzed that the chance of finding it on the second floor was low. He had a feeling, line end. The third floor should be the right choice. And as Kai shot out toward the corridor, sounds of doors opening from different rooms came from both sides of the corridor. When Kai turned around, dozens of chosen ones had appeared behind him. Kai, where are you going? Don't leave us behind. The chosen ones almost pleaded. Seeing the dozen or so people behind him, Kai furrowed his brows. He felt something was off. But that feeling was quickly suppressed because the people behind him were clearly alive. Rule 17, in certain situations, Mother Fan will offer some help, but don't rely on her completely. Mother Fan should only be able to hold them off for a while. Before that, I must find room 245. Kai glanced back at the group behind him and muttered to himself, I didn't expect there are still so many surviving chosen ones, too bad Joseph isn't with them. Kai couldn't be sure if Joseph had met with an accident. After all, he was the first to run back to the room. He didn't know the exact situation in the corridor. Just as Kai and the others left. The next moment, Ren Fei and the others appeared on the second floor. Seeing Mother Fan struggling with the strange things, Shinjishu raised his hand and pulled out a paper doll from the air, using it without even looking. Swish! Suddenly, a white light appeared in the corridor. The white light was blinding, almost blinding everyone's eyes. In an instant, whether it was the strange things or Ren Fei and Gulnara, all were attracted by the white light. And then, under everyone's watch, a figure in armor, holding a pear blossom axe, appeared in front of everyone. However, when this figure appeared, Ren Fei froze for a moment. Damn! It's him! Ren Fei was shocked. Is this Shinjishu's talent? Gulnara asked, full of curiosity, who is this, are they very powerful? Whether they are powerful or not is hard to say. But this is a famous general from the Three Kingdoms. Wow! From the way you're talking, this must be an impressive figure. Gulnara looked at Shinjishu with admiration. At this moment, the strange one suddenly asked, who are you? Oh no, it really hit the point. Ren Fei covered his face. Sure enough, under the watch of everyone, Shinjishu took 2 steps forward and shouted out that classic line. Say my name, and you'll be shocked I am the general of Lingling, Xing Daorong. Chapter 44, everyone doubts him, but he's the one who surprises the most. So it's Xing Daorong, how could it be this guy? Although we know that Shinjishu's talent is able to summon actors, this is just too unlucky, summoning this bragging king. Don't look down on Xing Daorong, okay? Don't look at how he brags without thinking, but if you look at his whole life, he only had 1 defeat. Oh my! If I hadn't watched the Three Kingdoms, I'd really believe you, his only defeat was when he lost and directly died, right? In the real world. Seeing the figure Shinjishu summoned, the online viewers laughed. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Shinjishu, but that they didn't believe in Xing Daorong's combat ability. In the world of strange tales, Xing Daorong? The group in the hallway looked at each other in confusion. Finally, they came to the conclusion. Ha! Never heard of him. Oh no! Big mistake. How did we summon this one? At this point, Shinjishu himself was also confused. He had been in such a rush earlier that he didn't even look before summoning this great figure. Now, there was no turning back. I've already summoned him, there's no going back. No matter what, I'll first try out his battle strength. Shinjishu lowered his waist, gripping the axe. You all bow down. The next second, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In an instant, with a flash of the axe, he had already appeared behind several strange beings. As the bright red drop of blood fell from the axe, the heads of the strange beings also fell off at the same time. Oh my, this guy is that strong? Everyone was dumbfounded. So ridiculously strong. With one swing of the axe, Gulnara was also stunned. Ren Fei, you were right, no wonder he's a famous Three Kingdoms general from China, Xing Daorong is terrifyingly strong. Ren Fei. Watching this scene in front of him, Ren Fei suddenly fell silent. Tonight was a silent Cambridge. It seems that although Xing Daorong was weak in the Three Kingdoms, here, his combat ability is still strong enough to sweep through strange beings. Oh no, this guy is really getting redeemed in the world of strange tales. In front of all the world's viewers, Xing Daorong finally made his appearance. Everyone doubted him, but he was the one who shone the most. This time, he not only cleared his name, but it's likely that all the people of China would change their views on him. Run! Run fast! In the hallway, seeing Shen Jishu standing not far away with the pear flower axe, the remaining strange beings froze for a second, then immediately turned to run. You rebels, where are you going? Of course, Shen Jishu wouldn't let these strange beings escape. That plain and simple swing of the axe, Xing Daorong's battle strength also shocked him, and now that he had some confidence, he was full of determination. Shen Jishu took a step forward. The ground cracked open. He raised the pear flower axe and chased after the remaining strange beings. You all. In the corner, Mama Fan was shocked, watching everything unfold. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Mama Fan, don't worry, we'll solve everything here. Gernara, receiving Ren Fei's gaze, stepped forward to comfort her. Mama Fan stared at Ren Fei and Gernara in shock, and suddenly sighed. These things here have nothing to do with you. The death of your companions is, in a way, all my fault. It's my fault, I couldn't protect them. Mama Fan's eyes were full of guilt. Since she discovered that Ren Fei and his group were not children from the orphanage, she had been trying to find ways to safely send them out of the hostel. But she couldn't leave the hostel herself. The strange occurrences in the inn are very troublesome. Speaking of which, she also had the intention but lacked the strength. It's not your fault, Fan Mama, Gernara comforted. If it weren't for you secretly protecting us every night, we might have died a long time ago. Thank you, you are all good children, just like them. Fan Mama forced a faint smile on her face. But as soon as her words fell, in an instant, Gernara's face suddenly changed. A deep soul-piercing pain suddenly spread from her mind. What's happening? My head hurts. It hurts so much. Gernara's face twisted in agony, almost falling to the ground. Fan Mama quickly caught her, urgently asking, Child, what's wrong? Gernara tried to say something. At this moment, Ren Fei reminded, the inn is subtly influencing you, this is cognitive distortion. Cognitive distortion? Do you remember Rule 21? Yes, I remember. Rule 21, remember, always silently remind yourself, you are not one of them. Recalling the rule. Gernara quickly repeated it silently in her mind according to the reminder. After a while, the sharp pain in her head gradually faded. Gernara asked Ren Fei, what's going on? The inn is affecting Fan Mama, and Fan Mama is indirectly affecting us. Ren Fei explained, after being influenced cognitively, Fan Mama will treat us as the children from the orphanage, and once we associate ourselves with those children, we will be influenced cognitively. Then why can Fan Mama's cognition influence us? For the past 20 years, Fan Mama has had a belief that has kept her awake, otherwise, she would have already become like those strange things. So, essentially, Fan Mama is both the manager here and the inn itself. Oh. I understand. In this moment, Gernara felt thankful she had chosen to stand with Ren Fei. Not only did Ren Fei lend her a helping hand, but he could also foresee the hidden information in the instance. By following someone like him, she was destined to go further. Ren Fei, thank you. Gernara felt that Ren Fei knew too much. However, she wasn't foolish enough to question him further. It was already good enough that Ren Fei was helping her. At least she was still alive and awake. Child, my children. As Gernara's thoughts scattered. Beside her, Fan Mama's expression suddenly turned sorrowful. She grabbed Gernara's hand like a madwoman and asked, Child, are you my child? No. Gernara answered cautiously. Hearing her answer, Fan Mama let go of her and turned to ask Ren Fei. I am not. Ren Fei said. After saying that, Fan Mama anxiously and regretfully ran off, starting to randomly knock on doors on the second floor, shouting, My children, have you come back? Seeing Fan Mama's appearance, Gernara felt a little heartbroken and asked, Ren Fei, is Fan Mama about to be assimilated by the inn? Ren Fei nodded. Actually, she is not wrong, she shouldn't feel guilty, it was a natural disaster, no one could stop it. Gernara covered her mouth, tears involuntarily falling, woo-woo. She must have had a very hard time in these 20 years. P.S. I wish you all happiness every day, my lovely readers. Chapter 45, Who ordered this takeout for me? Second floor of the inn. In a certain room. My grandson, Jime, was hiding in the room trembling, listening to the sounds outside the corridor. This time, he was really scared out of his wits. Beside him, the summoned strange thing was in the room. The strange thing coldly said, "Look at you, such a useless thing, you got scared and peed yourself, a lifetime of not even being able to eat 4 dishes. Baka. Mock me, dare you go out and try." My grandson, Jime, retorted. Try it, try it." The strange thing thought the noise in the corridor was made by Fan Mama. Usually, it might fear Fan Mama a little. But now, all the strange things in the inn were restless. It didn't believe that Mom Fan could suppress all the strange things. Creak. The strange thing directly opened the door. However, as soon as it poked its head out, the next moment, a flash of axe light instantly flashed, and with a swish, before it could react, its head had already rolled to the ground with a dumbfounded look. As expected, words followed the law. Try and you'll die. In the corridor, Shinjishu, who was chasing the strange thing, suddenly stopped. He looked back. He was stunned. In this day and age, there are still people who run into the muzzle of a gun. It's really bizarre. No need to thank me. It's just a small favor. Shinjishu paused briefly, then continued to chase after the remaining strange things. And just as he left, another strange thing slipped in through the half-open door. Entering the room, the strange thing suddenly froze. In the dim light, it made eye contact with my grandson GC. The atmosphere instantly became strange and eerie. Ghoul, ghoul. My grandson GC May swallowed a huge gulp of saliva. He had just witnessed the strange thing he summoned die tragically at the door and hadn't thought about closing it. In the blink of an eye, an uninvited guest slipped into the room. Oh ho, who ordered me some takeout? The strange thing that entered the room laughed. This was originally its room. Seeing Shinjishu so fierce, it had planned to hide back in the room to avoid his sharpness, but unexpectedly, just as it returned, it saw my grandson GC May. Hee hee, fresh takeout. The strange thing grinned savagely and pounced on my grandson GC May in the room. My grandson GC May immediately screamed. Yammeet! Help! My grandson GC May screamed while running out of the room. The strange thing was stunned. Damn it! It's harder to hold down than a New Year's pig. As soon as he ran out of the room, my grandson GC May turned and encountered Mom Fan in the corridor, who grabbed him. Mom Fan, somewhat dazed, asked, "Are you, my child?" Looking at the terrifying expression on Mom Fan's face, my grandson GC May's throat moved, and he couldn't say a single rebellious word. There was no choice. He could only answer gritting his teeth, "I'm your child." As soon as he said this, my grandson GC May was embraced by Mom Fan, and she cried, "Great! My child, you finally came back to see me. Yoshi! If you treat me as your child, you'll protect me, right? As long as I use Mom Fan well, I can definitely live to the end." My grandson GC May thought joyfully in his heart. But the next moment, pain shot through his head. Ah! Baka! My grandson GC May painfully covered his head, unable to understand. Wasn't it said that Mom Fan would help me? Can I trust her absolutely? What's going on? My grandson GC May was in excruciating pain. At this moment, Mom Fan's hand was placed on his head. For some reason, Mom Fan, who had a terrifying expression just a second ago, suddenly became gentle and kind. "Child, don't be afraid, you're back, that's all that matters." Mom Fan's words were full of emotion. My grandson GC May, confused for only 2 seconds, accepted his new identity. He whispered, "I'm back, Mom Fan." Bang! At the same time my grandson GC May accepted his new identity, a figure suddenly sprang out from a room near the stairs. The figure was Joseph. Joseph's talent was C-grade deadly hint. The talent could give him the most favorable hint in a desperate situation, but the hint could only be triggered when there was no way out, and each dungeon would only give 1 hint. F***CK. Damn K. After rushing out of the room, Joseph immediately ran towards the 3rd floor. I thought following K would let me clear the dungeon, but I didn't expect he was such a selfish guy. I've been helping him all along, and he didn't care about our lives at all. Before opening the door, Joseph had briefly observed the situation in the corridor. Now was the best time for him to run to the 3rd floor. In the corridor, Gulnara watched as Joseph dashed towards the 3rd floor. A face full of confusion, Joseph didn't go up earlier, and we all came down. Why is he still running up? In Gulnara's eyes, staying in the room now is the safest. Because the strange Ren Fei and Shinjishu in the corridor will clear things out, there's no need to risk going to the 3rd floor just for some copy information. Gulnara frowned. Does he think we are still on the 3rd floor? Who knows? These people never trusted us from the start, and now they're starting to trust us. Isn't it a bit too late? Ren Fei said coldly. Ren Fei didn't reject or resent someone like Gulnara, who could see through the reality. On the contrary, he wouldn't tolerate those who only thought of belittling and suppressing China. even if those countries were willing to pay money. Ren Fei didn't want to help them clear the game. The reason is simple. Ren Fei could be a good person, but he would never be a good person who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Love for one's country is a basic quality. On the third floor of the hostel. Room 245. Kai successfully obtained the other 2 notes left by Mom Fan. After reading the notes, Kai instantly understood everything. He knew why Mom Fan had to face the strange things on the second floor alone. She wasn't crazy, but was trying to carve out a way to survive for them, the chosen ones. What the F***K? So this is the truth behind everything. Kai suddenly regretted coming to the third floor. However, it was too late to regret. It was useless now. Mom Fan facing those strange things alone, it's highly likely she won't come back. Even if she does, she'll be assimilated by the hostel and become one of those strange things. Kai quickly thought of a countermeasure. He suddenly remembered that the process of going up to the third floor earlier had been unusually smooth, and there seemed to be no strange things here. So, the third floor might just be the only safe place in the hostel right now. Although I don't know where Ren Fei went, my only option now is to stay on the third floor. I'll just have to take it step by step. Kai decided to stay on the third floor and then look for a chance to leave. At this moment, a chosen one beside him asked, "Kai, do we really have to stay here?" "I can't think of a better way than staying on the third floor," Kai answered. The person said, "Kai, I actually have a great idea." "What idea?" "We stay here forever. That way, we don't have to worry. When Mom Fan finishes with the strange things on the second floor, we'll be the new residents here. What do you think of this suggestion?" What? Kai's pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, he finally understood why he always felt something was wrong with these chosen ones. It turned out that the source of the discomfort was them. You guys? Kai looked at the chosen ones who came up with him from the second floor with a terrified expression. Had. You finally noticed. Under Kai's gaze, the expressions of these chosen ones collectively turned strange. They grinned savagely. Their once complete bodies instantly became incomplete, some only had half a face, others were missing arms or legs. They looked as terrifying as could be. At this moment, their eyes were filled only with numbness and deathly silence. "Kai, we became like this because of you. Shouldn't you atone for your actions? Kai, we trusted you so much, yet you abandoned us. You're lying. Everything you've said is a lie. Stay here, and we'll forgive you." Several voices came from the mouths of these chosen ones. At this moment, Kai leaned against the altar, his face completely drained of color. F***K. You guys are already dead. Kai knew that the reason he had thought these people were still alive earlier was because his perception had been distorted. This distortion of perception was exactly the same as when they were on the first floor. There was no sharp pain. So it was hard for Kai to notice. If these chosen ones hadn't revealed themselves, he would have kept believing in them, until he fully believed in everything in the hostel. Damn it! Unknowingly, I have still violated Rule 12. Faced with a group of chosen ones who could no longer be called human, Kai's eyes were filled with despair. Could it be that I'm really going to stop here? Kai was unwilling to accept this. He suddenly thought, if the country and his family saw how he was acting now, they would probably be very disappointed, right? In despair, Kai suddenly heard Joseph's voice from outside the door. "Kai, you bastard, you didn't even bring me up to the third floor." Joseph angrily walked into the room, squeezing into the crowd. However, before he could continue his scolding, he immediately saw Kai already moving like a rabbit, rushing out the door. "Damn you, why are you running?" Joseph was stunned. Suddenly, he sensed that the atmosphere in the room was strange. With stiff movements, he turned his head, and then met a chosen one with only half a head left. "Kai! You damn bastard, you deserve to die." From room 245, Joseph's piercing scream echoed. In the corridor, hearing Joseph's scream behind him, Kai was so scared that he didn't even look back. He ran all the way to the second floor, and only then did he stop, panting heavily, his forehead drenched in sweat, his whole body trembling slightly. "Joseph, don't blame me, it's your own bad luck. I didn't want to make you a decoy, you came in on your own." Standing in the second floor corridor. At this moment, Kai saw several eerie beings rushing towards Ren Fei. "Scatter them!" Before he could even see Ren Fei make a move, in the blink of an eye, those eerie beings were already stomped under Ren Fei's foot effortlessly. Seeing this, Kai's eyes were slightly stunned. His belief wavered. If he had known Ren Fei's strength was this powerful, why had he bothered to search for clues? Not only had he killed so many chosen ones, but now, everything had returned to square one. No! My efforts won't be in vain. Why should I only struggle for survival while he can do things effortlessly? Was everything I did wrong? Am I wrong? Kai painfully held his head. This time it wasn't a cognitive distortion. It was the mental impact that Ren Fei brought him. Why? My talent is SS level. Why can't I surpass him? What is his talent? I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Kai's eyes were filled with hatred. In the instance, in the dungeon, every step he took was full of caution and difficulty, yet he couldn't understand why some people could breeze through it, even without fearing eerie threats. Why couldn't he be so calm? Why didn't he draw that kind of talent? China. Ren Fei. You deserve to die. You all deserve to die. Kai's eyes were red, like a mad dog, rushing towards Ren Fei. He raised his fist, seemingly wanting to break all the injustice. However, before his fist could land on Ren Fei already kicked him against the corridor wall. Are you crazy? Beside them, Gernala angrily stepped forward to question Kai. Ha ha. Kai sneered, his face full of resentment. I'm crazy? Why is it so easy for you all, but I have to be as cautious as a dog? It's not fair, it's not fair. Oh? Hearing Kai's words, Ren Fei curiously stood in front of him and asked, You seem to be quite unhappy? Of course I'm not happy. You think it's unfair? Of course it's unfair. Ridiculous. Ren Fei suddenly laughed. You talk about fairness, does this world really have it? Some people are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle and horses. From the moment each person is born, wealth, power, and status are already determined. Where is the fairness? Or do you think wealth, power, and status should be distributed equally in this world? Then ask those in power, would they be willing? Including you, you think it's unfair, but have you ever thought about how many chosen ones have talents that are even worse than yours? Is that fair to them? Kai's face turned red from Ren Fei's question. He wanted to answer, but his throat could not make any sound. I have a friend, who is also a participant in the world of strange tales. He only has SS level talent, but just with that carefulness, he stepped forward one step at a time and reached the end. In fact, he has now become a person who can stand on his own. And look at you. Ren Fei sneered and said, If I'm not wrong, your talent should also be of the hint type, right? Originally, if you had made good use of your talent, you could have gone farther, but unfortunately, your mindset is poor, wasting such good talent. No. Kai didn't want to believe Ren Fei's words and said with red eyes, The friend you're talking about doesn't even exist. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Ren Fei waved his hand. This time it's just a warning. If you try to take action against me again, I don't mind making your country's chosen ones from the beautiful nation have to crawl over and lie down whenever they see me in the future. Chapter 47, Crying from Poverty. F***CK Squid. What does Ren Fei mean by this? Does he want to declare war on our beautiful nation? Daring to treat our country's chosen ones like this, China must give us an explanation. Too arrogant, we must unite and punish Ren Fei. Outside the livestream. Seeing Kai suffer in Ren Fei's hands, the netizens of the beautiful nation were filled with righteous indignation. But they seemed to have forgotten. Kai was the one who made the first move. Seeing Ren Fei being scolded, Chinese netizens immediately switched to counterattack mode. Oh, an explanation? What explanation? There's no explanation, but there is a roll of tape, do you want it? If my eyes aren't blind, wasn't it Kai who raised his fist, ready to sneak attack Ren Fei from behind? He was shouting so passionately, but how come he couldn't handle one kick and just laid down? This is just laughable. Is Kai's brain sick? He still wants fairness, something that doesn't even exist in the real world, coming into the world of strange tales to ask for it, thinking the world of strange tales is your beautiful nations? Trash. In the real world. Because of the two chosen ones, China and the beautiful nation almost triggered a war of public opinion. While the two countries' netizens were fiercely arguing, two cold, eerie notification sounds rang out in the sky worldwide. With the two eerie notification sounds falling, several countries that had still held hope for their own chosen ones immediately called the beautiful nation to express their greetings. After all, their country's chosen ones were all eliminated because they chose to believe in Kai. In the end, the beautiful nation was fully responsible. Inside the beautiful nation, all the high-ranking officials were collectively panicking. These were all allied nations, and if diplomacy was affected because of this, it would be a huge loss. In the end, the matter was finally settled after the beautiful nation issued an apology statement on diplomatic media. However, after the incident, the beautiful nation's international standing took a huge hit. World of Strange Tales. The strange events on the second floor of the hostel had been completely cleaned up, even the chosen ones who had turned into strange beings on the third floor were easily dealt with by Ren Fei. without the threat of the strange beings. Now, they just needed to wait until dawn to clear the level. Ren Fei, are you sure we just need to wait until dawn to clear the level? Gulnara looked at the empty room, puzzled. Then why did you sell everything in the room? You should at least have kept a bed, right? Sorry, I forgot about that. Ren Fei said, since there's no bed, then don't sleep tonight. What are we going to do if we don't sleep? Get up and party. Huh? Gulnara and Shinjishu both looked confused. They glanced at Kai, who was squatting in the corner with bloodshot eyes. Gulnara grumbled, this guy, he's killed so many chosen ones, letting him clear the level is really spoiling him. His mental state has already broken down, he probably won't last much longer, Shinjishu said indifferently. Where did Mama Fan and my grandson Jime go? They were just here. Stop looking, they're not here. As the dawn was about to break, Ren Fei thought, since they came all this way, they couldn't leave empty-handed. So, he decided to confiscate everything in the hostel. This way, it could at least count as doing a good deed. The entire second floor and first floor were raided, Ren Fei cried. Don't misunderstand. It was because of being poor. This dungeon, it's really damn poor. What a sin. This dungeon is so poor, and I still dared to rob it. I'm simply not human. Ren Fei felt guilty. What's the difference between this and robbing a beggar? Thankfully, I have the Mouse Fortune's gold coins supporting me. Otherwise, I'd really lose everything in this dungeon. Using talent also costs money, alright? If it weren't for the country's 100 billion safety net, how could I be so reckless in this dungeon? In the dungeon, with money, Ren Fei is the king. Without money, just a dog on the side of the road. On the second floor of the hostel. When there was no sound in the corridor, the sound of a door lock turning came through, then a door was carefully opened. A head poked out. Then, he came face to face with the owner of the 3 pairs of eyes in front of him. You guys? Seeing Ren Fei and the others, this person obviously sighed in relief, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and said, sorry, what happened just now? What's your name? Ren Fei asked. Seeing Ren Fei, this person timidly answered, my name is Leo, I'm the chosen one of the ancient Buck Kingdom. No wonder I couldn't knock on this door just now. Ren Fei had already guessed. There might still be survivors in this room. He just didn't expect that this guy's heart was really that big. With such a loud noise outside, he could still sleep. Sorry, I get sleepy when I get nervous, and once I get sleepy, not even lightning can wake me up. Leo opened the door. He scratched his head awkwardly at Ren Fei and the others. Gernala asked, when did you hide in this room? Oh, I hid after seeing Kai and Joseph hide. Fortunately, I have night vision talent, so I found a relatively safe room. So, you're really lucky. Ren Fei felt. Leo's luck could have won a lottery jackpot. What a pity. It was used in such a place. By the way, where are Kai and Joseph? The newly awake Leo asked. Kai is over there. The others are dead, Shinjishu said. What, dead? Leo couldn't believe it. He stared at Kai, who was slumped against the wall not far away, with a crazy grin on his face, and skeptically asked, what happened to him? Nothing, just some mental shock. Oh, huh? In the agonizing wait. Finally, the sky outside the hostel turned into a white belly of fish. When the first streak of white light shone through the window into the hostel, Kai, who was a bit mentally confused, immediately jumped out of the second floor window and excitedly ran toward the snack street. He kept mumbling. I'm the first one. No one can surpass me this time. No one can get in front of me. I'm the hero of the beautiful country, and everyone will be proud of me. Chapter 48, Ascending to the Divine Step, First Round Test. This, you guys say he just got a little shocked? Seeing Kai's crazy actions, Leo was stunned. Shinjishu shook his head, it seems the actual shock wasn't small. This guy, he probably won't survive the next dungeon. Sai, how did he suddenly go crazy for no reason? Alright, don't mind him, it's time for us to leave. Ren Fei pulled everyone's thoughts back. At this moment, Mouse Fortune also returned with a stomach full of gold coins. Ching ching. In the corridor. Mouse Fortune's belly was like a small vault, gold coins pouring out with a clinking sound. It took pouring out 3,000 or 4,000 coins before it stopped. Ren Fei and the others were stunned. Holy shit. This is the real treasure-spitting mouse. These gold coins can't be taken out, so it's useless to give them to Shinjishu and the others. Since that's the case, Ren Fei could only smile and reluctantly accept them all. After selling all the gold coins, before Ren Fei could say anything, Mouse Fortune jumped into Ren Fei's hand by itself. Ren Fei didn't hesitate, then led the 3 people out. After leaving the hostel, Ren Fei and the others were preparing to head toward the snack street. But at this moment, Fan Mama's voice suddenly came from behind. The group turned around. They saw Fan Mama standing by the window. She had a relieved smile on her face. Her right hand was slightly raised, making a goodbye gesture. At that moment, it was as if Fan Mama used all her strength to shout to Ren Fei and the others, "Children, move forward, don't look back." After saying that, a flame suddenly burst up from under Fan Mama's feet. Immediately after, the whole inn started burning. Looking at Fan Mama, who was mercilessly engulfed by the fire in an instant, faintly, they could still hear the scream of my grandson, Jime. Gulnara couldn't hold back and cried again. Shin Jishu and Leo also lowered their heads. Ren Fei silently turned around, with his back to the inn, waved his hand to Fan Mama behind him, and whispered gently, "Good night, love you, Mom." "Love you, Mom." Shin Jishu and the others, feeling deeply, also waved their hands to say goodbye. At the end of the snack street. At this moment, the wall that stood here had already been torn down, which meant that as long as they left from here, they could clear the instance. Ren Fei, so you knew from the beginning that we would definitely clear the instance. Back here, Gulnara felt a little emotional. She couldn't believe it and said, "We really cleared the instance?" Leo had an excited face. "I didn't do anything, yet I still got the benefit and cleared the instance by doing nothing?" He. Looking at the excited expressions of the two, Ren Fei smiled and said, "This is what we call the unpredictability of life, a big sausage wrapped in a small sausage. What are we waiting for? Let's go together." Shin Jishu said. "Alright, let's go." With that, Ren Fei and the four crossed the wall. Gulnara's clearing prompt instantly sounded. Chosen one, congratulations on clearing whispering and ... Instance plot, excellent. Clue collection, perfect. Personal performance, good. Overall clear rating, excellent. Congratulations, you have received the reward, Fan Mama's Whisper. Fan Mama's Whisper description: every person who enters the Whispering Inn will be treated as Fan Mama's child. In the next instance, you will get a chance to reform the strange. After Gulnara cleared the instance, Leo's clearing prompt followed. Chosen one, congratulations on clearing Whispering Inn. Instance plot, average. Clue collection, ordinary. Personal performance, ordinary. Overall clear rating, ordinary. Reward, none. Note, ordinary ratings do not receive instance rewards. After Gulnara and Leo cleared the instance. At this time, Ren Fei and Shin Jishu's clearing prompts had still not appeared. And just as Shin Jishu was wondering, the next moment, he was teleported into a strange space. In this space, the ground beneath Shin Jishu's feet turned into a golden staircase, stretching upwards, as if extending all the way to the sky. At a glance, the clouds and mist swirled, and it seemed endless. This. Shin Jishu was stunned at first, then quickly realized, his voice shocked, could this be the stairway to God? Shin Jishu looked around in confusion, and was pleasantly surprised to find that Ren Fei was standing not far away. At this moment, Ren Fei's face showed only composure and calmness. Ren Fei. Shin Jishu waved at Ren Fei. Ren Fei turned back and said calmly, "Being here means your talent also qualifies you for divinity. Later, just use all your strength to go up. To pass this test, it depends on your talent and will." Thank you for the reminder. Shin Jishu didn't know why Ren Fei knew so much. But as long as he wasn't a fool, he wouldn't ask more. After the brief reminder, Ren Fei's gaze shifted away from Shin Jishu, looking towards another side of the space. There, a few familiar figures were also teleported in. "Hi, you all came to accept the test too?" Ren Fei greeted towards that space. After a while, a small and innocent figure glanced at him. The innocent figure turned and complained to someone nearby, "Brother Su Shao, that person is so strange, he's been staring at me, is he a human trafficker?" "Oh?" Su Shao turned his head in the direction of the voice. When he saw Ren Fei, Su Shao calmly raised his hand, "Hello. My name is Ren Fei. My name is Su Shao." While speaking, Su Shao introduced the people next to Ren Fei. "This is Wen Ji. This is Andre. He is Lucas. Hello." Seeing these familiar faces, Ren Fei was not surprised, but he still pretended not to know them and greeted them. "Hello, nice to meet you." Andre sized up Ren Fei, wanting to start an analysis, but he couldn't see Ren Fei's past or future, so he gave up. Lucas turned his face sideways, casually playing with the malicious scalpel in his hand, coldly greeting, "Hello, do you want to spar with me?" "Hello, I'm the lovely Wen Ji." When she put her hands on her hips, they briefly exchanged greetings. At this moment, a voice full of authority descended from the heavens. "The chosen one who has ascended 100 steps, passed this round of tests." As the words fell, a pressure descended from the sky. Then several streams of light descended onto the steps. In an instant, everyone's shoulders sank a few degrees. What is this?" Shinjisu's face was full of shock, the stream of light nearly pressing him down to the point where he couldn't straighten up. Ren Fei explained, "This is the test of the gods, the punishment of the gods. This is just the first test, testing the body's ability to endure. If you cannot withstand this pressure, your body will be crushed. Although failing the test won't result in actual death, the next time you enter the divine space, the difficulty of the test will directly double. So it's best to pass the test on the first try. Also, the pressure varies depending on the different promotion paths. I suggest you don't use your talent for the first 50 steps. P.S. 100,000 words debut. Book reviews, urging updates, comments, rewards, every interaction matters to the book's performance. I hope all of you can generously move your fingers. Even if it's just a comment to urge updates, the author is extremely grateful. Let's gather strength together. Whether this book can continue depends on this moment. Thank you all. At Rose, this is for you. Chapter 49, just ascend 100 steps, it's easy. Oh my god, Gerda and Leo passed the test one after another. Wait, where are the pass notifications for Ren Fei and Shinjisu? No, where are they? Why have they disappeared out of nowhere? What the heck? Did these two elope? Elopement my ass. This is the world of ghost stories, not even running around naked is allowed, let alone eloping. In the real world, the whole country of Huaxia was worried about Ren Fei's sudden disappearance. But at this moment, the countries of Yuten and Guba had already prepared to celebrate nationwide. The high-ranking officials of Yuten cried out of excitement. I knew it, following Huaxia would definitely bring us luck. To hell with the beautiful country, we're lucky we didn't bet on Kai, otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we died. Another excellent evaluation. I can't even imagine how generous the national fortune reward will be this time. This investment was really worth it. Immediately contact Huaxia. We want to donate 50 billion worth of rare resources to them free of charge, as a way to thank Ren Fei for his help to Yuten. In Guba, countless citizens took to the streets, preparing to celebrate this hard-earned victory. Although Leo just casually passed the test with a low evaluation, even the lowest national fortune reward was enough to make them go crazy for it. The key is, after this event, the high-ranking officials of Guba finally realized who they should truly be pleasing. As long as they establish a good relationship with Huaxia. Who's afraid of not being able to pass the test by lying flat in the future? Contact Huaxia, tell them that Guba is willing to become a vassal state of Huaxia, and forever form a friendly alliance with Huaxia. Divine Ascension Space. Ren Fei and Shinjisu faced two choices at the same time. One was to agree to livestream the entire Divine Ascension process. The other was to refuse the livestream. Agreeing meant that their talents would be revealed in advance. However, in the world of ghost stories, revealing talents was inevitable, so Shinjisu only thought for a moment before choosing to agree. Ren Fei's choice was exactly the opposite. He directly and bluntly chose to refuse. Soon, Shinjishu's figure reappeared in the view of countless netizens, but fortunately, his livestream screen only showed himself. Look, what's that? Shinjishu is back on the livestream. Is this another dimension? How did Shinjishu get transported here? What's going on? Why is only Shinjishu here? Where's Ren Fei from our Huaxia? Outside the livestream, the netizens were excited to see Shinjishu again. This at least meant that he and Ren Fei hadn't encountered any danger. However, as everyone stared at the seemingly endless stairs in the livestream, confused, a voice full of authority struck the hearts of all. The path to becoming a god is now open. The voice fell. The entire world boiled over. Leaders from all countries almost simultaneously stood up, staring with disbelief and excitement, eyes glued to the livestream screen. The path to becoming a god? Is he going to become a god? Leaders from various countries seem to have discovered a new continent. Could it be that Shinjishu has drawn a 3S level talent? Only a 3S level talent can have the qualification to become a god. Yes, this explains why Ren Fei disappeared out of nowhere, because his talent was also the 3S level Heart of Gratitude. At this moment, the entire world was in an uproar. The word god was not unfamiliar to everyone. But in the past, it was always something born from human imagination. Humans created gods. But gods stood above humans. People had gotten used to the idea of humans being ordinary, but now, someone suddenly tells you that there is a chance to become a god right in front of you. How could all of humanity not be excited? Record this. It must be recorded. This is definitely the greatest moment in human history. In the path to becoming a god space, Shinjishu felt a sense of discomfort, like a prickling on his back. He could feel that he was being watched with excitement by all of humanity. It seems Ren Fei didn't choose to reveal the process, makes sense, no benefit in doing so. What's the point of revealing it? But I think differently. I want all of humanity to see a view beyond their understanding, an entirely different kind of scenery. Shin Jishu's personality was carefree and unrestrained. In the real world, he was a typical rich second generation. His heart longed for attention and admiration from others. And now, this was the perfect opportunity. Looking down at the long stairs of the path to becoming a god beneath his feet, Shin Jishu followed Ren Fei's advice and first tested the surrounding pressure with his body. With my current state, without using my talent, walking 50 steps should be no problem. Climbing 100 steps, simple. A confident smile appeared on Shin Jishu's face. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the next step. However, when both of his feet landed on the next step, an invisible pressure surged, even stronger than the first step. Damn! I rushed it. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Just by taking one step forward, Shin Jishu felt the pressure. The pressure from his heart. If the pressure gets stronger with every step, then by the time I reach 100 steps, the pressure will increase exponentially, right? Thinking about this, Shin Jishu's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the pressure would be the further he went. Wait. If it's this difficult for me, Ren Fei must be struggling too. Shin Jishu turned his head, wanting to see Ren Fei's embarrassed expression. But the next second, he was stunned, his face filled with shock. 50 steps? When did this guy? Shin Jishu was frozen in place. Unbeknownst to him, Ren Fei had already reached the 50-step mark. Moreover, he was advancing purely with his own will, without any rest. The sight of it was incredibly relaxed and comfortable. Shin Jishu. Shin Jishu, is this still human? Perhaps noticing the shocked expression on Shin Jishu's face, Ren Fei casually turned his back to the stairs and continued walking upward, flashing a smile at Shin Jishu. Old buddy. I'll wait for you up there. Shin Jishu? In that moment, Shin Jishu felt like his head was about to explode. Is this guy really human? It's maddening how some people just outdo you so easily. At this point, Shin Jishu had completely surrendered. Originally, Shin Jishu thought he could go head-to-head with Ren Fei, but after seeing this scene, going even was impossible. At most, it was a 30 to 70 difference. No. I can't let this guy get too far ahead. We both have 3S level talents, there's no way the gap can be this huge. Shin Jishu's pride was strong, too. Clenching his teeth, he forced himself to climb the steps. After reaching the 20th step in one breath, Shin Jishu was already dripping with sweat. At this moment, not only did he feel short of breath, but his entire body felt as if it were being squeezed by space itself, his organs almost burning up. Damn! Is it really this hard just after 20 steps? Chapter 50, Ren Fei, I'm going to compete with you, 30 to 70. Shin Jishu admitted it, he had underestimated the trial of climbing to the divine. The first round of tests was already this difficult, so what about the others? Would they be as hard as climbing to the heavens? Huff. 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 Shin Jishu was breathing unevenly. His gaze wandered past Ren Fei and looked at Su Xiao and the others in the distance. Although he didn't know any of them, even the youngest one, Wen Ji, had already climbed to the 30th step. This was a huge blow to him. A kid is climbing higher than me, God, you can't be this cruel. Shin Jishu was in agony. Helpless. He was numb. He had no idea why there were others here besides him and Ren Fei, but the answer to that could probably only be asked of Ren Fei when he got the chance. Ren Fei had been incredibly familiar with the divine space from the moment he entered. Maybe this wasn't his first time here. Wait a second, didn't Ren Fei only participate in the Ghost Talk side quests twice? So how is he so familiar with everything here? Something doesn't add up, there's something very off. Shin Jishu couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. But no matter how much he tried to rack his brain, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Human thinking really does have its limits. At least, it can't easily believe in things beyond its understanding. Could it be that this guy's from another world? No. That's straight out of a novel, this isn't some kind of fantasy. He couldn't figure it out. So Shin Jishu simply decided not to think about it anymore. After all, the answer didn't matter that much to him. And besides, he'd eventually find out, assuming he lived long enough to ask. Let's just focus on getting through the current challenge first. I don't want to be eliminated in the first round, that would be so embarrassing. If I'd known, I wouldn't have live-streamed this. Now I really look like a clown. Shin Jishu felt his nose itching. He was about to get a red nose. While catching his breath, Shin Jishu subconsciously glanced at Ren Fei's direction. Damn it! This is crazy. Ren Fei had already reached the 99th step. But for some reason, Ren Fei didn't keep climbing, instead choosing to sit down and rest. Is he exhausted? My chance has come. Shin Jishu couldn't help but laugh aloud. Ren Fei, I have to compete with you, 30-70. Shin Jishu seemed to find his confidence again. He charged forward and reached the 35th step. No, I can't, anymore. At the 35th step, Shin Jishu felt completely drained. His body felt as if it was carrying a few hundred pounds of rocks, and each step was agonizing. Is this all my willpower can get me? Shin Jishu glanced at Ren Fei again. Seeing that Ren Fei was still resting, he gritted his teeth harder. No. We agreed on 30-70. I cannot give up here. Shin Jishu, drenched in sweat, shouted and lifted his right foot, heavy as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, and stomped hard on the 36th step. In an instant, another wave of pressure hit, causing his bones to make a sound as if they were being crushed. Damn. Shin Jishu gritted his teeth, fighting to hold back his pain. Go for it. Shin Jishu erupted with incredible willpower, lifting his foot once again. When Shin Jishu reached the 40th step, he finally couldn't hold it anymore. A sweet, fresh taste rushed up from his throat, and fresh blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Poof. Shin Jishu let out a muffled grunt. At this moment, he was already completely exhausted. Originally, he had hoped to rely on his willpower to reach the 50th step, but now, he had only made it to the 40th step, still 10 steps short. Although Shin Jishu had considered using his talent, he still believed that Ren Fei wouldn't deceive him. So, even at the risk of his body being crushed, he kept Ren Fei's reminder in mind. Only 10 steps left. Just 10 steps. Shin Jishu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The more difficult the God Ascension staircase became, the more it fired up his fighting spirit. If at the beginning he still had a little bit of hope, now, at this moment, he would seriously begin. Shin Jishu, if you really can't hold on, just use your talent. You've already done well to get to the 40th step with your willpower alone. Shin Jishu's raised foot had not yet landed when Ren Fei's voice entered his ears. This time, Shin Jishu did not listen to Ren Fei's reminder. Shin Jishu stubbornly forced a smile and shouted towards Ren Fei, I've made up my mind, Ren Fei. I want to split it 70-30 with you. In the real world, watching the live stream of Shin Jishu, netizens from all over the world were shocked. Oh my god. Shin Jishu can't even handle 40 steps. I knew the God Ascension trial wouldn't be this easy. It's over. If the 40th step is this hard, Shin Jishu has to climb 100 steps. Too bad we don't have Ren Fei's perspective. We don't know how far Ren Fei has gone. Didn't you hear what Shin Jishu said? Shin Jishu already said he's going to split it 70-30 with Ren Fei. If Shin Jishu is 70, then Ren Fei is definitely the little loser. What's wrong with being a loser? If you met Ren Fei, you'd only be good enough to wipe his shoes. Sitting on the 99th step, Ren Fei watched Shin Jishu struggling not far away. When he saw the unwilling expression on Shin Jishu's face, Ren Fei knew that before the 50th step, Shin Jishu wouldn't use his talent. Exactly, it's also a good opportunity to temper his character. Ren Fei understood clearly. To change Shin Jishu's fate, perhaps it was best to start changing it right now. In the previous life, Shin Jishu's character had been a little arrogant at the beginning. He always wanted to split things 70-30 with Ren Fei, but in the end, he never achieved that goal. I didn't expect that in this life, he would still be stubborn about wanting to split it 70-30 with me. The trajectory of history really hasn't changed at all. Ren Fei couldn't help but laugh helplessly. In his previous life, Shin Jishu went through many things before gradually maturing. But by that time, the grown-up Shin Jishu had already overused his talent and didn't have much time left to live. In my past life, Shin Jishu wasted a lot of his lifespan in the God Ascension space. I hope this time it can be different. Ren Fei really wanted to help Shin Jishu. But the road to ascension could only be walked by him alone. If he couldn't reach the final step, Ren Fei would be powerless to help. When he steps onto the 50th step, I will face my true test. Because he possessed two talents, Ren Fei actually had to undergo the God Ascension trials twice. Right now, this trial belonged to the God of Love. The next trial would be the one for the God of Wealth. And Ren Fei had said before, the path to becoming a god was different, and the difficulty of the trials was also different. So, the wealth-spreading child as the only 5S level hidden talent, the difficulty of the trial must be at least 10 times harder than this one. Don't think that Ren Fei was so relaxed now. All of this was from the lessons learned from blood and tears in his previous life. I just hope the God of Wealth's trial isn't as hard as I imagine. Otherwise, I don't know if my assets can hold up. Ren Fei wasn't really worried about the difficulty of the trial. He was mainly just concerned about his money. If he had to pour another 100 billion into this trial, His title as the wealth-spreading child was now solidly confirmed. P.S. Enough talk, charge. Chapter 51, Snowflakes flutter, the northern wind howls. Just one more step. At this moment. 49 steps. Shen Jishu gritted his teeth tightly. The pressure around him surged like waves, crushing him so much that he could barely stand upright. He gasped for air, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his body bent in an extremely strange way, like a hunchback shrimp. He was just one step away from reaching the 50th step, but no matter how hard he tried, his raised right foot could not fall. It wasn't that he didn't want to step down. It was that some force was stopping him. Under the influence of this force, Shen Jishu's lips turned pale, his body swaying as though he was about to collapse from the stairs at any moment. Damn! Shen Jishu unwillingly exhaled a deep breath. The road to becoming a god is right beneath my feet, just one step away. If I give up now, even I will despise myself. So? Shen Jishu, hold on. Hua! Shen Jishu suddenly erupted with intense willpower. That was the unyielding fighting spirit flowing deep in the bones of every Chinese person. His forehead veins bulged. This final step, if I don't make it, I'll die trying. Thud. The pressure around him poured down. But it still couldn't stop Shen Jishu's foot from landing on the 50th step. When both of his feet fully stood on the 50th step, Shen Jishu tilted his head back and laughed wildly. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Today, walking this road to godhood, from now on, everyone will know who Shen Jishu is. Holy crap. Shen Jishu is awesome, he actually did it. To resist the pressure with just his body and willpower, without using his talent, this determination is incredible. I'm on fire. I feel like I'm about to explode. Outside the livestream. All the netizens around the world were glued to the livestream screen of Shen Jishu. In an instant, Shen Jishu's name was firmly etched in everyone's memory. Just as he said. At this moment, he had truly become a global sensation. Perhaps this is the benefit of live-streaming the road to godhood. Although this benefit didn't bring him any substantial advantage, as the first person to livestream the road to godhood, the name Shen Jishu being remembered by the world was only natural. In Galia. Inside a villa where rich second-generation heirs often gather. Watching the livestream broadcast on TV, several young men who had previously played with Shen Jishu all stopped their frivolous fun, and the women they were holding instantly lost their charm. They all stared blankly, watching Shen Jishu, full of vigor, on the screen. Mamma mia! This is outrageous! Shen Jishu was chosen by the world of strange tales, we should quietly pray for his misfortune. But I never expected that not only did he survive the strange tales dungeon, he now actually has the qualification to become a god. A god, guys, I'm so envious. Unbelievable. When Shen Jishu was hanging out with us, he didn't seem to amount to much, so how did he suddenly rise to the top, straight to the heavens? What luck! If I had the chance to become a god, I'd never touch another woman for the rest of my life. Please, heaven, give me a chance too. In the godhood space. Shen Jishu, having successfully climbed the 50th step, sneered. His laughter mixed with an unknown meaning. He really did it. Even he himself found it unbelievable. However, Shen Jishu's smile hadn't lasted long before, from all directions, several even more terrifying pressures came crashing down. In an instant, Shen Jishu felt his heart burning. No! Using my body to fight against the pressure, the 50th step is already the limit. If I keep resisting with my body, these pressures will crush me to pieces. Shen Jishu had a clear understanding of his own strength. He wasn't arrogant. At that moment, he activated his talent. With the acting coming over him, a tone of drama emerged from Shen Jishu's throat. I am General of Lingling, Xing Daorong. I am here to help. Okay. It's this guy again. Shen Jishu called Xing Daorong again, mainly because Xing Daorong is cheap, the cost of hiring him once is only 3 months of life. Although Xing Daorong looks weak, in reality, he still has some strength in him. After calling Xing Daorong, Shen Jishu immediately felt the pressure around him lighten. He could not only straighten up, but stepping forward was no longer so difficult. Ren Fei really has something, that reminder indeed has its reason. Shen Jishu raised his head, intending to thank Ren Fei again. But the next moment, the words he wanted to say were immediately stuck in his throat. This guy has reached the 100th step? Shen Jishu was stunned beyond belief. He thought Ren Fei was stuck at the 99th step and couldn't move forward, but unexpectedly, the 100th step was as easy as eating or drinking. Shen Jishu, M. To be honest, Shen Jishu suddenly felt that the hope of a 37% chance was getting more and more distant. Ren Fei climbed the 100th step entirely by physically pushing through, and this gap is not just a little bit. How can he still divide things with Ren Fei 37 to 63? No. No. Shin Jishu collapsed. At this moment, a fitting background music automatically played in his ears, accentuating the desolation in his heart. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind blows, the world is vast and bleak. At this moment, Shin Jishu's heart felt cold, like ice. However, just when he thought Ren Fei had completed this round of trials, Ren Fei, who had climbed the 100th step, suddenly found a new path beneath his feet. That path seemed to be another path to climb to divinity. It was golden. The path was paved with golden ingots, silver ingots, and various large coins. That scene. That grandeur. It instantly made the path to divinity look incredibly luxurious. What the hell, is this still the path to divinity? Shin Jishu was shocked. Seeing the path to divinity that radiated golden light, Shin Jishu's eyes were about to pop out. Compared to this path to divinity, the path beneath his feet immediately looked dull and dark. It's over. The background music played again. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind blows, the world is vast and bleak. Life is truly like a play. Shin Jishu was utterly defeated. Damn. I'll never be able to divide with Ren Fei 37 to 63 in this lifetime. The last shred of hope was shattered. Shin Jishu lowered his head in disappointment. After a moment, his gaze was drawn to another space. Because there, a guy named Su Xiao, just like Ren Fei, had also climbed the second path to divinity. But unlike Ren Fei's extravagant path, Su Xiao's second path to divinity was covered in gray mist, full of uncertainty. Shin Jishu. At this moment, the tired Shin Jishu no longer wanted to speak. 1 or 2 are this monstrous, it's just too much for his fragile heart to bear. Although he didn't know why Ren Fei and Su Xiao had a second trial, even a fool could guess that their talent was definitely not just 3S level. Chapter 52, If you do not abandon, I am willing to take you as an adoptive father. Participating in the trial with them is simply a torment. Shin Jishu sighed. Sigh, I originally thought my 3S level talent was already impressive, but unexpectedly, there are even more powerful existences than 3S level talent. But does such talent really exist? Forget it. For me, being able to get a 3S level talent is already a huge blessing. Greedy people don't end well. That's what he said. Shin Jishu couldn't help but envy Ren Fei from afar. Squeak squeak. Standing on the path to divinity of the god of wealth, Ren Fei did not rush to step forward. In his hand, the mouse, Fuguang, had shining eyes, seemingly filled with desire for the money on this path. Go ahead. Ren Fei gestured for Fuguang to go ahead. Squeak squeak. Fuguang excitedly responded twice, then jumped down from Ren Fei's hand and dived straight into the pile of ingots and coins. Then, Fuguang opened its little mouth slightly and gently sucked towards a pile of ingots. In an instant, that pile of ingots went into Mouse Fugue's belly, and when it came out, it had already turned into gold coins. And also, Mouse Fugue's belly was like a bottomless money jar. No matter how much it sucked in, it seemed to never show any sign of being full. Bringing Mouse Fugue was truly a wise move, otherwise, the money here could only be looked at and not taken. Just looking at it makes the heart itch. With Mouse Fugue it's different. After going in and out and being changed by Mouse Fugue, all the money on this road of becoming a god has turned into recyclable gold coins. That really benefits me. Ren Fei happily watched Mouse Fugue wildly loot. Honestly speaking, that technique is just as good as his own. It seems that wanting to smoothly rise to become the god of wealth is not easy at all. Feeling the pressure around him, Ren Fei frowned. He tilted his head and glanced at Su Xiao, who had already stepped onto the second road of becoming a god, and his eyes instantly became firm. I remember, Su Xiao's first road of becoming a god belonged to the slap god of forcing pockets. This is a concept god. In the previous life, after Su Xiao climbed to this god position, even across thousands of mountains and rivers, he could slap people with a big slap from 1,000 miles away. Su Xiao's second road of becoming a god seems to be related to the Lord of the Strange. That is a road that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the god of wealth, strange, mysterious, and can even twist the past and the future to a certain extent. Ren Fei withdrew his gaze from Su Xiao. Then he looked toward Andre. At this time, Andre did not use any strange ability. Relying on his own body, he climbed to the 90th step, and on his shoulder, a mechanical parrot was cheering him on. Master Go-Go, Master Go-Go. Carrot, Tissue Master is really great. Ren Fei's gaze moved sideways, and he looked at Lucas again. Boring, boring. The scalpel spun skillfully between Lucas's fingers. He stepped forward slowly, also not using any strange ability, as if he had no interest in everything around him. His gaze turned to Wenji. Wenji was riding Pippi, with a happy face commanding Pippi to launch a charge. Pippi, you are the fattest, charge. Savage crash. Looking at the 4 people including Su Xiao, Ren Fei's eyes flashed with strange light. They are all walking their own paths. Next, I also have my own path to walk. As the words fell, Ren Fei finally lifted his foot and stepped toward the stairs above. With each step he climbed, the pressure doubled. When Ren Fei reached the 50th step, his body had already reached its limit, his mind scattered, and his will was on the edge of collapse. At this moment, the pressure on the steps of becoming a god was truly terrifying. It was already not something that could be resisted by willpower alone. Scatter wealth. Ren Fei snapped his fingers toward the air. In an instant, all the pressure and fatigue around his body were swept completely away. Whew. Ren Fei let out a long breath and looked at the final 50 steps. The remaining road, there's no way to rely on willpower, I can only bulldoze it with money. Luckily Ren Fei had money in his account, so his heart was not panicked. If it really came to it, he still had the entire Huaxia as his backing, so there was basically nothing to worry about. Ren Fei took a moment to look toward the direction where Xin Jishu was. At this time, Xin Jishu had already climbed to the 70th step. However, the Xing Daorong he invited seemed unable to hold on anymore. At the instant he stepped onto the 70th step, Xing Daorong was crushed into dust by invisible pressure. The ancestors truly did not deceive me, cheap goods are never good. Xin Jishu complained with one sentence. His movements did not dare slow at all, and he immediately invited another one. Only this time, the one he invited did not immediately possess him. Amid Xin Jishu's confused expression, above the void, a thick and powerful voice came down. Bupeling half a life, never met a true lord, if you do not abandon me, I am willing to bow and take you as my sworn father. What does that mean? Xin Jishu was suspicious, could it be that I have to accept a sworn father before he can possess me? Damn. No way, right? This one seems to be Lubu, that is the famous three-surname slave who stabbed sworn fathers. If I let him take me as sworn father, won't he turn around and stab me next? Xin Jishu felt somewhat speechless. If it were someone else it would be fine, but Lubu he really did not dare to use with confidence. No more risks, let's summon a new one. Xin Jishu decided to summon again. But the system warned him that once summoned, one couldn't just call them back casually. And, to summon Lubu, it would cost 3 years of his life. Even if he called him back, the cost had already been paid. Damn. This really can't be swapped out so easily? But I remember, I didn't summon Lubu. Xin Jishu had summoned a general, definitely not Lubu. But for some reason, what appeared was Lubu. No choice, it has to be done. Xin Jishu shouted into the air, Feng Xian, my son come quickly. Whoosh. As soon as Xin Jishu finished speaking, a Fang Tianhuaji, a type of halberd, fell from the sky like a divine weapon, turning into a streak of light, heading straight for Xin Jishu. In an instant, Lubu had already taken over. Looking at the rapidly approaching Fang Tianhuaji, he grabbed it with one hand. In the blink of an eye, a cold gleam shot from Xin Jishu's eyes, and with a casual sweep of the halberd, he dispersed the surrounding pressure. At this moment, it was impossible to tell whether it was Xin Jishu or the real Lubu standing on the stairs. Wow! So cool! Xin Jishu has summoned Lubu. Although Lubu was known for betraying his foster father, his combat power is definitely top-notch. With him helping, Xin Jishu is bound to pass the divine trial. Xin Jishu is already so handsome, how much cooler would Ren Fei be? Suddenly, I really want to see Ren Fei's perspective. What a shame, why isn't Ren Fei's perspective streamed? Xin Jishu has already reached the 70th step, Ren Fei is surely no slouch. What nonsense are you talking? Ren Fei's talent only lets him predict dungeon storylines. What combat power does he have? Does he think he can pass the divine trial with just his talent? He should be embarrassed. Ha ha ha. If Ren Fei can pass the divine trial, our country will start polishing shoes for all Chinese for free. P.S. Late update, a new dungeon is about to begin. Chapter 53, a single finger sparks a guess. The Divine Ladder. Xin Jishu, holding the Fang Tianhuaji, walked step by step towards the top. At the same time, Ren Fei took a deep breath, and once again lifted his foot. Facing the overwhelming pressure from all around, he snapped his fingers carelessly. Scatter wealth. Ren Fei successfully stepped onto the 51st step. Scatter wealth. Ren Fei stepped onto the 52nd step. Scatter wealth. 53rd step. Scatter wealth. 54th step. Ren Fei's steps did not stop, constantly approaching the finish line, and predictably, his personal account was rapidly shrinking. Each step up now costed more, doubling with every level. At first, it only cost 1 million, then tens of millions, and now it was even hundreds of millions, billions. The Divine Ladder, 90th step. Ren Fei calmly stood on the 90th step. His expression was as usual, but inside, his heart couldn't help but bleed. Damn it! Is this reasonable? It cost me 13.5 billion just to go from the 50th to the 90th step. Isn't the way I chose the path of the God of Wealth? Why is it burning money like this? Ren Fei was really frustrated. 13.5 billion, that was all the money in his personal account. He never imagined that even a billionaire, with endless wealth, would still be just a rookie when facing the divine ladder of the god of wealth. If we are talking about burning money, no one does it better than the divine ladder of the god of wealth. Damn, I really don't know if I chose the god of wealth or a gold-eating beast. Even though the god of wealth controls all the wealth in the world, he can't be this reckless with money, can he? 100 billion, Ren Fei couldn't even dare to imagine. If he had 100 billion in the real world, how carefree would he be? But here, 100 billion was just the stepping stone for him to take 40 more steps. While he was still upset, the little mouse, Fugui, had already cleared all the obstacles on the divine ladder. It excitedly ran back to Ren Fei's feet. It seemed to understand Ren Fei's thoughts. The little mouse circled around Ren Fei a few times, chirping twice. Then, under Ren Fei's watch, it started spitting out large amounts of gold coins. Clink clink. In an instant, one gold coin after another. The endless stream of gold coins poured from the mouth of Mouse Fugui, quickly piling up the entire staircase. Ren Fei's eyes swept over the dazzling gold coins, and in his ears, prompts about talent rang non-stop. Here comes the money. Ren Fei snapped his fingers, and all the coins instantly transformed into account balance. The account balance is about 5 billion. So, this means Mouse Fugui just spit out over 25,000 coins? Wow! Ren Fei looked at Mouse Fugui in shock. He really didn't expect Mouse Fugui's stomach to hide so many gold coins. This is just like a pie show, right? No, wait, pie show only takes in and never spits out, but Mouse Fugui can both take in and spit out. Truly deserving of the power of the god of wealth. After the shock, Ren Fei gradually calmed down. He looked at the near distance to the end and fell into deep thought. I'm still 10 steps away from the finish line. At this rate, with each step costing 10 billion, the money Mouse Fugui found me will only be enough for me to take 5 steps. This isn't a path to divinity, it's a bottomless pit. Ren Fei fell silent. At that moment, Mouse Fugui climbed onto Ren Fei's shoulder, nudged his chin with his nose, and squeaked twice. Ren Fei instantly understood what it meant. Ren Fei spoke to comfort him. It's not that the gold coins you found are too few, it's just that the conditions of the god of wealth's promotion path are too harsh. Even in his past life, when Ren Fei chose the god of deceit, he was never this embarrassed. Now it truly feels like that saying. A man with money is a man without money is a useless bastard. Damn! Could it be that at such a young age, I have to start living off my parents? Fine. Don't push me, or I'll do anything. Ren Fei felt helpless. Now, he could only ask his mother for money. But why did it feel like he was getting a bit addicted to it? Fortunately, Ren Fei's face was thick enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the courage to ask his mother for money every 2 or 3 days. And every time, it'd be 100 billion. No spoiled child ever spends this much. Ren Fei waved to Shin Jisoo from a distance, and Shin Jisoo, who had been watching Ren Fei's movements, immediately understood. Then, a classic scene unfolded. Shin Jisoo slowly raised a finger towards the livestream screen. What the hell? What does this mean? Shin Jisoo raised his finger at us. Is he insulting and looking down on us? This is a bit unexpected. I never thought Shin Jisoo would be this kind of person. Calm down. Don't get too worked up. Shin Jisoo raised his index finger, not his middle finger. Raised index finger? What does this mean? Shin Jisoo's simple gesture instantly sparked bold speculations from countries all around the world. Some countries thought that the finger symbolized a falling meteor, meaning the world was about to end. Some countries thought this was a warning from Shin Jisoo. Other countries thought Shin Jisoo just raised the wrong finger, and his real intention was to mock the entire world. In short, none of these speculations made any sense. In China, in the leaders' conference room, in my opinion, the speculation outside is pure nonsense. This finger might just represent 1, so what's related to 1? 1. The leaders furrowed their brows in thought, and the national think tank also rushed to analyze the meaning of this finger. Suddenly, someone had a flash of insight and said, could it be 100 billion? Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the leaders immediately realized. That's probably right. Even though we can't see Ren Fei's livestream, he's definitely struggling to pass the test just like Shin Jisoo. If 1 really represents 100 billion, it means Ren Fei's money is definitely gone again. No way, that's 200 billion. How can it be gone so quickly, after just a few days? Everyone, I hope you understand, the world of strange tales cannot be reasoned with ordinary logic. Ren Fei is now fighting for us, China. So, no matter what he needs, as long as we can provide it, we must support him with all our strength. I agree. I also agree. Alright. Then, as usual, let's send Ren Fei another 100 billion. Once again, China transferred money to Ren Fei. This message spread, and the entire internet was shocked. Did you hear? Huaxia just gave Ren Fei another 10 billion, and in 6 days, they've already given him 32 billion. Oh my god. Ren Fei really is a spendthrift. Huaxia is so foolish, 30 billion could be used for something better, yet they keep giving it to him. Even a gold-consuming beast wouldn't be this extravagant. That's 30 billion, I would burn it as waste paper for at least 10 to 15 days. Huaxia is crazy. With such a money-burning child, no matter how big the fortune, it's not enough for Ren Fei to squander. Chapter 54, A Wealth of 1 Yuan. In the Divine Ascension space. Ren Fei had just stepped onto the 95th step when, the next second, the notification of funds being deposited rang in his ears. Ha. Listening to the notification, Ren Fei grinned. Mom's efficiency is as fast as always, but what exactly did Shin Jisoo say? Ren Fei thought it was something Shin Jisoo had said that made it happen so quickly. Had Ren Fei known that Shin Jisoo only raised a finger, he probably would have had the same expression as the netizens. With this 10 billion, passing this round of the trial will be no problem. This is really expensive. It seems there's some truth to what the elders always say, to make money, you first need to learn to spend money. The money was now in the account. Ren Fei didn't hesitate any longer, and lifted his foot toward the finish line. At this moment, Shin Jisoo was also making his final push. He had successfully reached the 90th step, and with the help of Lu Bu's strength, reaching the 100th step wouldn't be too difficult. Time passed. After an unknown amount of time, Su Xiao and Ren Fei almost simultaneously reached the 100th step. 2 beams of golden light fell. Then a voice full of authority descended from the heavens. Congratulations Ren Fei and Su Xiao for completing the Divine Ascension trial. Please, the 2 chosen ones, receive the divine powers corresponding to your paths. As the voice fell, 2 light spheres appeared in front of Ren Fei. Ren Fei touched the first light sphere, which emitted a crimson glow. A prompt sounded. Chosen one Ren Fei, congratulations on passing the first trial of the God of Love. The God of Love will grant you part of his divine power. Congratulations, you have gained the God of Love's power, Tears of the God of Love. Tears of the God of Love description, a single tear of the God of Love. The God of Love, in his mercy for all beings, has tears that can mend certain regrets in the dungeon, ignoring time and space. Note, each Tears of the God of Love can only be used once in each dungeon. What the hell? Mend regrets? Ren Fei suddenly froze. He knew. The current ending of the Whispering End dungeon wasn't considered a perfect completion. He had planned to use money to fix the ending after completing the Divine Ascension trial, but now, the God of Love's power allowed him to get it for free. Who would still want to spend money when they can get something for free? Wouldn't that be pure foolishness? The power notification fell. A drop of sky blue tear now lay in the palm of Ren Fei's hand. The tear emitted a brilliant blue glow. Sacred and inviolable. Ren Fei didn't have time to examine it closely when the tears of the God of Love transformed into a streak of light and dove into Ren Fei's eyes. Although the ascension path of the God of Love is fake, the granted power is 100% real, otherwise, how could they deceive me? Ha. Muttering to himself, Ren Fei had already placed his hand on the other golden light sphere. Your turn. The moment his hand touched the golden light sphere, a prompt sounded. Chosen one Ren Fei, congratulations on passing the first trial of the God of Wealth. The God of Wealth will grant you part of his divine power. Congratulations, you have gained the God of Wealth's power, Treasure-Spitting Mouse. Treasure-Spitting Mouse description, one of the God of Wealth's powers, a symbol of all wealth in the world. First ability, it doesn't excrete, but everything it consumes turns into gold coins, wealth flowing endlessly, inexhaustible, and unlimited in use. Second ability, when you possess the Treasure-Spitting Mouse, it will gather all the wealth in the world for you and return it to your country. Note, every person's account in Huaxia will receive 1 yuan of wealth daily. Wealth comes from other countries, absolutely safe and untraceable. What the hell? Is this right? This can't be right. Ren Fei was completely stunned. In his previous life, he had obtained some information about the God of Wealth's power. He had only guessed that the God of Wealth's authority might be extraordinary, but he never expected it to be so against the heavens. In China, every person earns $1 a day. What kind of concept is this? This means that China doesn't have to do anything, and every day, it will gain 1.4 billion in revenue out of nowhere. And it's zero risk. 1 day equals 1.4 billion. A month equals 42 billion. A year equals 510 billion. That's 510 billion. Such a large sum of money is enough to do a lot of things. Divine skill, a divine skill of the nation. This wave. The tears of the god of love are on the 3rd level, while the treasure-spitting mouse is in the atmosphere. As expected of the patriotic mouse, while the god of love's power is still limited in usage, it has already broken the space limitations and created revenue for the citizens of China. With the treasure-spitting mouse, it's like I can give the citizens of China 365 red envelopes every year? What the hell, I'd become a little god of wealth. Just thinking about how the citizens of China will earn benefits every day makes Ren Fei extremely excited. This is real, tangible economic contribution to the country. Damn, our 30 billion wasn't wasted, we've earned it all back. After Ren Fei obtained 2 divine authorities, Su Xiao also got 2 powers. And under Ren Fei's watch, Andre, Lucas, and Wen Ji all reached the 100th level in succession. The 3 of them also began to receive their own divine authorities. Ren Fei's gaze turned toward Wen Ji. In his previous life, Wen Ji only participated in 2 rounds of the Ascension test before choosing to give up, mainly because the later tests were too difficult, and for a child like her, it was really too much to handle. I don't know if many of the things that happened in the previous life will still follow the same trajectory in this life. Ren Fei withdrew his gaze. At this moment, Shen Jisoo also passed the test, and a voice came from the void. Congratulations Shen Jisoo, you have completed this round of the Ascension test. Mamma mia. Shen Jisoo passed the Ascension test. Damn it. Why wasn't it me who succeeded? Move aside, let me see what rewards they will get. In the real world, netizens worldwide were extremely excited, not even daring to blink their eyes, afraid of missing something important. Under the hot anticipation of netizens worldwide, in front of the livestream, Shen Jisoo took a deep breath, overwhelmed with joy, and placed his hand on the light orb. In an instant, a prompt sounded. Chosen one Shen Jisoo, congratulations, you have passed the first round of the God of Drama's test. The God of Drama will grant you part of his power. Congratulations on obtaining the God of Drama's authority, Thousand-Faced Mask. Thousand-Faced Mask description, after wearing the mask, you will gain the ability to become anyone or something strange, and during this process, you can freely change identities. Note, the Thousand-Faced Mask can only be used once per instance, with each use lasting 2 hours. Seeing the authority reward, the netizens became lively. Thousand-Faced Mask? Sounds like a great thing, Gaul will rise this time. Shen Jisoo's passing evaluation must be high, even Gulnara got an excellent rating, maybe he will get a perfect one. Sigh, I'm really jealous now, is it too late to immigrate to Gaul? Take off. Although Shen Jisoo was a foreign immigrant, given his successful passing, we locals are willing to recognize his status. Now, Gaul is ready to welcome the national luck reward. P.S. I don't know why, after the completion of Regretful Rebellion, the data for every book just won't take off, it's like being cursed, no matter how it's written, it just doesn't get any traffic. However, after nearly 2 years of mental reflection, the author no longer cares as much about the early performance. Recently, the Regretful Rebellion comic has made some income, and it can last for a while, won't starve to death eating dirt. So, I will stick to writing this book till the end. I guarantee it here for everyone. In case there is no traffic, this book will be written to at least 500,000 words to finish. If there is traffic, even if it's not much, the author will consider writing it to 1,000,000 words. Previously, I let down too many fans' trust in me, so here I say I'm sorry, I deeply reflect on it. The above words are not included in the main text, the main content guarantees 2,000 words. Sending love. Chapter 55, Whispering in Past. The Ascension space closed, and everyone was teleported back to their respective spaces. Shen Jisoo heard the completion prompt arrive late in her ears. Chosen one, congratulations on completing Whispering in. Story completion, perfect. Clue collection, perfect. Personal performance, excellent. Overall completion rating, excellent. A voice that only Shen Jisoo could hear echoed again. Detected that the chosen one Shen Jisoo has a 3S level talent, all rewards have been automatically converted to divine authority. Congratulations, you have obtained God of Drama authority, 8%. Note, excellent completion reward is quadrupled. Note, 100% divine authority automatically promotes to a godly position. Congratulations, you have completed the first round of the God of Drama trial, keep up the good work. As they exited the Ascension space, the completion prompt was about to sound, but was stopped by Ren Fei with a snap of his fingers. Tears of the God of Love. Rewind. As the words fell, a petal floated from Ren Fei's hand, and a huge phantom of the God of Love leaned down for a kiss. In an instant, the surrounding space transformed into an endless red sea of flowers, with Ren Fei standing at the center. A drop of blue tear fell, and immediately, ripples appeared underfoot. The space began to twist, and time seemed to freeze. In a blink, several black shadows appeared in the sea of flowers. Fan mom? Children, my children. In the flower sea, flower rain fluttered, as if everything had returned to 20 years ago. Fan Mom and her children each shared a 20-year separation and longing. Ren Fei quietly watched the scene. He did not disturb it. Fan Mom has always been obsessed with seeing them once more, but haven't they too? People with obsessions do not enter reincarnation. Now that the obsession is resolved, I will help you once more. Scatter wealth. With another snap of his fingers, 10 billion was deducted. A swirling reincarnation portal instantly opened. Fan Mom and her children, with tears in their eyes, looked at Ren Fei. Thank you for everything you have done. We will forever remember your name. After making up for the regrets in the instance, the completion prompts arrived one after another. There is a kind of waiting called guilt, and a kind of waiting turns into obsession. Do not easily say there is no love in this world, because no matter who it is, there will always be someone who silently loves you. Those who think are separated by mountains and seas, those who love forsake freedom. A deep guilt hidden in the heart, 20 years of waiting, just to see each other once more, to personally say I'm sorry. Fan Mom is not a mom, but a transmission of love. The world was originally without emotion, love also arises from the heart. Chosen one, congratulations on completing Whispering in. Story completion, perfect. Clue collection, perfect. Personal performance, perfect. Overall completion rating, perfect. A prompt that only Ren Fei could hear sounded. Detected that the chosen one Ren Fei has a unique hidden 5S level, 3S level talent, Heart of Gratitude. All rewards have been automatically converted to Divine Authority. Congratulations, you have obtained God of Wealth Authority, 10%. Congratulations, you have obtained God of Love Authority, 10%. Note, perfect completion reward is multiplied by 5. Note, current God of Wealth Authority acquisition, 20%. Note, current God of Love Authority acquisition, 20%. Note, 100% Divine Authority automatically promotes to a godly position. Congratulations, you have completed the first round of the God of Wealth trial, keep up the good work. Congratulations, you have completed the first round of the God of Love trial, keep up the good work. A small instance, easily handled. Unless something unexpected happens, after passing 4 more trials, I will gather all 5 authorities of the God of Wealth, and the authority acquisition rate will reach 100%. At that time, I will smoothly ascend to become the world's unique god. Thinking that this time, I could truly become a god, Ren Fei couldn't help but feel excited. A genuine god, still promoted as a human, this would definitely be something never seen before in all of human history. The surrounding space plunged into the void of darkness. The eerie voice echoed across the skies of the world. Congratulations to the chosen ones of China, Gaul, Yutan, Beautiful Country, and Old Bar Country for winning the last round of the Eerie copy. The national fortune rewards of the Whispering in copy are now being calculated. Congratulations to Ren Fei from China for achieving a perfect rating in the copy, granting China a 5-fold increase in its resource total. Congratulations to Xin Jishu from Gaul for achieving an excellent rating in the copy, granting Gaul a 3-fold increase in its resource total. Congratulations to Gulnala from Yutan for achieving an excellent rating in the copy, granting Yutan a 3-fold increase in its resource total. Congratulations to Kai from Beautiful Country for achieving a moderate rating in the copy, granting Beautiful Country a 2-fold increase in its resource total. Congratulations to Leo from Old Bar Country for achieving a normal rating in the copy, granting Old Bar Country a 2-fold increase in its resource total. The eerie voice fell to silence in the real world. China, Gaul, Yutan, Beautiful Country, and Old Bar Country were instantly enveloped in golden light, and then, the netizens of these 5 countries exploded with excitement. Damn! Ren Fei is too awesome, achieving a perfect run again. I wonder if he passed the god test this time. I thought Xin Jishu was going to get a perfect score this time, but I didn't expect him to only get an excellent rating. How does Ren Fei manage to get a perfect rating every time? Frog fun. This is crazy, guys. I live in the mountains, and when I woke up, the bare hill behind my house had turned into a forest. Is this the 5-fold resource boost? Sis, you think that's something? Our oil field, after exploration, has seen a 5-fold increase in oil reserves. There are even people stationed there now. I envy this so much. Life in China is great, no internal strife, no war, and even the eerie national fortune rewards are leading by far. I originally had high hopes for Kai, but he only got a moderate rating. Beautiful Country is failing too. Leo from Old Bar Country won the national fortune reward with ease, just like him. I bet the high-ups in Beautiful Country must have dark faces right now. China. In the National Leadership Conference Room. Upon hearing the 5-fold resource increase, all the leaders stood up in excitement. This is amazing. Ren Fei truly deserves to be our child of China, passing the copy twice, and both times receiving the highest national fortune rewards. With a 5-fold increase in resources, some of China's resources no longer need to rely on imports. Now we don't have to worry about being strangled by the West. With such a sudden surge in resources, we honestly don't know what to do with them. Ah, the joy of being troubled by happiness. This is all thanks to Ren Fei. Even though he can't return, we must award Comrade Ren Fei the special merit of the state. Beautiful country. In the high-level conference room. Oh, my god. How can Kai, with SS-level talent, be so useless? It seems that Kai can no longer bring benefits to our country. Maybe he'll fall in the next copy. What a waste. A pile of rotten dog shit. If this continues, China will really ride on our necks. Damn Ren Fei, immediately send a secret telegram to all the allied countries, instructing them to target Ren Fei together in the eerie copy. Yuten. In the high-level conference room. Perfect. This is so perfect. Our choice was not wrong. Only by following China will we have a future. Ren Fei is like the rising sun now. We must not make him our enemy. The East, that giant dragon, is about to take off. Chapter 56, Copy, The Midnight Deliveryman. In the eerie world. The new copy began after the random selection was completed. Chosen ones, welcome to play the Midnight Deliveryman. As a hard-working deliveryman, you often travel through the streets and alleys at night. The bustling and noisy city has nothing to do with you. The joyful laughter of people has nothing to do with you. Your only value is delivering every order safely to each customer. Today, as usual, you entered the Kushan apartment to deliver food, but something unexpected happened. You were trapped here and couldn't leave. When you opened your eyes again, what will you do this time? Chosen one, please find a way to leave within 3 days. A hint for the strange tale disappeared from your ear. Ren Fei examined the surroundings. He quickly searched his mind for relevant memories of the copy. Kushan apartment, single-player copy. The biggest feature of this copy is not the strange eliminations. On the contrary, there is no elimination here, only an endless time loop. Every cycle, the chosen one loses a part of their memory, and at the same time, their perception distorts further. The essence of this copy is not to kill the chosen one, but to assimilate them, turning them into a member of the Kushan apartment. After thinking quickly, Ren Fei checked his delivery equipment. A battery-powered bike, a helmet, a yellow jacket, and a phone. He opened the delivery box on the back seat of the bike, and inside, several orders were neatly placed. These orders didn't only contain meals but also some daily necessities. Coincidentally, all of these deliveries were for the same address. Kushan apartment. At this moment, Ren Fei was on a road with few streetlights, about a kilometer away from the Kushan apartment. No vehicles were on the road, and the surroundings were pitch dark, creating a creepy atmosphere. Great. The familiar feeling is back. Time to get to work. He glanced at the time on his phone. His most urgent delivery had only 10 minutes before it would be late. Ren Fei quickly put on his delivery uniform, donned his helmet, and rode his bike toward the Kushan apartment. The journey went smoothly. However, when Ren Fei arrived outside the Kushan apartment, he was stopped by the security guard at the gatehouse. But, seeing that Ren Fei was properly dressed, the security guard chose to let him through, handing him a note with delivery instructions for the delivery personnel. Late-night delivery instructions. Note 1, as a delivery person, in order to better adapt to your role, you must be dressed appropriately. This is very important. Note 2, during your shift, your phone should only have the delivery app open. It should not be used for anything else. Note 3, all deliveries must be on time. You cannot mark the delivery as completed early, or else you will receive a bad review. Note 4, before entering the Kushan apartment, you will pass through a desolate road. If you feel scared, you can listen to music to dispel your fear. Note 5, when delivering to residents of Kushan apartment, be extra careful. They don't like noise disturbances, so please call the person inside beforehand. Red text, knock on the door directly. Otherwise, they will pretend not to hear. Note 6, when the resident opens the door to take the delivery, be polite and say, enjoy your meal. This may earn you positive feedback from the customer. Note 7, if you receive more than 3 bad reviews, you will be punished. Note 8, if a customer asks you to deliver something extra, refuse immediately, as it is not part of your job. Red text, agree to the customer's request. After all, the customer is always right. Note 9, customers generally will not invite you into their homes. If a customer asks you to enter, do not agree, as this is against company rules. Note 10, if the customer is in a good mood, they might give you a tip. You can accept it, but do not agree to any other requests from them. Note 11, once you complete a delivery, the order is finished. Leave immediately after delivering. Note 12, your working hours are from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. During this time, you can arrange your own meal breaks. Note 13, your meal will be placed at the bottom of the delivery box. Do not give it to anyone except yourself. Red text, if you encounter a poor beggar or an elderly person. The rules, written in small, cramped handwriting, covered the entire note. The old rule. Ren Fei read it, then immediately threw it into his mouth. The perspective of biting from the kimchi country. The moment he realized he was transported into a creepy story instance, and biting was completely stunned, frozen for several minutes, slowly accepting the reality. Then, in a hurry, he rode his electric scooter towards the Ku Mountain apartment. As expected. Because he wasn't wearing a delivery uniform, the security guard stopped him. Sorry, this is Bai Deng. Although I'm just a security guard, I must protect the peace. You look suspicious sneaking around late at night. I can't let you in, I have to be responsible for my residents. What the hell? My name isn't Biting, not Bai Deng. With only 2 minutes left before the delivery would be late, and Biting angrily shouted at the guard, "You bastard, if you don't let me in, I will die." Whether you'll die or not is not for us to say, but you're not wearing a delivery uniform, you have no reason. Bastard. Didn't I already put it on? Too late. Damn it. You're doing this on purpose to make things difficult for me. Forget the facts, aren't you wrong? If you were a security guard, would you let a suspicious person in? And Biting. Don't say it. The security guard was right, there was no way to argue. And Biting was left speechless. Wait. Is this the time to argue? This isn't the real world. If the delivery is late, I will really die. Damn it. Let me in now, I'm really going to be late. Seeing that the delivery was about to be late, and Biting panicked. He grabbed the delivery and was about to force his way in, but the guard quickly pulled out an electric baton from behind. Oh, still trying to force your way in? Do you think I'm just a lazy security guard? The guard's sense of responsibility was overflowing. With a swift move, he rushed up and gave Biting a powerful electric shock. As he shocked him, the guard shouted passionately. I am a security guard, protecting the resident Xiaodan. Xiaodan, I will never allow you to be harmed. With thunder, I shatter the darkness. In the real world. The new instance just opened, and the online viewers were still a bit nervous. But seeing Biting's actions, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard in bed, this Bai Deng is too pitiful, not only can't he get in, but he also gets shocked by the guard. Goo 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 goo. The chosen ones from kimchi country are truly funny, they know how to entertain the viewers. So sly. This move is so sly. I can't take it anymore. I'm really going to die laughing at this guard, the damn protector of Xiaodan. P.S. Thanks to the readers who sent gifts. Delicious. Chapter 57, This housewife, please keep your dignity. While Biting was still enjoying his electric shock set, other chosen ones had already received their rule sheets from the security guard. After reading all the notes, the chosen ones all started to get busy. At this moment, Ren Fei was carrying a delivery towards the Ku Mountain apartment building 2, and just before arriving, he called the customer through the delivery app. Notice 5, when delivering food to residents of Ku Mountain apartments, please be especially careful. They do not like noise disturbances, so please call them in advance before delivery. Red text, you can directly knock on the door, otherwise they will pretend not to hear. The customer didn't answer. Ren Fei didn't call again, just hung up the phone and went straight to knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. He knocked for a full 2 minutes before the door slowly opened. Then, a long, delicate hand, still dripping with water, stretched out. A voice so seductive said, "Sorry, delivery guy, I was just taking a shower, didn't hear the door knock." As she spoke, the beautiful woman inside the door looked up and down at Ren Fei. Ren Fei also looked at the woman in front of him. The woman's hair was wet, wrapped in a bath towel, her skin was white, she was beautiful, with long legs. It's simply the best. Your takeout. Ren Fei handed over the takeout in his hand. The woman didn't immediately reach out to take it, but instead gave Ren Fei an extremely provocative glance, stretching out her snow-white jade foot and gently rubbing it against his thigh. Little brother, my husband isn't home, I'm feeling lonely and cold, can you come in and comfort me? The woman's voice was full of temptation. It was filled with an irresistible charm. Notice 9, customers generally will not invite you into their home. If a customer makes such a request, do not agree, this is against company policy. However, Ren Fei directly refused. This married woman, please have some self-respect. Notice 11, completing a delivery means the order is finished, please leave immediately. Humph, you have no sense of romance, you deserve to be single for life. Seeing Ren Fei not taking advantage of the situation, the woman immediately changed her expression. But as she was about to take the takeout and close the door, Ren Fei suddenly grabbed the door. Ren Fei looked wronged and said word by word, "You can say I'm not romantic, but you can't insult my profession." When did I insult you? The woman asked, confused. Ren Fei replied, you hurt my tender heart, you must compensate me for emotional damages. Emotional damages? The woman was stunned, but Ren Fei had already entered the house. The woman was overjoyed and immediately locked the door. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be stubborn with your words, but your body is honest. Her expression suddenly became eerie and strange. Since you're in the room, don't think you can leave. The woman pounced on Ren Fei like a hungry wolf in an instant. The next second, Ren Fei raised his hand and threw 2 punches. The woman cried, why, don't you like this part? This married woman, please have some self-respect. Come on, money. Ren Fei ignored the woman. After walking around the house, he turned and left. By the time the woman reacted, she looked at the originally well-decorated house, now completely turned into an empty shell. She screamed in anguish, damn it. A thief wouldn't steal so cleanly. The woman cried her heart out. Knock knock knock. At this moment, the door was knocked again. The woman's face twisted, damn it. You dare to come back. She angrily opened the door. Ren Fei said, almost forgot, remember to give a good review. A good review? The woman's face contorted with rage, how dare you ask me for a good review? Oh, you don't want to? Then I'll do it myself. Ren Fei grabbed the phone from the woman's hand and quickly typed, writing a 200-word review with a 5-star rating. After finishing the review, Ren Fei casually sold the phone. Considering your family's situation, you'll probably say goodbye to takeout. No point in keeping the phone, I'll just do a good deed. Don't thank me. Ren Fei finished speaking and left with a swish. Watching Ren Fei's departing figure, the woman stood frozen for a while before snapping out of it. Beast. Truly a beast. Lars's perspective in the Windmill Kingdom. At this moment, Lars also brought his first takeout and knocked on the door, knocking for a long time before the door finally opened from the inside. Just like what happened to Ren Fei. The beautiful woman wrapped in a towel invited Lars to come in. Lars hesitated slightly, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of beauty and entered the house. Little brother, now there are only the 2 of us here, how about we try something exciting, the woman suggested. Lars eagerly agreed, okay, I love exciting things. Then let me play with you properly. Lars leaned back on the sofa. The woman took a black stocking and blindfolded his eyes. Ready? The woman asked. Lars excitedly responded, come on, baby. Sizzle. Lars waited. However, the stimulation he expected did not happen. When the black stocking was removed, he only felt a chill around his neck. Looking down, his body was already covered in blood. Woo woo. Lars tried to say something, but his vision gradually turned blood red. What happened? Lars opened his eyes again, and he had returned to the starting point. Damn it! Did that woman kill me? Lars touched his neck, finding it perfectly intact, and couldn't help but sigh in relief. He immediately started searching through the delivery box for the order receipt, looking everywhere but couldn't find the door number of the woman he had encountered earlier. What's going on? Was it all just an illusion? No way, I definitely entered that woman's room. With just 10 minutes left before the deadline, Lars couldn't think too much. He quickly dressed up and rode his electric bike towards the Dry Mountain apartments. Important note 1, as a delivery worker, in order to better adapt to your role, you must dress appropriately. This is crucial. Frog fun. Wasn't Windmill Country Lars killed by a woman? Why hasn't he been eliminated? He actually resurrected, this is unbelievable. Wait a minute. I have a guess. This instance might just keep repeating the death process, there's no elimination at all. Terrifying, this is the real terror. In the real world, netizens discovered the peculiarities of this instance. Instead of directly eliminating the chosen ones, this infinite cycle seems to evoke a deeper fear within people. Although no one knew what the cost of resurrection was, it was clear that the price wouldn't be simple. Not long after Lars from Windmill Country was resurrected, one by one, the chosen ones were brought back to life. The first time someone was resurrected, no one noticed anything unusual. It felt like just waking up from a dream, but many details of the dream were already unclear. Chapter 58, Let It Destroy. After delivering his first order, Ren Fei received a positive review and felt very pleased. This instance doesn't seem to be very wealthy, makes sense, rich people don't live in apartments. Ren Fei had just finished looting Building 2, Room 701, and had only found a few $100,000. A few $100,000, a normal person's lifetime. I can only hope that Mouse Fuchi can find some more valuable items, otherwise, it's going to be tough to reach $1 billion just by looting one house after another. As soon as Ren Fei entered the Dry Mountain apartment complex, he had already let Mouse Fuchi out. Mouse Fuchi had a strong treasure hunting ability, keeping him around wasn't useful, letting him roam was the right choice. There are 7 buildings in Dry Mountain Apartments. Every time a delivery is ordered, the customers are different. Also, every floor in each building looks like it's dark from the outside, so you can't tell if anyone's living there. Ren Fei gave up the idea of raiding the entire building. After all, you can't enter rooms where no delivery has been ordered. Glancing at the time, it was already 8:20. Ren Fei took 2 orders from the delivery box, locked it, and headed straight for Building 3. Both orders were from residents of Building 3. Same routine, before delivering, Ren Fei first called the customers. But the phone on the other end was like dead. Either no one picked up, or it went straight to voicemail, or it said out of service, or the number didn't exist. If Ren Fei didn't understand the quirks of this instance, he would have been driven mad by these weird customers. Building 3, room 606, Ren Fei knocked on the door. A young, single woman opened the door. Ren Fei remembered her well. Her name was Li Dan, and she was the secret crush of the security guard at the entrance. Li Dan was considerate, not only giving Ren Fei a 5-star review but also tipping him 10 yuan. Li Dan didn't take the delivery herself. Instead, she blushed and spoke, "Brother, this order isn't for me, but for Ah Chang at the security booth. If you can pass it on to him, I'll find a way to thank you." Important note 10, customers in a good mood may tip you. You can accept it, but do not agree to any of their requests. Ah Chang? Ren Fei remembered the security guard at the entrance and felt a headache. Is this what they call Little Dan falling for Ah Chang? Ren Fei had seen the love letter Ah Chang wrote to Li Dan. "Little Dan, from now on, you don't need to pretend to be strong. Because your strong has arrived." In the previous life, when Ren Fei saw this love letter, he almost laughed into internal injury. Sure enough. No matter when, earthy flavor love words never go out of time. After thinking, Ren Fei nodded and agreed to Li Dan's request. Not for other reasons. Only to get the clue to pass the level from Li Dan's hands. The level passing clue in Li Dan's hands needs me to help her and the security guard at Chang pass messages a few times. After getting a certain trust, only then can I get it. However, this does not affect me delivering other takeout. In this instance, every single clue is very important. To want to pass the level, you cannot leave the help of these residents in the instance. Seeing that you can provide clues, at the end I will come again to loot your house. Leaving Li Dan's home. Ren Fei carried another order of takeout and knocked on the door of 1407. Dong dong dong. This time. He knocked for a very long time. Just when Ren Fei wanted to directly break the door was opened by a big man with thick beard. The big man saw Ren Fei and immediately cursed hard. "Knock knock knock, knock your damn grandfather. Didn't you see I am handling family matters?" While the big man was speaking, Ren Fei's eyes unconsciously looked inside the room. Inside the room was a total mess. At this time, there was also a blonde woman sitting on the ground crying. "Cry cry cry, you only know how to cry. You damn put a green hat on me, and you still have the face to cry?" The big man originally took the takeout and was about to close the door. But suddenly, he seemed to think of something. "Damn. Not right, I didn't order takeout." The big man reacted, grabbed Ren Fei and pulled him into the room, angrily pointing at Ren Fei and asking, "Good. Say it. Are you the adulterous man?" Adulterous man? At this kind of time, Ren Fei, who knew the plot well, was not panicked at all. Ren Fei glanced at the pitch-black baby on the sofa, and asked back to the big man, "If your eyesight has no problem, why don't you carefully look whether the two of us are the same color?" Big man? After hearing this, the big man really carefully compared. After a moment, he confirmed it. "That's right. You are that adulterous man. You two are the same skin color. Damn." Ren Fei suddenly remembered that the male owner of 1407 is colorblind. Now, this really cannot be explained clearly. Although the male owner is white skin, the woman is also white skin, but it doesn't matter, the child is black skin. This is very spiritual. At this moment, Ren Fei had a tiny bit of sympathy for the man in front of him. If not for his color blindness, maybe he would not have taken several months to discover something was wrong. "Brother, look on the bright side, if you want life to go on, even if your head wears a bit of green." Ren Fei sympathetically patted the big man's shoulder. At this time, the woman on the ground got angry and stood up. "You stinky delivery guy, stop talking nonsense here." Saying this, the woman went to pull the big man's arm again. "Dear, believe me, this really is your child, he just has a bit of gene mutation. Stop talking, we can't go back anymore." Realizing Ren Fei was not the adulterous man, the big man let go of his hand. His expression was lonely, and he resolutely decided to leave this woman who made him heartbroken. "Bastard. It's all because of you, you stinky delivery guy. I will kill you." When the big man wanted to leave, the woman not only did not stop him, instead she grabbed a fruit knife and rushed toward Ren Fei. Crazy gold. Ren Fei was instantly speechless. Is this right? At this time, shouldn't you stop the big man to explain? why are you killing me for chicken hair? Scatter money. Ren Fei did not spoil this crazy woman at all, one kick sent her flying 5 meters away. But at this time, the big man who had already walked outside the door suddenly turned back. Seeing the woman who was kicked flying, he roared in rage, "Damn it! You dare hurt my baby! Damn!" Ren Fei really could not hold it anymore. "Destroy it, you too!" Ren Fei helplessly turned around and gave the big man 2 electric punches. Seeing the big man gain baby-like sleep in 1 second, Ren Fei shook his head. "Originally I was already sympathetic and ready to leave, you two insisted on acting me, now it's good, who can I go to reason with?" Ren Fei swaggered around the room for a circle. Just after looting all the things, the child suddenly cried. Ren Fei appeared in front of the child in 1 second, Papa gave 2 big slaps. "Alright, just put him to sleep." After leaving the door, Ren Fei kicked the big man lying in front of the door a few times and said with concern, "Hey! Wake up! You can't sleep here." Seeing the big man still pretending to be asleep, Ren Fei no longer bothered with him and turned to knock on the door of the room next door with a secret signal. Soon, a tall black man opened the door. Ren Fei said nothing and punched him twice, putting him to sleep peacefully. Ren Fei followed the usual routine, first rummaging through the room, then snatching the black man's phone, and then writing a glowing 500-word review for himself. Chapter 59, Second Resurrection. He. Ren Fei is getting more and more skilled at looting. 2 punches, and the big man was knocked out. While others are still hesitating, Ren Fei has already struck hard. For strange stories, you've got to watch Ren Fei's perspective, not for anything else, just for the fun. In the live broadcast, netizens were fully supporting Ren Fei. Because compared to the chosen ones, Ren Fei's side had no sense of fear at all, only humor and antics. Family members from China, I suddenly realized something. I found that both my family and I have inexplicably received a transfer. Since Ren Fei passed the level, we've already received 2 yuan. What the heck? You guys got it too? I thought I was the only one who got this mysterious money. Oh my god. I asked everyone around me, and they all got it. What is going on? Is this some kind of welfare from China to its people? At this time, in a conference room with the leaders of China. The leaders were having a meeting to discuss this matter. It's now confirmed that the recipients of these transfers are all people in China, and this only started after Ren Fei passed the last dungeon. We've checked, and we can't confirm the source of these funds, but one thing is certain, it seems that every Chinese citizen gets this small transfer every day. China now has a population of 1.4 billion, and being able to make such precise transfers to everyone at the same time, even if it's only 1 yuan, is not something humans can do. So, are these all done by Ren Fei? Perhaps this is related to the divine authority Ren Fei obtained. This also indirectly proves that he passed the first trial of ascending to godhood. Truly, China is blessed. Ren Fei has brought us so many surprises. From the perspective of Shen Jishu in Gaul. Shen Jishu had already delivered 2 takeout orders and successfully received 2 good reviews. Carrying another takeout, he knocked on the door of room 1407. As soon as the door opened, the sound of the big man inside and the woman's crying could be heard. Shen Jishu frowned slightly. The big man took the takeout from Shen Jishu's hands, opened it, and then shockingly pulled out 2 black stockings from inside, shouting angrily, "Fuck. You dare to deliver black stockings to my girl at this hour?" The big man was full of anger, clearly mistaking Shen Jishu for a lover. These days, he had been suspecting that the child wasn't his own, and was planning to do a DNA test. He didn't expect the lover to deliver himself to the door. The big man grabbed Shen Jishu and raised his hand, ready to strike. At this moment, Shen Jishu's mind spun quickly, and he pointed at the woman. "This is not my fault, it's all her fault, she seduced me." The woman? Hearing Shen Jishu's words, both the big man and the woman froze for a moment. The woman immediately started scolding, "Are you crazy? I don't even know you, when did I seduce you? Oh, so we don't know each other." Shen Jishu said with a look of sudden realization, turning to the big man, "Did you hear that? We don't know each other. And look, I'm just a delivery guy." A delivery guy? The big man's angry emotions subsided somewhat, and he finally noticed that Shen Jishu was wearing a delivery uniform. "Sorry, brother, this was all a misunderstanding." The big man let go of Shen Jishu and turned to ask the woman again, "You'd better tell me, who's the bastard who's been cheating on me?" "Darling, I haven't cheated, that really is your child. He just has a little genetic mutation, give it time and he'll be fine." "You're still lying to me, you hypocritical woman." The big man slammed the door and stormed out. Beside him, Shen Jishu was stunned. Well then. What was supposed to be just delivering takeout turned into a huge family drama. That dark-skinned kid looked suspicious from the start. 2 white parents definitely could not have a black child. This is not a place to stay. Shen Jishu immediately decided to leave. As he was heading downstairs, he ran into the big man again. Unable to help himself, he reminded him, maybe you should think carefully and see if you have any friends with dark skin. Dark skin? The big man paused, trying hard to remember. No, but brother, why is the takeout uniform at your company gray? Gray? Shinjishu paused for a second and thought, what do you mean, is this guy colorblind? No, even colorblind people can distinguish black and white. Shinjishu didn't know why this was happening. But there was still takeout to deliver, and he didn't have time to think too much. As more chosen ones delivered takeout to 1407, their nightmare began officially. Because the big man in 1407 wasn't just obsessed with love, his woman was also a yandere. As long as the woman thought someone was stirring up their relationship, she would kill the chosen one. And once the big man believed a chosen one was a lover, they too would meet a deadly fate. So, at this moment, most chosen ones had experienced their second resurrection. After 2 resurrections, the confusion in the chosen one's eyes grew a little more, and at the same time, some of the memories in their minds had unknowingly been erased. But they were unaware of all of this. From the perspective of Gernara from the country of Yuta. Gernara had just walked out of room 1407, fully intact, because she was a woman, so she couldn't have been the lover. Also, for building 2, room 701. Because she was a woman, she stayed alert the whole time. Although I barely survived through 3 takeout deliveries, this instance definitely won't be that simple. Also, aside from the owner Li Dan giving me a good review, I haven't received any other good reviews. Good reviews wasn't clear to Gernara. But since good reviews were mentioned in the rules, they had to be important. This was Gernara's belief. First, let me deliver all the takeout. I still have about 3 more orders, and I don't know what will happen once I finish them. Next, I need to find a way to get more good reviews. Carrying a takeout, Gernara ran toward the security booth at the entrance of the community. This was the takeout Li Dan had asked her to hand over to the security guard, Aqiang. After handing the takeout to Aqiang, the security guard was deeply moved and said to Gernara, thank you. If it wasn't for you helping, I wouldn't have known that Xiao Dan liked me too. Since you two like each other, why don't you be together? Gernara, with her bright personality, believed that if you like someone, you should be together. Aqiang lowered his head and replied, liking someone doesn't mean you have to possess her. She's the owner of the community, and I'm just a security guard with a salary of 3,000 a month. I can't give her happiness. Just being able to silently guard her where I can see her, I already feel very happy. I don't understand. Gernara didn't understand the subtleties of love because, for her, love was always intense and reckless. Aqiang sighed, love is about letting go of control, not using love as an excuse to turn someone into your possession. Chapter 60, The First Clue. At the entrance of Qian apartment. The security guard booth. Ren Fei threw a meal to Aqiang, the security guard. Ren Fei said, this takeout is from the owner of Building 3, room 606. She said it was specially ordered for you. 606? Yes, it's Xiao Dan. Aqiang was moved to the point of tears. Just as he was about to thank Ren Fei, suddenly pulled out a red rose from his chest and said to Aqiang, if you like her, confess. Pursuing love means being brave. This rose was picked by Ren Fei from the community, the perfect gift for confessing. Looking at the rose that Ren Fei handed over, Aqiang. Security guard Aqiang hesitated, not daring to answer, even less willing to break that thin layer of window paper. He thought that it was good this way, quietly protecting Xiao Dan. Seeing security guard Aqiang hesitate, Ren Fei deliberately said, as far as I know, Li Dan doesn't like men who are too timid, so if you want to go now, it's still not too late. But, isn't this a bit too fast? The girl already sent you some takeout, and you still don't get it? Since that's the case, I think Li Dan is pretty great, so let me take this rose to her. As Ren Fei spoke, he was about to go upstairs. But he was stopped by security guard Aqiang. Wait. Security guard Aqiang explained, I'm on duty right now, I can't leave my post, or I'll get punished if I'm found. No problem, just go ahead. I'll keep an eye out for you. Really, brother? Really, go quickly and come back fast. Alright. At this moment, what security guard Aqiang was thinking was not that he was unworthy of Xiao Dan, but that if he didn't go now, he might lose her. So, for love, he had to go. Watching security guard Aqiang charge forward for love, Ren Fei grinned. He knew that these two were meant to be together, he just shortened the process for them. Furthermore, only by getting security guard Aqiang out of the way would he have the chance to find clues in the security room. In the security room, Ren Fei began searching, and finally, under a thick stack of files, he found a document about the Kushan apartment. This was the first clue. He opened the document. The Kushan apartment was originally a barren mountain. Several years ago, a developer saw potential here and developed it into a commercial residential area. Once the Kushan apartment was completed, it was only open to couples. This was a strange yet novel rule, which attracted many couples to buy apartments. Reports claimed that the owner behind Kushan apartment had been betrayed by his lover, who not only took all his savings with her lover but also sent him to prison. No one knew exactly what he went through during this period. But just 2 years later, he was released without charge and started from scratch again. This document contained only a few simple paragraphs. Ren Fei raised an eyebrow. It seems that, just as I thought, the important clue is still in Li Dan's hands. In the previous life, I had to pass on several messages to them and gain their trust before getting the clues. This time, I brought them together early. I wonder if this process will be shortened. After reading the document, Ren Fei put it back. The reason he still needed to check everything was twofold: first, to cover up the fact that he had been reborn in front of the entire online world, and second, to confirm if his memories were accurate. Phew, so far, everything seems to be going according to my memories, but whether being reborn will trigger a butterfly effect, I still can't be careless. Ren Fei would never be foolish enough to rely entirely on his memories. After all, many things had changed in this life. Whether the historical trajectory would also change remained an unknown. In this life, I am the biggest variable. After putting the document back, Ren Fei waited for a few minutes. At this moment, security guard Aqiang finally came back. Sorry, brother, I took longer than I expected. Security guard Aqiang apologized with a face full of regret. However, Ren Fei could tell from the hint of hidden joy on his face that he had succeeded. So, did she accept it? Ren Fei asked knowingly. Security guard Aqiang smiled happily. She's with me now. Brother, from now on, you're my brother, Aqiang. I owe all of this to you. If it weren't for you, I might never have had the courage to take this step. By the way, brother, if you have time, go to room 606 again. Xiaodan has something for you. Alright. Ren Fei guessed that what Li Dan wanted to give him was probably another clue. Only by thoroughly figuring out what happened at the Kushan apartment could he break the cycle there and leave this place. Leaving the security room, Ren Fei returned to the electric scooter, suddenly remembering that there were still several deliveries to make, but at this point, these deliveries were already late. Notice number 3, all deliveries must be made on time. Do not click to mark the delivery as completed early, or you will receive negative reviews. Damn! I was so focused on matchmaking those two that I completely forgot about the time. Without saying another word, Ren Fei grabbed the bags of food and walked toward those few households. As expected, because the deliveries were late, the residents started yelling that they were going to give Ren Fei negative reviews. When Ren Fei saw this, he immediately took their phones and wrote 2,000 words of glowing reviews for himself. After writing the positive reviews, Ren Fei took away their phones and all their belongings, leaving them with no way to file complaints. When Ren Fei finished delivering all the food and went downstairs, he had already received 6 positive reviews. Writing my own reviews is way more fun. I can write whatever I want. Ren Fei was in a great mood. The residents he had taken advantage of looked like they wouldn't be able to afford delivery in the future. Experts say eating too much takeout isn't healthy. I'm just doing this for their own good. They should thank me. After finishing all the deliveries in his box, Ren Fei glanced at the time while sitting on his scooter. It's only 10 o'clock? Being a delivery person is not a human job. I have to work 12 hours a day? It's pure labor exploitation. Ren Fei complained. Scatter the wealth. Ren Fei spent money to eliminate the cognitive distortion in his mind. In the next moment, the space around Ren Fei twisted, and both he and the scooter vanished from their spot. When Ren Fei appeared again, he was back at the starting point. The road under his feet was a dimly lit street. Upon checking the delivery box, he was stunned. His box was filled with deliveries again. This won't do. I have to find all the clues quickly. Ren Fei had no intention of honestly delivering takeout for 3 days. After delivering one order, I'll be sent back to the starting point and the process repeats, but I'll keep all my memories, and there won't be any cognitive distortions. Dying and respawning versus completing tasks and being sent back, though both return you to the same spot, the outcomes are completely different. The former leads to gradual loss, while the latter allows one to remain clear-headed. P.S. Thanks to Xiang Yujin for the divine certification. When the author conquers this land, you will have contributed immensely. ***, rich people, let's be friends, okay? Chapter 61, Turned Green. From the perspective of Nbiteng, the security guard in the pickled vegetable country. Nbiteng had already experienced 3 resurrections due to late deliveries, yet until now, he hadn't even managed to enter the gate of the community. On the road. After the 3rd resurrection, Nbiteng's clear eyes were filled with more confusion, but he hadn't forgotten his duty to deliver the food. Damn it! That annoying security guard again. This time, no matter what, I'm going to get the delivery inside. And Beating's head felt a little dizzy. It was as though a huge ball of cotton was blocking his thoughts. He shook his head hard and mumbled, "Damn it. Why does my head hurt? It's affecting my thinking. The delivery is about to be late, but it's still more important to deliver it." And Beating put on his delivery uniform, played a DJ song on his phone, and rode his electric scooter forward. Notice number 2, during work hours, the phone can only open the delivery app, absolutely no other usage. Notice number 4, before entering the Dry Mountain Apartments, you will pass a quiet street. If you feel scared, you can listen to music to dispel the fear. Halfway through his ride, the streetlights on both sides of the road suddenly began flashing wildly. And Beating got scared and immediately twisted the throttle to the maximum, but before he could go far, an old man suddenly jumped in front of the scooter. And Beating couldn't dodge in time, and the old man was knocked flying. Ouch! The sound of broken bones echoed, and the old man screamed, "You young man, you! How did you drive the car? Today, let me tell you, without 8 or 10,000, don't even think about leaving. Damn! Fake accident?" And Beating didn't dare to get out of the car to check. But just then, the electric scooter suddenly stopped. Even though the battery was full, no matter how hard Beating twisted the throttle, the bike wouldn't move. And Beating felt a little panicked. Looking at the old man who appeared out of nowhere, he gritted his teeth, decided to leave the bike behind, and grabbed the delivery to run. He kept running for hundreds of meters. Until the old man's shadow disappeared, he finally gasped for air. Phew! That was close. That creepy old man almost trapped me. Beep beep. Before Beating could completely relax, the sharp horn of the electric scooter sounded from behind. Young man, no morals, trying to deceive, to sneak attack this 60-year-old old comrade. So careless in this life, remember to be careful in your next life. The old man's voice faded. And Beating turned around in confusion. Suddenly, a large amount of blood surged from his eyes, and his vision was instantly flooded with a blood-red haze. The fourth resurrection. And Beating's eyes widened in horror, quickly searching his entire body. Confirming he was still alive, he was overjoyed. After so many resurrections, he was sure that the chosen one in this instance could not die. The dizziness and confusion in my head seemed to have increased a bit. I feel like I forgot something important, but what is it? And Beating stared at his hands for several minutes. His thinking speed seemed to slow down considerably. The road was always safe before, but last time, an old man showed up out of nowhere. Could it be that I was attracted by the ringtone on my phone? And Beating thought, Rule 2 is correct, so Rule 4 must be wrong. I won't make the same mistake twice. Next, I will be serious. This time. And Beating was full of confidence. He quickly put on his delivery uniform, hopped on his bike, and headed for the Cusin apartment. Finally. This time, he finally appeared in front of the community's gate. Seeing the security guard, this time he had finally learned his lesson, no longer trying to force his way in, but instead, he mimicked the sweet talk of a girl from the kimchi country, saying, "Appa, please open the door for me." Ugh. Inside the security booth, security guard A Chang almost puked. What's this Beating doing? I got goosebumps. Seeing that Beating had become much more polite after his electric shock therapy, dressed neatly, and speaking kindly, security guard A Chang didn't make things difficult for him anymore. For the first time being allowed in by security, and Beating was so excited, he almost cried. Damn! I knew I could do it. And Beating was thrilled. After entering the community, he grabbed 2 orders of delivery and ran towards Building 5. A moment later. And Beating appeared outside door 1508. He rang the doorbell. Ding ding ding. After a while, the door was opened. Inside was a family of 6, who were just about to have dinner. And Beating handed over the delivery and, with a friendly attitude, added, "Enjoy your meal." Notice 6, when the user opens the door to take the delivery, be polite, and casually say "Enjoy your meal." This might earn you a good review from the customer. After completing this delivery, and Beating should have left. But just then, he suddenly saw a green light appearing from the man's head who had opened the door. That is, a green glow. And Beating was ecstatic. Finally. My talent is finally useful. And Beating's talent was the lowest level F grade. It was called No Father's Treasure. As the name suggests, this talent could identify whether a child was biologically his, and the result came in 1 second with 100% accuracy. Little brother, you've worked hard, I'll give you a good review. The man was about to close the door and give him a 5-star review. But Beating had an idea and immediately pointed at the man, saying, "This customer, I see your face turning blue, and a green light coming from your head, I'm afraid. Master, you also do fortune telling?" Seeing Beating's serious expression, the man immediately invited him into his house, respectfully saying, "Master, I believe in fortune telling, please tell me, what's wrong with me?" wait for me. And Biedeng walked up to the two children and, with their confused expressions, pulled out two of their hairs. Then, and Biedeng asked for a hair from the man. And Biedeng explained, I have a special ability that can tell if a child is biological or not in 1 second. If they are biological, they will shine with golden light. If not, they will shine with green light. Before anyone could react, the 3 strands of hair in Biedeng's hand started to merge. Then, a burst of green light shot out, flying directly towards the heads of the man and the two children. Instantly, the green light intensified. It's green. It's green. Ah, it's really green, oh my god. Seeing the 3 green lights above the man and the two children's heads, and Biedeng laughed excitedly. The talent was truly correct. The two children were really not biological. Ha 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 ha. And Biedeng laughed wildly, completely not noticing that the atmosphere in the room had dropped to freezing point. The man, with a blank expression, asked, is this funny? Of course. And Biedeng slapped the man's head, I thought only one child wasn't biological, but both are. Ah, so pathetic. Really pathetic. Chapter 62, Memoirs. Click. And Biedeng laughed happily. The man said nothing, silently backing up to the door, locking it from the inside. By the time Biedeng realized something was wrong and tried to leave, it was already too late. Gulp, gulp. And Biedeng swallowed hard several times, forcing a stiff smile and asked, what is this? I was just joking with you all, you don't really believe me, do you? At this moment, whether the children were biological or not no longer mattered. What mattered was, how could he leave alive? Keep laughing, why did you stop laughing? The man, with a strange smile, asked, what's wrong, are you naturally incapable of laughing? Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Seeing the atmosphere turning sour, and Biedeng immediately backed down. At this point, the once lively family of 6 was now completely silent, staring with their eyes wide open, all with a horrifying expression on their faces. You all. And Biedeng was terrified by the several terrifying gazes, paralyzed to the floor. He had originally wanted to remind the man kindly, but instead had attracted everyone's hatred. Let me go, let me leave. Realizing that staying in the house meant certain death, and Biedeng turned around and tried to open the door. But he was blocked by the man standing at the door. And Biedeng panicked and cried, kneeling right there, wiping his tears and snot, good man, let me go, I'm sorry, I was wrong. You don't realize your mistake, you just know you're about to die. The man suddenly smiled wickedly, grabbed Biedeng's head with both hands, and twisted it violently, causing Biedeng to instantly lose his life. Keep laughing, keep laughing. Aren't you good at laughing? Why aren't you laughing anymore? Outside the live stream. Ha ha ha. And Biedeng is such a fool, knowing father treasured such a talent, and still dared to use it, laughing so loudly, as if he was trying to leave himself a bit of hope. Loser. I knew he was done for from the start. Looks like the kimchi country is already on the decline. Last time, their capital was attacked by bizarre rumors, and the top levels of the country lost more than half. Now they probably don't have the energy to focus on their chosen ones anymore? Here's a hellishly cold joke, most of the kimchi in the kimchi country is actually imported from Huaxia. Sigh, even the beautiful country's Kai is finished. Even in Biedeng, the jokester has entered the neighborhood, while Kai is still wandering the streets. Looks like he's really losing his mind. From the perspective of Kai from the beautiful country, Kai had already resurrected twice. On the street, after reviving once more, Kai wasn't thinking about delivering takeout. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to become a hero of the beautiful country. Just like the superheroes in Hollywood movies. But deep inside, he knew that was impossible. Huaxia. Ren Fei. It's you all who made me become nothing but a sidekick, I can't accept it, I can't accept it. Kai flipped over an electric bike, stumbling as he walked on the street. Soon, multiple dark shadows appeared behind him, and they fought to grab the delivery. The shadow that got the delivery left happily, while the shadow that didn't get it chose to follow. When Kai noticed a few uninvited guests following him, he turned around in confusion and asked, who are you? Are you clowns sent by the monkeys? The shadows said nothing. Kai grew furious, get lost. Get the hell away from me. This time, I will definitely pass the level perfectly, and make everyone look at me differently. What's Ren Fei? He deserves to live in my shadow. Ha ha, ha ha ha. I have SS level talent, I am the chosen one of God, all-knowing and all-powerful, what a wonderful talent. Kai swayed unsteadily, still lost in his fantasies. In the next moment, the few dark shadows behind him rushed forward and began to punch and kick him. Brothers, beat him to death. As long as he dies, the delivery will refresh, and we can all have free food. This guy spouting nonsense, I really don't know how he ended up here, but it's unlucky for him to meet us. From Leo's perspective in the ancient Ba country, Leo had already been revived twice. This is terrifying. The residents of the Kushan apartment aren't normal. One wrong move and you might anger them, ending up dead. Leo was already being very cautious. After all, his talent was only F-grade night vision. This ability could only be described as barely useful. When it came to practical use, it was about as useless as it could get. I got a free ride in the last dungeon by hanging out with Ren Fei from Huaxia, but this time, I won't be so lucky. I have to be extra cautious. Leo took a deep breath. Although he felt the chances of clearing the dungeon on his own were zero, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. What if Ren Fei suddenly appeared in his dungeon and helped him clear it? Who knows? Even a salted fish can have dreams. Maybe it'll come true. The residents of this dungeon aren't normal, and the reason for their condition may be the key to clearing the level. Leo understood. Every dungeon had a story background, and as long as you figured out the story, you'd be close to clearing the level. Although I know the conditions needed to clear the dungeon, where should I go to find the clues? Leo frowned and thought. That's right, I remember that the owner of Building 3, Room 606, asked me to deliver a meal to the security guard once. Compared to the other people I met, Li Dan and the security guard at Chang seem much more normal. Perhaps, they are the breakthrough point. Kushan apartment, Building 3, Room 606. Ren Fei received another clue from the owner, Li Dan. It was a memoir. This memoir was about Li Dan and a Chang. However, since Li Dan had lost all memory of it, she hadn't opened it again. She only vaguely remembered that the memoir was very important and needed to be given to someone she trusted. Li Dan's memory and cognition have been twisted countless times, so even if she sees this memoir, she probably won't remember anything. Fortunately, she still has the obsession to hand this over. Otherwise, the chosen one would have no way to start clearing this dungeon. Downstairs in the community, Ren Fei found a quiet corner and opened the memoir. A thick layer of dust greeted him. It was proof that this thing hadn't been opened in a long time. I am Li Dan, and I will always love a Chang. The first page of the memoir read like this. Ren Fei flipped through the memoir. My name is Li Dan, I am a journalist. Today, my boyfriend A Chang, also a journalist, and I are going to infiltrate the Kushan apartment to investigate a series of strange events happening here. A few years ago, the Kushan apartment officially started selling its units. With the strange rule that only couples or married people were allowed to buy, the apartments quickly sold out, in high demand. However, after those customers bought the apartments with high expectations, they all, without warning, lost contact with the world. If one or two might be a coincidence, the entire community's residents vanishing from the face of the earth is simply unbelievable. P.S. I hit a block. Out of nowhere. Chapter 63, Two Dogs. In order to investigate the reason behind these people disappearing collectively, one night, A Chang and I disguised ourselves as delivery workers and entered the Ku Mountain apartment. Originally, I thought it would be in vain. Until I really saw them. At first, everything was normal, but as the investigation went deeper, I was horrified to discover a fact. The people here had become twisted, even violent in their personalities. Everything was in chaos, everything was ruined. Ah Chang and I were discovered by the security guard, and we were kicked out. A year later, when I thought life was slowly returning to normal, and I no longer sought out the details of what happened, one night, I accidentally ended up near the Ku Mountain apartment while walking. Unfortunately, I saw the security guard in the security room from a distance, and that was Ah Chang. Putting away the memoir, Ren Fei rested his chin and thought, just like in the memory's background story, but currently, the clues I have aren't enough for me to leave here. I still need to find other key clues. Ren Fei had already made up his mind. Holding the delivery, he was about to head toward Building 5. At that moment, two dog barks suddenly came from behind him. Woof woof. Hearing the barks, Ren Fei smiled and turned around to see a large spotted dog standing behind him. The dog's eyes greedily focused on the delivery in his hand, seemingly starving for a long time. Do you want to eat? Ren Fei waved the delivery in front of him and asked. The spotted dog responded intelligently, woof woof. I have one condition, Ren Fei said. At that moment, if there had been any onlookers, they would have definitely mocked Ren Fei, because he was actually trying to make a deal with the dog. But, only Ren Fei knew that this was no ordinary dog. This was a dog full of humanity. Woof woof. After Ren Fei spoke, the spotted dog really responded. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Ren Fei's mouth as he said, I know you buried something in the community, and I need you to dig it up and give it to me. Woof. The spotted dog seemed confused as to how Ren Fei knew. Ren Fei didn't explain but instead walked over to the electric scooter, took out his own meal from the delivery box, and gave some of it to the spotted dog. After eating, the humanity in the dog's eyes seemed to grow stronger. Woof woof woof. The spotted dog barked twice, signaling Ren Fei to follow. Ren Fei grinned and happily followed behind. They circled the community, and the spotted dog led Ren Fei to a lawn. Upon sensing someone entering its territory, the other stray dogs sleeping there were immediately awakened. They stared with clueless eyes and suddenly started barking wildly at Ren Fei. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Some of the dogs barked as they leapt to pounce on him. Luckily, Ren Fei was well prepared. He raised his hand and with 2 swift punches, the attacking stray dogs immediately fell asleep. Seeing Ren Fei so fierce, putting his companions to sleep with his bare hands, the remaining stray dogs dared not bark anymore. They tucked their tails and scurried back to their safe zone. Ren Fei noticed. Among this group of stray dogs, there were at least 6 that were spotted dogs. If the spotted dog in front of him blended in with the others, it would be difficult for him to distinguish which one was which. Looking at the still stunned spotted dog, Ren Fei impatiently urged, "Hurry up and dig, or I'll give you a sleep-inducing package too." Ugh. The spotted dog let out a low whimper, then found a spot and started digging. Not long later, a key was dug up. Ren Fei snatched the key and cleaned off the dirt. The numbers 905 were clearly visible. I didn't expect to find the key so quickly. It's like I was searching for something, but didn't have to work hard for it at all. Holding the key, Ren Fei turned and left. At this moment, the spotted dog behind him looked at the key with a hint of confusion in its eyes. It only felt a sharp pain in its head. Woof woof. Seeing Ren Fei about to leave, it seemed to regret and rushed up to him. "Oh? You think you're the Wang Wang gift pack?" Ren Fei grinned, turned around, and gave it a set of combo punches, putting it to sleep peacefully. He no longer paid attention to it. Ren Fei took the key and headed toward Building 6, Room 905. Arriving outside Room 905, Ren Fei first knocked on the door, only to be met with a few barks of a dog. Hearing the barking, Ren Fei confirmed he had the right place. Without hesitation, he took out the key and unlocked the door. As the door opened, a white dog lunged at him, baring its teeth. Ren Fei raised his hand and taught it a lesson. The white dog was sent flying by a punch. It fell on the couch, tears streaming down its face. Ren Fei ignored it and entered the room, starting to ransack it. After rummaging through several bedrooms, Ren Fei's eyes lit up in a storage room. Wow! I didn't notice this in my past life. I didn't expect all the wealth to be hidden here. Ren Fei's shocked gaze swept across the room filled with luxury goods. The entire storage room was filled with luxury items, various cosmetics, shoes, bags, clothes, rings, watches, too many to count. Ren Fei was overjoyed. Isn't this a test for the officials? Which official can withstand such a test? Bring in the wealth. With a snap of his fingers, Ren Fei packed all the luxury items and took them away. Damn! Ren Fei was shocked by the selling price. Just selling these luxury items, he made 2 billion. This is way richer than the first dungeon. Makes sense, the valuable stuff was already taken in the first dungeon. What's left is either things you can't take or worthless items. There really aren't many good things left. Ren Fei had never fought such a rich battle. He made a decision. This time, he was going to ransack all the dungeons of the Chosen Ones. After selling all the luxury goods, a safe caught Ren Fei's attention. The safe was encrypted and required a 6-digit code to open. A safe. Ren Fei smirked. This is nothing he couldn't handle. Walking up to the safe, Ren Fei quickly opened it in just a few moves. Then, Ren Fei took out a confession diary from inside. He opened the diary. The first 4 words immediately caught his eye. I regret it. Chapter 64, Didn't Plan to Be Human. Ren Fei continued reading. I have money now, enough to last me for generations. People say robbery brings money quickly, but to me, marrying a rich person and making him pay alimony is an even faster way to get money. That's right, I'm not a morally good woman. But so what? I did it. I went from being a poor nobody to a rich wife with assets worth billions. Money, it truly is a good thing. It can make the poor bow down, and those who look down on you wear a smile. With it, I even feel like I control everything in the world. With money, I ran away with my lover, enjoying everything this world has to offer, living a glamorous life like the upper class. I know very well that men are unreliable, so my relationship with my lover was just temporary. But just as I was enjoying myself, a mysterious email arrived, and it changed everything. I remember clearly, it was the longest night I had ever experienced. When I opened the email, inside was a property deed. I checked it in confusion and found that, somehow, I had gained a property in my name. Cushion apartment. I have no memory of this property. And when I saw the names on the deed, I froze. It clearly had my name and my lover, Luja's name on it. It's strange. I had already broken up with Luja for a long time. That very night, I had a very strange dream. I dreamed that I moved into the Kushin apartment, and I could never leave. And when I woke up, everything had already turned upside down. I really moved into the Kushin apartment. I questioned Luja wildly, asking if this was his doing, if this was his revenge for our breakup. To my surprise, Luja denied it. The next events felt like they were happening in a dream. Luja and I constantly argued, it was as if we were under a curse, our personalities changed, and we couldn't leave. I had already started to lose track of time, I had lost my freedom, and no amount of money mattered to me anymore. After yet another huge argument, Luja took the keys and ran out, and he never came back. I wasn't sure if he had successfully left here. I hoped he had, yet at the same time, I hoped he hadn't. For some reason, my body started to change, like growing fur, a tail, and such. I had no time left, I truly started to regret. I let him down. For money, during that time, I had lost myself, completely forgetting how sincere a person could be, willing to give you all their money. I regretted it. But I knew, it was already too late. After reading the confessional diary, Ren Fei felt no emotions. A person who betrays true love is not worthy of forgiveness, anyway, he could not feel sympathy for them. Now we are one step closer to the truth. To get a perfect score, Ren Fei needed to collect all the clues and unravel all the stories that had happened here. Luja and Su Rong, neither of them are good people, but they do help with clearing the levels. I still need to continue collecting good reviews, delivering food can't stop for now. Coming out of the storage room, Ren Fei sold everything in the living room. After doing all this, Ren Fei left in a carefree manner. Then, Ren Fei began delivering food again. Although the deliveries were all late, it didn't matter, Ren Fei had the ability to give himself a good review. Don't ask why. The answer is, he had no intention of acting like a human. In the real world. No wonder he's the fastest man in the ghost story dungeon. Ren Fei's progress bar was completely filled, this precognition ability is too monstrous. Other chosen ones are still being good kids delivering food, but Ren Fei has already found several clues, this speed, he should apply for a Guinness World Record. Ren Fei really doesn't care about being late for food delivery, giving himself a good review is totally fine? Huh, have I been single for too long? Why do I think every dog looks handsome? Damn, this pair of dog lovers. The spotted dog and the white dog must be the couple written in the diary, right? Life is precious, freedom even more so. From the perspective of Granala in the country of Yuten. Time, 7:50 a.m. After nervously delivering the last order, Granala received her first bad review. Note 7, if you receive more than 3 bad reviews, you will be punished. Granala didn't know what the punishment would be after receiving more than 3 bad reviews, but looking at the bad review, she felt uneasy deep inside. I have to work harder next time, I can't afford another bad review. Let's do this. Granala parked her electric bike in the community. She was about to grab a bite to eat and then go off duty. But then, strangely, the Cusin apartment complex in front of her disappeared into thin air. Note 12, your working hours are from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. During this time, you can freely arrange your mealtime. What's going on? Granala jumped up in shock. She looked around, but the place had turned into a desolate mountain. It looked completely undeveloped. Shocked by the scene in front of her for a long time, Granala looked up at the sky. For some reason, even though it was close to 8 a.m., the sky hadn't turned bright as she imagined. It seemed like the sky above her was only one color. That was black. This is unbelievable. Granala decided to eat first, then rest by the electric bike for a while. After all, she still had deliveries to make. She first needed to ensure she had enough energy. Gulnara took a meal out of the takeout box, it was food for the chosen one. It was fast food. But by now, it had gone completely cold. The delivery driver really has it tough. Only by experiencing it firsthand can one understand how hard this job is. Gulnara opened the meal, preparing to force down a few bites. But at that moment, a bent figure appeared in her sight. The figure stumbled forward, with messy hair and wearing ragged, thin clothes. Under Gulnara's gaze, the old man was rummaging through a trash pile by the roadside, and before long, he pulled out half a steamed bun from the trash and began to eat it. Wait a second. Seeing this scene, the kind-hearted Gulnara felt a pang of sympathy. She quickly walked over to the old man and handed him her meal, saying, "That's not clean, elder, eat mine instead." Note 13, your meal will be placed at the bottom of the takeout box. Do not give it to anyone else, except for you. Red text, if you encounter a pitiful beggar or an elderly person, you may give them your meal. Chapter 65, New Guidelines. Good person, you really are a good person. The old man, holding the meal that Gulnara kindly offered, revealed a strange gleam in his murky eyes. He took a bite. The next moment, blood red suddenly surged before Gulnara's eyes. In the blood-red haze, she saw the old man grinning at her in a creepy, unsettling way. After working hours, all the chosen ones began to rest. Among them were those with overflowing compassion, who gave food to the elderly by the roadside, and the outcome, of course, was the same as Gulnara's. After resting, the time reached 8 p.m. again. In the shocked gazes of all the chosen ones, the vanished withered mountain apartment reappeared. Standing at the original spot again, Gulnara, somewhat incredulously, looked at herself through the electric scooter's rearview mirror, certain that she had been killed by the old man for breaking the rules earlier. What is going on? This was Gulnara's first resurrection, and she was filled with confusion. However, this confusion didn't last long, as a phone call interrupted her. On the other end of the line was the voice of an old man. The general idea was that he wanted Gulnara to bring a 50-pound bag of rice upstairs, and that she needed to pay for it in advance. Note 8. If a client asks you to carry something extra, refuse immediately, as this is not within your responsibility. Red text. Please agree to the client's request, after all, the customer is always right. Recalling Rule 8, Gulnara chose to refuse. Not to mention whether she could carry the rice upstairs alone, but there weren't even any stores near the community, so it was impossible to complete this task. Before, I trusted Rule 14, which led me to trust the red text part instinctively, but after what happened with the old man, I now know that the red text part cannot be fully trusted. Note 14, the red text part is completely correct. Gulnara gathered her thoughts and drove her electric scooter toward the withered mountain apartment. A few minutes later, Gulnara stopped at the entrance of the withered mountain apartment complex. She was surprised to find that there seemed to be a new supermarket at the entrance of the complex. The supermarket sign shone brightly in the dark night, but inside, it was eerily empty. Gulnara found the security guard, a Chang, and asked about the situation. A Chang said, "Oh, this supermarket? It's been here for a long time. Maybe you didn't notice it because you were busy delivering takeout." Really, is that so? Of course, Gulnara didn't believe the security guard's words. She was sure that her memory wasn't mistaken. By the way, the community has issued a new rule for delivery drivers, you can take a look at it. Saying that, a Chang handed Gulnara a new set of guidelines. At the same time, he handed her a love letter, if you have time. Can you help me deliver this to the person in apartment 606 of building 3? I have to stay on duty and can't go out. Okay, no problem. Gulnara smiled and agreed. She drove the electric scooter into the neighborhood and took out the new rules to read them. Note 15, there is a supermarket outside the neighborhood, usually open at night. You can buy items inside to meet the customer's demands. Note 16, you are just a delivery person, please do not feed the stray dogs in the neighborhood. Red text, the stray dogs are pitiful, please feed them if possible. Note 17, the stray dogs have always been a headache for the residents here. If you manage to chase them away, you might earn the favor of the residents. Note 18, some of the building elevators are broken and under repair. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Note 19, do not sneak items for the security guard. This could cause them to lose their job. Red text, it is okay to sneak items, as long as you don't get caught. Note 20, everyone in the neighborhood is very friendly. If you notice they start acting weird, don't panic, it's just an illusion. Red text, don't hesitate, leave immediately. Note 21, the owner of apartment 905 in building 6 is not home. If you have a delivery for them, just hang it on the door. There's a vicious dog inside, so do not stay too long. Note 22, during the delivery, you may experience a headache, dizziness, and memory loss. This is normal. Note 23, if you notice any abnormal symptoms, you can go to apartment 401 in building 7. There is a doctor who can help with such problems. Red text, there is no doctor in apartment 401 in building 7. Note 24, you can apply to stay at the Kushan apartments, but only if you are not single. There was a lot of information in the rules. At this moment, however, Gulnara didn't have time to think about it in detail. Some information in the rules can only be figured out while delivering. First, deliver the urgent orders, then give the security guard's items to the resident in 606. Oh no! The first delivery is almost late. Gulnara hurriedly pulled out the delivery that was about to be late, grabbed it, and officially started her deliveries for the day. Coincidentally, Gulnara's first order was the one she had just received to carry rice upstairs. Building 1, apartment 3203. Gulnara double-checked the order before preparing to take the elevator upstairs. But soon, Gulnara realized something. The elevator in Building 1 was broken. Both elevators were under repair. Note 18, some of the building elevators are broken and under repair. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Oh my god. Now Gulnara understood why this order asked her to carry 50 kilograms of rice upstairs. This was clearly to make things difficult for her. If she had really been foolish enough to carry 50 kilograms of rice upstairs, this was the 32nd floor, she would definitely collapse from exhaustion. 50 kilograms of rice is heavy, there's no need to explain that. The key point was that she had to carry it to the 32nd floor. That was definitely intentional. Luckily, I wasn't foolish enough to believe his nonsense. Otherwise, delivering this order alone would have made all the others late. Gulnara let out a slight sigh of relief. She couldn't help but feel glad for her decision. However, after the relief, facing the 32 flights of stairs, she started to feel troubled. The 32nd floor, no matter what you're carrying, just walking up will consume a lot of strength and time. Forget it. Delivering the food comes first. Seeing that the delivery was about to be late, Gulnara could only secretly sigh in frustration. In the pitch-black staircase, Gulnara struggled to climb the stairs. She had tried her best, but when she reached the door of apartment 3203, she was 1 minute late. Actually, Gulnara had considered delivering it early, but she didn't want to receive a bad review. Now it's done. I can only pray that the residents of 3203 are kind and won't hold my mistake against me. Chapter 66, Old Dang. Take my sleep punch. Nervously, Gulnara knocked on the door of apartment 3203. But he was immediately met with a harsh scolding from the old man. Damn it! Are you paralyzed or crippled? You can't even deliver an order on time. And what about the rice I asked you to bring? Why hasn't it arrived? Sorry, the elevator broke down. Gulnara wanted to explain. But at that moment, the old man suddenly waved his hand, his attitude completely flipping 180 degrees. Alright, no need to explain, just go. Since you climbed up all those stairs, I won't give you a bad review this time. Really, really? Thank you. Gulnara naively believed it. She thought she had encountered a tough-talking, soft-hearted good person. However, she had just returned to the first floor when the delivery app showed that she had received a second bad review. Gulnara. Why is this happening? Gulnara genuinely felt wronged. Didn't he say he wouldn't give her a bad review? Why did he turn around and backstab her like this? Gulnara had finally realized the cruelty of human nature. And now, she couldn't possibly climb 32 flights of stairs again to confront the man. She could only silently take the loss. After receiving 2 bad reviews, Gulnara was close to breaking down. She squatted under a streetlight, hugging her knees, and quietly calmed herself for 2 minutes. Alright, this is the world of strange tales, there's no such thing as sympathy. Gulnara rubbed her eyes. I can be kind, but I can't expect everyone else to be kind. It's not the end yet, I still have a chance to pass this level. Gulnara comforted herself. She forced herself to lift her spirits. She took another order from the delivery box. Just as she was about to deliver it, suddenly, the sound of a dog barking made her instinctively turn around. Woof woof. Behind her, a large spotted dog was eyeing the food in her hands hungrily. Notice number 16, you are just a delivery person, please do not indulge in feeding stray dogs in the community. Red text, stray dogs are pitiful, if conditions allow, please feed them. Recalling Rule 16, Gulnara didn't immediately feed the dog. Noticing the humanity in the spotted dog's eyes, Gulnara squatted down and stroked its head, saying, wait here for me, I'll feed you after I finish this delivery. Before Gulnara could finish her sentence, in an instant, the spotted dog was incredibly quick, grabbing the food from her hand and running off. Bad dog. You can't do that. That's my food. Gulnara immediately chased after it. She ran to a lawn, where the spotted dog stopped, but before she could grab back the food, a pack of stray dogs came out, baring their teeth and growling. Barbie's a goner. How can Gulnara be so unlucky? The old man on the 32nd floor clearly caused trouble on purpose, saying he wouldn't give a bad review to her face, then stabbing her in the back. Gulnara has no memory, and now she dares to trust a stray dog? Maybe it's not that Gulnara wanted to trust the stray dog, she must have been tricked by the humanity she saw in the dog's eyes. Damn. Everyone here is a villain. What's going on? Why does it feel like besides Ren Fei, everyone else's story is full of bad people? Is this really the same instance? No idea what will happen after 3 bad reviews, but I hope Gulnara can hold on. In the real world, countless netizens couldn't help but feel sorry for Gulnara. At the same time, the hearts of the people in Austin were also tied up in knots. Ren Fei's perspective. Ren Fei had also received the second part of the rules. One of his deliveries was from a unit on the 3203rd floor. However, he had no intention of carrying 50 pounds of rice up the stairs. Not to mention that it wasn't even within his job responsibilities. Even if it was, there was no way he'd carry 50 pounds of rice up to the 32nd floor. Ren Fei immediately called the resident of Unit 3203. Ren Fei said, "The supermarket is closed, the security won't let you in, come downstairs to pick up your delivery." "Why should I? You're the delivery person, I'm the delivery person? Anyway, if I don't see the 50 pounds of rice in my delivery soon, I'll give you a bad review," the resident of 3203 said arrogantly. Ren Fei was even more arrogant. "I'll give you 1 minute. Don't make me come up there, or you're not going to have a good time. You stupid delivery guy, what are you being so arrogant for? I won't come down, what can you do about it? If you're so brave, climb up to the 32nd floor and hit me." The old man in 3203 was confident that Ren Fei wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He thought to himself, by the time Ren Fei climbs up to the 32nd floor, he'll be so exhausted, he'll probably be half dead. By then, what strength will he have left to hit me? However, he clearly underestimated Ren Fei's patience and morals. "Fine, wait for it." Ren Fei didn't waste any more words. He hung up the phone. He snapped his fingers casually. "Scatter the wealth." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ren Fei appeared instantly outside the door of 3203. Knock knock knock. Ren Fei knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A familiar voice came from inside. "It's me, I've come up," Ren Fei said calmly. The old man didn't believe it. He peered through the peephole and saw Ren Fei standing there, and he gasped, "Holy crap! It's really that stupid delivery guy." The old man was stunned. He had just hung up the phone a second ago. How did this stupid delivery guy get up here so fast? Before the old man could continue thinking, the loud sound of door banging echoed from outside. Bang bang bang. The noise from banging on the door was so loud that the old man was shocked and terrified. "You lousy delivery guy, what do you want? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you?" The old man was so scared that he hesitated to open the door. Damn! What kind of ancestor did he anger? It felt worse than creepy. "Open the door." Ren Fei hammered even harder on the door. Seeing Ren Fei's angry face, the old man suddenly started to shrink back. Then, to play the pity card, he decisively sat in the wheelchair in the living room. "Hee, they say young people are the most caring. Once you see these disabled old legs of mine, you won't keep bothering me, right? I'll trick you first, then give you a bad review and complain about you, hee." In order to calm Ren Fei's anger, the old man pretended to be disabled. There was no choice. He had been so arrogant on the phone before, now he had no choice but to humble himself. Cough cough. Before opening the door, the old man coughed twice and pretended to be sick. As the door opened, the old man didn't even have time to argue, and he was met with a fist the size of a sandbag. "Old dang. Eat my knockout punch." With one punch, the old man immediately saw stars. He cried out, "Don't hit me, I'm sorry, please, good sir, I'm sorry." The old man was completely confused. Didn't they say that young people are the most caring, the most respectful to the elderly? Why is the script so different? While the old man was still in a daze, Ren Fei had already stepped into the house. "Come here, money." Ren Fei rummaged through the house and then set his sights on the cash the old man had hidden. "Robber. He's a robber." Looking at the ransacked house, the old man cried, holding onto the last of his cash, "This is my pension, you can't take it." Ren Fei ignored him. "Old dang. Don't force me to hit you, you live in an apartment and still want a bike." Reality. The best view is from Ren Fei's perspective. The evil old dang finally got what was coming to him. The light of justice shines upon the land. So satisfying. Old dang wanted to pretend to be disabled and get away with it, but who would have thought Ren Fei has no morals and doesn't even spare the disabled? Ren Fei is getting better at looting, so good that it makes you feel sorry for him. At this moment, other chosen ones had already received their second rule. Pickled cabbage country, and Bite's sixth resurrection was inevitable. After being revived 6 times, and Bite's eyes were full of bloodshot veins, and the sharp, stabbing pain in his head constantly tormented him. "I Sheba. Who am I, where am I, what am I supposed to do?" And Bite muttered the classic 3 questions. He vaguely remembered he was a chosen one, and his only task was to deliver food. Food delivery? Looking at his clothes, and Bite's confused expression seemed to find some direction. "I remember now. I'm a delivery guy, I need to deliver food to the neighborhood up ahead. Wait, what was the name of that neighborhood?" And Bite scratched his head furiously, thinking for a long time but still couldn't remember. "Sheba? Forget it, who cares what it's called, just get the takeout inside." Outside the Kushan apartment complex. And Bite received a call from a stranger, asking him to bring a pack of cigarettes upstairs. And Bite readily agreed. As he was troubled about where to find a store, he turned and saw a supermarket at the entrance of the complex. Note 15, there is a supermarket outside the complex, usually open at night. You can buy goods inside to meet customer requests. Rule 8 says, the customer is always right, we must meet all their requests. There's a supermarket right ahead, it's an easy task. And Bide wasn't puzzled about why the supermarket was empty at night. Without thinking, he entered the supermarket. Inside the supermarket. The moment Bide stepped in, he felt a chill. He rubbed his arms, complaining, the air conditioning is too low, it's freezing. And Bide took a quick look around the supermarket. There were only a few staff members, all with their heads down, their faces unclear. What a crappy supermarket. The service is so unenthusiastic, no wonder no one comes. And Bide pointed at the cigarettes on the counter and arrogantly said, give me a pack of those Huazi. Sure, honored customer. After getting the cigarettes, Bide prepared to pay. But at that moment, one of the staff members showed him a strange smile. Honored customer, our supermarket doesn't accept cash or online payments. No cash? And no online payments? And Bide was furious. I can't even come up with such nonsense if I try to find trouble. How can you say such nonsense with a straight face? And Bide asked, if you don't take money, then what do you accept? We accept you. As the staff member finished speaking, they immediately lunged at Bide and bit into his neck. Before Bide could react, his vision was already filled with blood. From the perspective of Shin Jishu from Gaul. In the complex, Shin Jishu encountered the spotted dog. The dog tried to snatch the takeout from his hand, but he quickly slapped it away, sending it flying several meters. Note 16, you are just a delivery person, please don't take pity and feed the stray dogs in the complex. Note 17, those stray dogs have always been a headache for the residents here. If you can drive them away, you might earn the favor of the residents. I can give food, but you can't steal it. Shin Jishu frowned as he looked at the spotted dog. The rules said not to feed them, but the red text in the rules said to feed them. Originally, Shin Jishu was ready to follow the red text and feed them, but unexpectedly, the spotted dog directly snatched the food. The fact that the rules mentioned it twice means the stray dogs in this complex hide some secret. However, it seems I can't be too merciful, I need to be cautious around them. From the fact that the spotted dog snatched the food, it was clear that these stray dogs were not harmless. If one naively thought they could approach them, they'd be making a big mistake. Staring at the spotted dog, Shin Jishu noticed a hint of humanity in its eyes. However, this humanity was complicated, as though some force was suppressing it. This stray dog isn't simple. Instead of caring about the residents' favor, I'm more curious about the secrets they are hiding. Shin Jishu lowered his head and thought. And the spotted dog, unable to get the food, turned and disappeared into a pile of weeds. Watching the direction the dog vanished in, Shin Jishu didn't follow it. The stray dogs aren't urgent, I need to deliver the takeout first. When I have time, I'll go look for these stray dogs. Anyway, the complex isn't that big. After prioritizing, Shin Jishu headed to Building 6, Apartment 905, with the takeout. Arriving at the door of 905, Shin Jishu knocked for a long time, but there was no response, and the phone couldn't get through. Note 21, the owner of Apartment 905 in Building 6 is not at home. If you have their takeout, just hang it on the door. Inside there is a vicious dog, do not stay too long. The people in 905 are really not at home? If they really are not at home, ordering some delivery for the dog inside the house, are they sick? Shin Jishu could not figure it out. After finishing delivering a few orders, Shin Jishu took a bit of time to come to Building 3606, and handed the love letter written by the security guard at Chang to Li Dan. Notice item 19, do not secretly pass items for the security guard, this may cause him to lose his job because of this. Red words, you can secretly pass, on the condition of not being discovered. From yesterday to today, Shin Jishu had already helped Li Dan and a Chang pass things several times. Although Shin Jishu had not yet obtained any real useful information, facing the still fairly normal Li Dan and a Chang, Shin Jishu always felt that the two of them were hiding secrets. At present the clues of this instance are a complete mess, until now not a single useful clue has been found, looks like I must hurry up. The food delivery of this instance cannot be finished, if I want to squeeze out extra time, I can only use the eating time. During working hours, delivery workers have 2 meal times. When eating, delivery workers can choose to pause taking orders within half an hour. After delivering the food in the delivery box, Shin Jishu did not hesitate at all and stopped taking orders. Using the half hour for eating, he decided to go find that group of stray dogs and try his luck. On the lawn under a building in the residential area, Shin Jishu got his wish and found that group of stray dogs. And at this time, the spotted dog from before had already mixed into the stray dog group, and there were several with the same spotted pattern. For a moment, Shin Jishu was a bit stupidly unable to tell them apart. Damn it! I was careless. I thought I could easily find that dog, who knew it could even use shadow clones. Chapter 68. Your mom does not love you anymore. Perspective of Leo from the country of Guba. Leo had just delivered a food order upstairs. He knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was a little girl. At this moment, inside the room it was pitch dark. The little girl stood at the doorway, staring at Leo with tear-filled big eyes. "Big brother, the power in my home tripped, can you help me?" This Leo hesitated. The rules had said it, do not enter the resident's home. "Big brother, please, I will give you a good review." The little girl coquettishly grabbed Leo's hand. Without waiting for him to refuse, she directly pulled him into the room. Standing at the doorway, Leo did not walk further inside, because usually the power switch is right at the entrance, and also, he always felt the little girl was strange. "Where are the adults in your home, little friend?" While checking the power switch, Leo asked calmly on purpose. The little girl said, "They went out, and have not come back yet." "Oh, then have you finished your homework?" Hearing this, the little girl's face turned dark. "Big brother, how can a mouth at 37 degrees ask such a cold question?" "Hee, I am used to it." "Big brother, just right, my homework is not done yet, how about you help me do it?" "What homework?" "After school homework, dissecting a frog." "Ah?" Leo was startled. How could the teacher give you such homework? "It was not the teacher who gave it to me, it was my dad who gave it to me." "Your dad?" "Yes. He is a doctor," the little girl said with a weird face, "but I think dissecting a frog is not interesting. How about I dissect you instead?" "Hee, big brother, just bear it, it will not hurt." The little girl standing behind Leo, at some unknown time, had an extra surgical knife for dissection in her hand, and before Leo could react, the sharp surgical knife had already cut open Leo's thigh. What are you doing?" Feeling the pain coming from his thigh, Leo did not care about anything anymore. He stretched out his hand and went to open the door. However, not knowing if it was because of panic, he turned the door handle several times and still could not open it. "Big brother, do you really not want to be my test subject?" Behind him, the little girl continued to ask in a gloomy way. Leo angrily said, "Get lost. What kind of good kid has nothing to do and just dissects people for fun, you demon child? Your mom does not love you anymore." Hee, big brother, you are anxious. "Demon child. Quickly let me leave." Hee. "Brother, don't you think this is so much fun? Play your mother." "Mom, I don't want to play." Leo was on the verge of crying in fear. He glanced back unintentionally. At that moment, the pale moonlight shone through the glass onto the little girl's face, and instantly, she seemed to transform into a demonic figure. Notice 20, the people in the neighborhood are very friendly. If you notice they become strange, do not panic, it's just an illusion. Red text, do not hesitate, leave immediately. Leo became even more terrified. Just as he was about to completely collapse, the door finally opened. Without hesitation, Leo rushed out. Leo ran wildly down the stairs. He only felt the intense pain in his thighs when he reached the bottom of the building. Leo looked down and nearly passed out. His thigh was torn open, a gaping wound about the length of a palm, grotesque and horrifying to look at. At this point, his entire thigh was soaked in blood. Ah! After escaping the danger, Leo finally felt the heart-wrenching pain. Just now, he had been running up and down the stairs with his injured leg, lucky that the little girl hadn't chased after him. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have survived. Demon! A real demon! Leo was about to tear off his shirt to bandage the wound, when a notification popped up on his delivery app saying he had received another bad review. Remembering that he had already received 2 bad reviews, Leo was furious. Damn it! A little demon that no one wants. Leo wrapped his wound. Not far away, a large pack of stray dogs quickly rushed towards him. Oh no! Leo quickly wrapped the wound and lifted his leg to leave. But as soon as he took a step, the pain from the torn wound made him grimace in agony. In the blink of an eye, the pack of stray dogs had surrounded him. The stray dogs seemed to be starving, their eyes glowing with bloodthirsty green light, growling at Leo. Where did all these stray dogs come from? What bad luck! This is bad luck opening the door to more bad luck, what a disaster! Leo couldn't make sense of it. The next moment, he was devoured by the pack of stray dogs. A total of 20 good reviews, that should be enough. Looking at the 20 good reviews on his phone, Ren Fei smiled. With these good reviews, I can eliminate most of the hostility from the residents of the Ku Mountain apartments. It's time to check on 401. Before heading to Building 7, 401. Ren Fei deliberately broke a few rules, then, with a distorted perception, he went towards 401. Notice 23, if you notice abnormal changes in your body, you can go to Building 7, 401, where a doctor can solve such problems. Red text, there is no doctor in 401. Outside 401's door. Ren Fei was about to knock when the door opened by itself. Immediately, a voice came from inside. Come in, I know why you're here. Upon hearing the voice from inside, Ren Fei did not hesitate, stepped in, and closed the door behind him. Inside the room, Ren Fei saw rows of bookshelves filled with books about love. At this moment, there was a desk in front of the bookshelves. A young man, wearing glasses and looking refined, was sitting at the desk, casually flipping through a book. It was a book about love. But, the ending of the story wasn't perfect. The female protagonist committed suicide, and the male protagonist died for love. Doctor, I think I'm done for, please treat me. Seeing the young man, Ren Fei immediately played along. The young man didn't even glance at him. If you're here for treatment, I'm powerless. But isn't it said that 401 in Building 7 has a doctor? You can't even treat a disease, what kind of doctor are you? Ren Fei said. You can consider this a scam, the young man replied calmly. So you think I'm beyond saving? Yes. Then I'm as good as dead? Not necessarily, you can also choose to stay here. Stay here? Ren Fei sighed, but I'm a single dog. Ren Fei continued, I want to leave, not stay here, please, doctor, help me. Sorry, I really can't do anything about it. The young man adjusted his glasses, his voice thin and weak. There has never been a precedent for anyone entering here and leaving. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been trapped here all this time. Seeing no hostility from the young man, Ren Fei cautiously said, what if I told you that I can free everyone here? What did you say? P.S. Please help me write a book review. The rating for this 100,000 words book hasn't come out yet. Ha ha. Chapter 69, 3 Bad Reviews. Slap. The book in the young man's hand fell to the ground in shock. A trace of surprise flashed briefly in his eyes, but he still pretended to remain calm and said, impossible. No one can leave here. How are you so sure? Ren Fei looked at the young man with suspicion, thoughtfully asking, do you know everything about this place? Cough. The young man coughed awkwardly and explained, do you believe me if I say I've tried everything? I believe. Ren Fei nodded without a doubt. The young man. The young man froze for a second, then calmly picked up the book that had fallen to the ground and said, you should leave. There are no answers for you here. You shouldn't have come. Do you know Su Rong and Lu Jia? Ren Fei did not leave and asked. Hearing these two names, the young man's hand froze momentarily as he flipped through the book. The corner of the page was subconsciously pinched, creating deep creases. Ha! The young man feigned calmness. They are unfamiliar names. Is that so? Ren Fei smiled gently. Let's not beat around the bush, I want to leave. With the words falling, Ren Fei and the young man locked eyes. The young man's eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if he knew exactly what Ren Fei was doing here. After a brief moment of thought, he could only sigh helplessly, fine, someone who's meant to leave can never be kept. You may go. Ren Fei looked at the young man's expression. Ren Fei was puzzled. You're really just letting me go so easily? You must already know most of what's happened here. If you want to leave, I can't stop you. The young man smiled. He had already made a concession. He thought Ren Fei would leave like this. However, Ren Fei was not satisfied. But, I don't want to leave alone. Ren Fei's voice was firm and unquestionable. After speaking, the young man's hand froze mid-flip. Suddenly, a strange power surged out, and the young man's voice turned cold and sharp. If you don't want to leave, then stay. The young man turned his head. In an instant, an invisible force tore at Ren Fei's mind, distorting his cognition rapidly. In Ren Fei's eyes, everything began to spin and distort. At this moment, the memories of the withered mountain apartment rapidly flipped in Ren Fei's mind, and the originally illogical parts started to make sense. The residents there became friendly, and the apartment filled with warmth. Stay here, it's not bad at all. The young man's voice filled Ren Fei's ears. Illusions appeared before Ren Fei's eyes. In the illusions, a Chang and Li Dan had become a loving couple, and Su Rong and Lu Jia had willingly stayed here. In the community, those stray dogs strangely stood up, turning into human forms. They laughed, inviting Ren Fei to stay with them. Slap. At the moment when his cognition was about to be completely distorted, Ren Fei numbly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Scatter. The sound of the snap made the pain in Ren Fei's mind rapidly fade, and the confusion in his eyes instantly cleared up. How is this possible? Seeing Ren Fei return to normal, the young man's eyes widened. But before the young man could say anything more, Ren Fei was already standing behind him. Ren Fei patted the young man's shoulder. It's over. Is it really worth sacrificing everything for someone who's not even worth it? What? The young man's pupils suddenly contracted, shocked. What exactly do you want to say? I know, you were also deceived by it. By the time you realized, it was too late. Ren Fei said, but the fact that I'm here means it's not too late. Shut up. The young man's pupils suddenly flipped. His skin turned a sickly pale white, and his face twisted with malice. I can't turn back. People who betray true love deserve to be punished. The young man was filled with hatred. At this moment, it had already led his anger to consume his reason. Ren Fei knew that at times like this, saying more was pointless. Unless it was removed and the young man regained his sanity, this scenario would never end easily. Since that's the case, I apologize. Scatter the wealth. From the perspective of Guranala in the Yutan kingdom. At this moment, Guranala sat on a bench under the streetlight in the community, her face full of dejection. Just a moment ago, she had received her third bad review. After receiving 3 bad reviews, she could clearly feel that the attitude of the residents towards her had become even worse. Even the security guard, Ah Qiang, and Li Dan from room 606 had become indifferent. Originally, Guranala had planned to figure out the background story of this scenario by helping to deliver messages. However, Ah Qiang and Li Dan suddenly seemed like different people. They no longer needed her help, and their attitude towards her was completely different. Guranala couldn't understand why this was happening. Why was everyone here treating her this way? What did I do wrong? Is it really impossible for me to pass this scenario by myself? Guranala felt utterly miserable. She suddenly felt like all her efforts had become meaningless. She had been so careful and tried so hard to please, but the rewards she received were completely disproportionate to her efforts. It seems that this scenario's ability isn't protecting me. After all, luck will eventually run out. I think I really can't hold on much longer. Guranala covered her face, desperately trying not to let her tears fall. At that moment, fear, confusion, hesitation, collapse, despair, all kinds of emotions intertwined in her heart. She wanted to go further. But it seemed that she also understood that some things were just impossible to change. Woof woof. As Guranala was feeling down, a large group of stray dogs appeared in front of her. These stray dogs tucked their tails and seemed ready to attack at any moment. Guranala looked at the stray dogs and shouted loudly, "Get lost! I don't have food to give you now." Guranala's mood was in complete ruins. It was bad enough being threatened and hurt by the residents here, but now even these stray dogs had become an inescapable nightmare. Just after she shouted, the stray dogs weren't afraid at all. They recklessly rummaged through Guranala's delivery box, and after finishing with it, they bared their teeth and snarled as they came towards her to attack. Once again, she revived. In Guranala's eyes, there was now a sense of confusion. She began to doubt her purpose in delivering food. No matter what I do, it's wrong. Can anyone tell me why this is happening? With this overwhelming feeling of collapse, Guranala really wanted to give up, but suddenly she thought of her family in the real world, and couldn't help but cry. I can't die here, I must go back. No matter what it takes, I will return to them. Guranala's family was very happy. In reality, she had parents, an older sister, a younger brother, and a husband who cared for her. She had been married for less than half a year. The only regret was that they hadn't had a child yet. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if she died in the eerie scenario, and how devastated her family would be. Chapter 70, Guranala's Elimination. Why? Why do the residents of Quzan apartment and the stray dogs harbor such hostility towards Guranala? Outside the live stream, the people of Yutan Kingdom, watching Guranala's live broadcast, were filled with deep concern. It must be because of those 3 bad reviews. Not only has the clue been cut off, but the hostility of the residents and the stray dogs has also increased. After this, Guranala will probably find it very difficult to deliver food inside again. If only Ren Fei from Huaxiao were here, even if he had to pay a price, he could ensure Guranala safely cleared the scenario. Ren Fei is too busy with his own troubles now, how could he have time to manage other chosen ones? Wah! Guranala, hold on, as long as you persist, there's still hope. In front of the live stream screen, Guranala's family had instinctively covered their mouths. They couldn't bear to watch everything happening in the scene anymore. They couldn't accept losing their family like this. Damn it! Why her? Why choose her to enter the dungeon? Gulnara's husband lowered his head, clenching his fists helplessly. Gulnara's mother cried, "Wah! My child, she's so kind, she wouldn't even kill a chicken," she cries watching the news. Why is the world of ghost stories so cruel, taking her away from us? Don't cry, we should be proud of her. Gulnara's father held back tears. She is a hero of our Yutan country, she has already made history for Yutan. The ghost story dungeon. Gulnara tried to calm her emotions. She knew the situation was grim, but unwilling to give up, she still prayed for a miracle to happen. No! I can't give up just yet. As long as it's not the final moment, I will never give up. Gulnara could only cheer herself on. After all, she wasn't just representing herself. Behind her, the entire Juten country was waiting for this victory. She wasn't fighting for herself. She was fighting for the country. At the beginning, she chose to become an international reporter in order to contribute to her country's strength. And now, she had realized her dream, making countless people grateful for her efforts. Thinking of this, Gulnara's gaze seemed to regain its strength. She got on her bike and resolutely headed towards the Kuzin apartment. This time, the difficulty of delivering takeout surpassed what Gulnara had imagined. She was either killed by the crazed residents or savagely attacked by stray dogs, and each time she was resurrected, covered in wounds. The 8th resurrection. At this point, Gulnara had completely forgotten who she was. But she always remembered one thing. That was to safely deliver the takeout to the customers. She could no longer remember the reason she was doing this, but she still numbly followed her instincts. Unknowingly, Gulnara appeared in front of Building 7 of Kuzin apartment. A rule suddenly flashed in her mind. Notice 22, during the delivery process, you may experience a sharp pain in your head, dizziness, and memory loss. This is normal. When she remembered this rule, another rule naturally appeared in her mind. Rule 23 says that the doctor in 401 of this building can help me with the pain and confusion in my head. Doctor. Gulnara took heavy steps and got into the elevator heading to 401. Soon, Gulnara stood outside the door of 401. The door opened automatically. Gulnara walked in numbly. Doctor, I think I'm sick, I need some treatment. The young man reading a book in the room didn't look up and said, Yeah, you seem to be very sick. Would you like to stay, Gulnara? The young man asked. Stay? Confusion appeared in Gulnara's eyes, but soon the confusion was replaced by dazedness. The young man casually flipped through his book and said to Gulnara, I'll take that as a yes. By the way, the little girl in 1504 of Building 5 needs a mother, you can be her mother. Mama. Gulnara's eyes flickered. She almost didn't hesitate, and numbly smiled, Thank you, doctor. As Gulnara's words fell, her live broadcast screen instantly turned blood red. At that moment, in the real world, a cold notification echoed above the globe. Wah, the worst thing we didn't want to happen has happened. Gulnara has ultimately not been blessed by the goddess of luck. What a pity. If she had held on a bit longer, maybe Ren Fei could have created a miracle. I can't accept this. Our Juten country had finally gotten a chance to rise, and now, the opportunity is lost. Juten has been knocked back to square one. Yo, Juten, forget it. If it weren't for the lucky connection with China, would you even have passed the dungeon? 2 consecutive excellent passes are enough. I advise you not to be too greedy. Those bastards from the island nation, luck is also a part of strength. If you're so lucky, why haven't I seen you clear a level even once? Born. Kicking someone when they're down, truly despicable behavior. Listening to the eerie warning that echoed across the globe, Gulnara's family could hardly believe it. All of them lost their souls, crying and hugging each other. The high-level meeting room of the Juten Kingdom. Looking at the live broadcast screen, which was completely covered in blood, the high-level officials of the Juten Kingdom were heartbroken. Although Gulnara only had an A-level talent, the 2 victories she earned for the Juten Kingdom could not be erased. The eerie dungeon has descended, in the city next door not far from our location. Now, the whole city is completely covered by a barrier. The difficulty of this dungeon is beyond imagination. Countless people will likely die in that city. Sigh. This is the price of failure, so heavy. Everyone, pull yourselves together. These things cannot be changed. The only thing we can do now is to hold on to the Great Leg of China. That way, perhaps, even if we fail in the future, we won't be completely destroyed. The Juten Kingdom's territory is not large, only 440,000 square kilometers. So, it is hard to bear multiple attacks from the eerie dungeons. Gulnara gave her life for the country, we should do something for her. I propose that we immediately posthumously award Gulnara the Gold Star Medal and grant her the title of hero. From now on, her family will enjoy this honor and privilege. Agreed. All the high-ranking officials of the Juten Kingdom raised their hands in approval. P.S. Thanks to all the friends who wrote book reviews, keep it up, the ratings should be out soon. Sigma for all, Sigma *Hey, not bad.